which which all they're about to do. Pará, Facu. No, pará. No. Si te digo que no, Facu, no me jodas. ¿Qué parte de no entendés, boludo?
La N.
No, es que la verdad, Facu, sos muy difícil para trabajar, boludo. Si te digo que no me hables, es que estoy haciendo algo. No es para que sigas hinchando las pelotas,
No
boludo.
entiendo la N.
No, te hablo de verdad, Facu. No, pero te hablo de verdad, estúpido, boludo. Yo me ocupo, boludo, de que tu trabajo esté ok.
Hey, Dane, I see you've got 2 minutes left to go. Super exciting, and I'll be here ready and waiting to go.
There we go. Hi. Yeah. Okay. So can you just, I'm just very nervous. I don't really know what I'm doing. Can you just explain exactly like the first steps here, just so I make sure I'm on the right page?
Yep. So you're sharing your screen, and then at 12, you're going to go to the next slide. I think the next one is the one that has the slide for the next event on it.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, and it looks like, is Paloma sharing the screen?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So Paloma, Dane's going to take over from you, right? Yes, she's going to jump off. So Dane, make sure that you have your screen pulled up, like the deck pulled up and ready to share. And actually, you can start that in, it'll be about 30 seconds, like as soon as it hits noon. So you'll share your screen with the next thing for the summit, like the slide that shows the upcoming presentation. This one is, hold on, let me go back up to the top. This one's the keynote about LGBTQIA plus representation in politics. So that's what we'll share. It is, let's see. So then what you'll share that while I do the whole introduction. And then when I introduce Rob, then you will, stop sharing, okay?
Okay, cool.
All right, you can go ahead and turn off your video, and we are going to be live here in about 2 seconds.
Okay, great.
All right, welcome everyone. It's a happy first day of our mini summit. I hope that you guys are just as excited as we are to get started. So if anybody, for people who are maybe new to Power to Fly or haven't participated in one of my events yet, hi, my name's Meg. I'm part of Power to Fly's virtual hosting team, and I am beyond excited to be here for day 1 of June's mini summit, Pride at Work. I hope you all are just as excited as we are. And if you're just joining us, I'm going to go over some quick housekeeping items. So to make this event, as fun and interactive as we possibly can. So throughout the upcoming conversation, we would love to hear from you. So please feel free to add any comments or questions you might have into the chat box. It's going to be on the right-hand side of your screen. And if you have any technical difficulties, you can tag me or my colleague Dane. It looks like we've also got Arushi and Paloma in there as well, ready to handle any kind of requests that y'all have or any sort of troubleshooting issues. So what we're going to do, the last thing I want to tell you is that if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's session, make sure that you take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. That's going to be the code that you'll need to redeem those credits. Obviously, if you are here as part of, if you're not here for as part of the membership of the Society of Human Resource Managers, then you do not need to worry about that code at all. No sweat, it's not anything that you need to worry about. I am also going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct, which we are going to include in the chat down here. It's mostly there to make sure that this talk is a great experience for everyone involved. Now, I am super happy to introduce you to one of our most amazing people who's going to be introing our next slide. But before we get there, I just want to call out real quick the merch store that Power to Fly has going. So what we're going to, one of the main things that I want to share with you is that Power to Fly is really proud to partner with TransTech Social. For those of you who maybe don't know who they are, TransTech Social is an incubator for LGBTQ plus talent with economically empowering the transgender people. The funds from this campaign will specifically support technical boot camp fees for Black, transgender, or non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. So that's any purchase that you make in the Power to Fly merch shop. I'm putting the link into the chat now. Any purchase that you make at that shop, 100% of our proceeds are going to go to that incubator for LGBTQ talent. We're going to give it exactly to TransTech Social. And in case anybody wants maybe some more details on TransTech Social, that is it's a group that was started by Angelica Ross, who you'll hear from later in today's sessions. And they are economically empowering the transgender people by supporting them as they enter technical boot camp on their way to a career in engineering. So to get us started with this first session, I am super happy to introduce you to our amazing community and events lead, Rob Rebar. Rob, would you like to take the stage?
Yes, thank you so much, Meg. Happy Pride, everyone. I'm so excited to be here, and I'm so excited to kick us off on this first day of our Pride at Work Summit. I'm super excited. We've got a great lineup for you over the next 3 days, as well as our virtual career fair on Friday. And to start us off, I really wanted to thank one of our partners, which is MMCA. They were integral to helping us set up today's opening keynote panel, as well as some other discussions, and have been a great partner throughout our Diversity Reboot Summit series. This would not be possible without them, as well as the support of our other amazing sponsors who you're going to get to hear from throughout today's programming and throughout the course of the week. So with that, before we kick off with the rest of our panel discussion for this morning, I'd love to share a quick video about MMCA so you can learn more about this amazing organization. So Meg, if you want to go ahead and share that video, that would be great.
So sorry, Rob, I had to reshare here. All right. Okay, here we go, everyone.
We see a media diversity crisis with serious economic, social, and political implications. 40% of the population have no ownership in an industry that represents 20% of the economy. Media bias and stereotyping is fanning the fire of hatred and division. Dying local news outlets are crippling civic engagement. And worst of all, not seeing positive stories about their community is stifling the dreams and aspirations of Black and brown children across this nation.
We hosted the inaugural Multicultural Media Correspondents' Dinner to ignite a call to action to move the needle on media diversity.
We don't just tell colored stories. We tell stories in color.
During the dinner, we honored multicultural media luminaries who all shared their struggles and highlighted the need for increased media diversity.
I'm not too sure. It takes money, it takes capital. It has to be multicultural. It has to be people coming together.
There's no way to create that cultural change without the authentic voices.
Stories of multicultural people have tremendous value.
In order to harness and sustain the energy and power of the MMCD, we formed the Multicultural Media Correspondents Association, and it quickly became a powerful platform. MMCA serves as a trusted bridge and convener, enabling difficult, solutions-focused conversations in a common ground environment. It serves as a vehicle to provide thought leadership. It effectively influences and communicates policy developments.
You have to just go at it as if you have the same rights that everyone else has to do what you need to do to fulfill your dream.
And it provides information and resources for both individuals and stakeholder organizations. Most notably, MMCA has worked with Representative Demings to introduce resolutions that reaffirms Congress's support for media diversity. We ask that journalists and media professionals join our community and become diversity champions, and that media companies and stakeholder groups become strategic partners by providing funding and support. Together, we can move the needle on media diversity. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. Thank you again to MMCA. We'll also share that video on the Power to Fly social channels as well, so everyone can learn more about this amazing organization. And speaking of MMCA, I am very happy to introduce the moderator for today's opening conversations, and that is Hannah Kim, who is the CEO of Butterfly Strategies, LLC, an MMCA trustee, and an LGBTQIA+ ally. A former congressional aide, Hannah Y. Kim is the CEO of Butterfly Strategies, LLC, with more than 13 plus years of experience in strategic communications, advocacy, and operations in the political, nonprofit, and philanthropic spheres. She served as the AAPI Communications Director in the Biden campaign, and previously as the Chief of Staff and Communications Director for Representative Charles B. Rangel. A proud pastor's kid, Hannah remains committed to public service and social justice. She is the official ambassadoress of the Korean War Veterans Memorial Foundation and founder of Remember 727, dedicated to honoring veterans and promoting peace. Hannah, we are honored for you to be here today and to lead us through these opening conversations, including our special video that you're going to introduce right now. So I'm going to jump off camera and turn things over to you. Thanks again for being here, and happy Pride to everyone who's attending.
Thank you so much, Rob, and thank you so much to Power to Fly. It's such an honor to be here to celebrate Pride Month with everyone. But before we begin our panel with amazing speakers, I would like to introduce the one and only Congressman, or I should say Chairman of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs and first openly gay person of color to be elected to Congress in 2012, Congressman Mark Takano.
Congressman Mark Takano, and I represent California's 41st Congressional District, which includes the cities of Riverside, Moreno Valley, Jurupa Valley, and Paris. While I wish I could join you all in person, I'm glad I can still speak with you virtually here at the Power to Fly Pride at Work Summit. I'd like to take a moment to welcome you to the summit and thank everyone at the Multicultural Media and Correspondence Association for having me. You are doing amazing work by bringing people, leaders, and organizations together to talk about how we can increase representation, make an impact, and highlight each other's accomplishments. Representation matters. As one of the co-chairs of the LGBTQ Equality Caucus and the first openly gay Asian American to be elected to Congress, I always look forward to a celebration that brings our communities together during Pride Month. During Pride Month, we have an opportunity to educate, take action, and celebrate the strides that we have made in promoting LGBTQ rights and acceptance. This month, we honor the brave and bold individuals who've come before us and paved the way for progress here at home, especially Black trans women and queer people of color. Our successes as a community must also be credited to organizations like MMCA. I applaud the dedication and selfless work that you all do to create a platform that welcomes LGBTQ individuals into the workplace. Like many, I know how complicated and painful entering into a new work environment can be. When I originally ran for Congress for the second time in 1994, after a very close race in 1992, I was outed by my opponent on the front page of my local newspaper. I don't believe that the accusation that I was gay was the factor that deepened my loss during my second bid, but clearly my Republican opponent believed it would damage me. Rather than give up on what I believed I was called to do, I ran for re-election for my local office and continued to serve my community. I was reelected several times before I would have another opportunity to run for Congress in 2012, 18 years after that second loss. Now, during those 18 years, both the nation and my own community would change. Because so many LGBTQ people everywhere came out to their families and to their workplaces, and they participated in politics, little by little, friends, family, and workplaces began to see LGBTQ people be humanized and be visible. Progress toward full equality came in fits and starts, with one step backwards for every 2 steps forward. In my own state of California, the state Supreme Court ruled in favor of marriage equality, only for that ruling to be overturned by a statewide initiative. That statewide initiative was later invalidated by the United States Supreme Court. It was after young people at Rialto High School were outraged by the passage of Proposition 8 and their demand for the creation of a gay-straight alliance club on campus that I, as a teacher at that high school, believed that my own community was ready to elect a gay person to Congress. That moment was not generated by me alone, but by the hundreds of thousands of LGBTQ people who had the courage to come out of the closet and change hearts and minds. So I did run for Congress a third time, and that time I won. My victorious persistence is a reflection of the LGBTQ community's persistence. I think we can all agree that we took a huge step backwards under the previous administration after making historic progress. We are regaining our footing under the present administration, and our recent experience should forever imprint upon us a lesson that progress is never on autopilot or absolute or irreversible. That's why we need a powerhouse organization of strong and intelligent women like MMCA to help foster relationships with companies that want to be more inclusive to a diverse group of employees. Progressive leadership within the corporate world is indispensable. So I want to thank you for being such progressive leaders. I want to thank you for every minute you spend uplifting the lives of others. Your work does not go unnoticed, and it will live on in future generations who will be able to be themselves in full equality. Thank you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the summit. Happy Pride.
Wow. While Congressman Takano is unfortunately not with us because he has a hearing at this moment, I think his words were powerful, especially that representation matters. And I am so honored that I was able to bring these amazing speakers who actually have served in the highest levels of government and will share with us how the LGBTQ plus community is being represented. And I am just so proud to bring in my first speaker, Reggie Greer, who is the White House Director of Priority Placement and Senior Advisor on LGBTQ plus engagement. Hello, Reggie.
Hi, Hannah, how are you?
Well, thank you so much for being here with us. I know you're very busy, and I know the administration is very busy fighting and championing, our rights, including, of course, your community, right? That you engage with, the LGBTQ plus community. And I would like to start off by asking you to share your story. We just heard Congressman Takano's story, and it was incredible, right? I love that. Victorious persistence. And I know you have a story of victorious persistence of your own. So if you can share that and how you became your journey to become where you are at right now.
Oh, Hannah, victorious persistence is such a good and I think apt way to describe the journeys of so many LGBTQ plus people, and to see people like Congressman Takano and others like him in office and serving our communities in government is an inspiration each and every day. But I think on my own journey, I would describe it as a blessing. I am Black. I was born with a disability, a degenerative birth defect, in which I had 18 surgeries before my 16th birthday, and so it took a lot to even get to my coming out story, right? I had a lot to get through before I was able to even start, figuring out, what that part of my journey meant. And, I think that if, born and raised in Texas, Wichita Falls, Texas, I was blessed with wonderful parents and teachers who looked after me, and mentors who sort of guided me, fostered my love of politics and of public service. And they're really the reasons why I'm here today. I think that from an early age on, my parents, who are blue collar workers, a railroad engineer and a registered nurse, both instilled in me the values of hard work, but also that like you owe it to your neighbors and your family, friends, church members, whoever, to try to make this world a better place. And it's certainly the value set that I have not only taken through my life personally, but have used in my professional life. Each and every day, I'm humbled to just be a voice in the White House for LGBTQ plus people. And there's a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of great work being done by groups like MMCA and others out there to elevate the voices of LGBTQ plus people. But I carry forth some of those early lessons that I learned early on, each and every day into my job now. I think that it's not a given that people who look like us, people who come from different backgrounds, have a voice at the table. In a wonderfully diverse country like ours, it shouldn't be assumed that in every important debate, we're able to get everything out at any given moment. And I'm just proud that President Biden and Vice President Harris and so many of the other wonderful colleagues that I work with have prioritized all of our voices and are working each and every day to lift them up. And I was, a small town Texas kid who obviously had a really interesting health journey, who used that same blueprint to come out and figure out, there is a way to sort of live one's truth authentically and genuinely. It's not a day that doesn't go by that I don't think about some of those early lessons and some of my early champions, like my teachers and my parents.
Wow. You know what? First of all, I've been to Wichita Falls.
You've been? Oh my goodness.
There's a beautiful Korean War Veterans Memorial there. So
yes,
everyone go check it out.
Yes.
And number two, something that you said about your disability that also hit me. So I also have chronic pain, and I know that every day, just I think you fought, right? That fight, right? Because knowing that there's pain, people who are in pain out there, that who need representation, and you, I guess what I would consider a triple minority. Black, right? So minority in terms of color, disability, and sexual orientation. And I consider myself triple, minority as well, as an immigrant as well, a person of color. And I heard what you said. Somebody could look at that and look at, woe is me, but you looked at it and you called it a blessing. Wow. And that blessing got to where you are fighting for everyone else with those that you share, right? Whether they're Black, they're LGBTQ, or they have disabilities at the highest level at the White House. And so now we're going to go into the White House. Okay. You have to give us some inside scoop. Okay.
Sure.
So, well, first of all, representation matters. And that's what President Biden promised. And he has created the most diverse coalition during the campaign who are now represented in his administration. So what kind of cultural impact do you think has this made on the society, the media, and like workplaces everywhere?
Well, happy Pride. It's Pride Month. So let me start there, because I think that we find ourselves in a really interesting moment culturally, where we recognize there's so much work left to do, given current events and things happening around the country. But we also recognize how much progress we made in such a short amount of time. And that's really sort of framing how we are looking at everything here at the White House. President Biden, directed the administration to take a whole of government approach to LGBTQ plus equality, because he he wants to not only be a champion for LGBTQ plus people, not only here but abroad, but he wants to make sure that each and every American, receives, all the things that they deserve as an American citizen. And so, I think about the fact that President Biden's administration is 14%, or identifies as 14% LGBTQ plus. There have been some historic nominations made on the way to 14%, including the nomination of Secretary Pete Buttigieg as Department of Transportation Secretary, Assistant Secretary Dr. Rachel Levine at the United States Health and Human Services. But also some other historic nominations, including Sue Fulton and Sean Skelly and Winnie Stackelberg, and two other really, really important Senate confirmed positions. In the White House, Carlos Elizondo, and so many others, LGBTQ plus folks of color who are now at the table, fighting alongside this president. So, I think that's a reflection of really how far we've come as a society. To see 14% in a White House should be something that people look at or especially LGBTQ plus people look at and see themselves reflected in their government. But on day one, President Biden has worked to lead on LGBTQ plus issues, signing an executive order implementing the historic Bostock decision, which we're coming up in the 1-year anniversary here in a couple of days, which found discrimination against LGBTQ plus workers unconstitutional, and people following suit. Agencies like Department of Justice and CFPB and Department of Education and HHS really have worked to clarify their own policies and rules to ensure that LGBTQ plus people aren't discriminated against in housing and in education, and that we're doing the hard work of addressing food insecurity, housing instability, raising the awareness of healthcare within the LGBTQ plus community, and really doing the hard work of bringing equity to our communities. So, and not to mention, the president reinstated transgender service members to our military, ensuring that the awful policy enacted in the previous administration was done away with. So, in 140 something days, as we reach Pride Month, we have a lot to be proud of, but as I mentioned and alluded to, there's still a lot of work left to do to change hearts and minds and to lead forward. One promising poll that came out just today found that 70% of Americans now favor marriage equality. I mean, can you imagine from the moment that President Biden spoke out in favor of marriage equality, sort of a historic moment on Meet the Press in 2012, that 9 years later we'll be looking at 70% of the country supporting marriage equality. That means that we win when we stick together. It means that we win when we do the hard work of uplifting everyone in our community.
Oh, I love that. First, I do also want to give a shout out to our dearest friend, mutual friend, Howard O at the White House Public Engagement. You just talked about support, and I have to say, Howard, I was so inspired by him. And there are people like me, right, who have these dearest friends in the LGBTQ community. And so I am proud to be an ally. And so what can we, because you just said 70% of Americans are supporting marriage equality. So what can we do as allies and advocates, right, who may not be LGBTQ ourselves, but what can we do to support the community?
Well, I always find Pride really interesting, right? Because it's the time of the year where everyone sort of breaks out their rainbow colors, and they change the logos, and then they push their support and advocacy on behalf of the community. I think we need that all year round. I mean, I'm right now I'm particularly thinking of trans and non-binary youth who need our voices and support. I'm thinking about LGBTQ plus people living with HIV who need our support. Thinking about trans people trans adults. You know, 1 in 4 LGBTQ plus people are living in poverty. You know, there's people, we need to continue to talk about the economic well-being of members of our community. It is, allyship means that your voice never goes away. That is always there in every debate. Uplifting LGBTQ plus people are everywhere. And as I mentioned earlier, when that happens, we win. When people see that trans youth have our support at the state, local, and federal level, it is less likely that attempts to discriminate against them are successful. When they see your voice and they see your support, you know, we're able to turn back the tide of any sort of discrimination against our community. So I would just encourage you, find LGBTQ plus people in your life, have the important conversations that you need to have, and continue speaking up and speaking out. And as the president has said often, he has our back. This administration is going to continue to take a whole of government approach. We know we still have a lot of work to do. And it's really with organizations like MMCA and some of the other important organizations that we'll continue to liaise with and talk to ensure that that important work is done. And Howard is amazing. I also have to do my own shout out to him as well.
Yes, for everybody's record, Howard did serve on the Biden campaign as Reggie's deputy, right? Fighting for LGBTQ community. So thank you, Howard. And thank you to Power to Fly for having Reggie on today. Everyone who's watching, please follow Reggie at Reggie Greer 46. So what does 46 mean?
Oh, it's just a 46th president.
Oh, duh.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah,
Kenneth.
that's it. Yeah, on Twitter.
I need my coffee. Can you see my coffee cup? It does say love. I can't.
Love is love. That's right.
Love is love. Love is love. Okay. Well, thank you so much, Reggie. I know you're very busy, and we're going to watch what the great things that you guys do in the White House, and so we thank you in advance for fighting for all of us.
Thank you, Hannah.
Mm-hmm.
And happy Pride to everybody.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
And I am so happy to now bring in another champion, Morgan Butler, who is currently the engagement and outreach manager for public policy at Twitter, but she was a former colleague as she served as digital director for the House Whip, Jim Clyburn. So I bring in Morgan Butler.
Thank
hey,
you for
Morgan, how are you?
Doing good. How are you?
Yeah, we have a lot of mutual friends as well. Will Reese, give a shout out to him in the majority Schumer's office. But tell us your story, because you have, I mean, first of all, you have too much talent, okay? I mean, like looking at your bio, you're an assistant professor at the San Francisco Film School. You say when you're not busy and working, you create, videos, and I'm saying, okay. So please share with us, okay, your story. And it's for a lot of people watching, the whole idea of working on the Hill, what's even a digital director, right? That's very ambiguous. So if you can also share that as well.
Yeah, of course. So my journey was definitely not as straight and narrow as I thought it was going to be. I actually had a background in sports broadcasting, so that's why I still work for the Wizards now, part-time. And I just kind of landed in politics. I needed a job after college and ended up at a think tank out here, and kind of worked my way up to the Hill from there. But it's definitely been an interesting journey. I liked what Reggie said about it being a blessing, because I would definitely take that and use that as well. There's a lot of times I've been in spaces where I'm the only person that looks like me in those rooms, but at the end of the day, I feel like that gives me a platform and lets me use my voice and kind of represent our community in ways that they're not often represented at the table. And so my work as a digital director, for those that don't know, most members of Congress do not run their own social media accounts.
Really?
So, yeah. So there's a whole team of us that work for members, and we're the ones creating content. We're grabbing the photos, we're shooting the videos, and we're the ones, tweeting and posting and doing all that behind the scenes. So I started the Joint Economic Committee doing that, worked for Schumer for a little bit, and then moved over to Clyburn's office, where I most recently left. And it's been amazing. I've been in a lot of rooms, a lot of spaces, gotten to see and do a lot of really cool stuff. So.
Well, so you've now seen the chatter on social media, as digital director for, not only Congressman Clyburn, but you said Schumer, and now at Twitter. Okay, so you're inside and now outside, but you're still seeing all the chatter. What kind of changes in terms of people's attitudes, feelings? And it is true on Twitter, we see a lot of reporters, right? People in the media. So what kind of changes have you been able to witness?
Yeah, so I think honestly, the conversation is getting more positive. I'm definitely not scared to be myself online. Whereas, a few years ago, I definitely probably would have been a little bit more cautious just because, the internet can be a very unforgiving place. But I think they're feeling like they can be themselves. And I think our allies are doing a really good job of supporting us as well. So when that negative stuff does come out on social media, you definitely see the allies jumping in, and it's now the unpopular opinion to be against the LGBTQ plus community, and a lot of people realize that love is love, and that we should be supporting people, and that our rights are just as important as everybody else's rights. So.
You said something actually very important, and this is because as a person of color myself, I really care about it. And with the Black Lives Matter and Stop Asian Hate, so many people, right? Thank goodness they came out in support, right? In droves, and companies started putting out these statements, right? Black Lives Matter, we support Stop Asian Hate. But I always believe you got to actually, what are you doing about it, right? Are you putting money in it? Are you investing in us? So we've all heard of rainbow washing, right? Especially on social media. And so how have you seen a difference, okay, in true progressive support for LGBTQI equality in government or in the corporate world?
Yeah, so I think the biggest shift is that LGBTQ plus equality is no longer a talking point. It's an action item now. So people understand that, we can't just sit here and say like, oh, we support Pride Month and we're gonna put up our rainbow flag and that's it. They understand that they have to help fight for equality. And we've seen that in the House. The House passed the Equality Act earlier this year. They also passed it last Congress as well. And from what I've seen, it looks like the Senate is about to vote on it, hopefully, fingers crossed. So we're seeing some real action from progressives and not just talk. And we're kind of seeing that representing corporations as well. They're starting to be actionable as well. And they're starting to donate to the organizations. They're starting to really make diversity a actual thing at their companies instead of just a talking point. So I think we're seeing the representation across the board, and I'm excited to see what action items they put into effect.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I'm very proud to be an LGBTQ ally in every workplace I've been. I've made sure that we had representation. I hired interns, made sure we hired staff of the LGBTQ community, because I always said, I don't know what I don't know, and I can't see what I can't see. And so the best thing to do is bring somebody else with a different perspective of mine. And so I do hope that many people out there, companies listening or in government are hiring. I think that's where the community can be most supported. But I want to also touch upon something, because also, as I mentioned to Reggie, you as also a triple minority, right? In terms of gender, right? I mean, heck, as women, we have that alone, it's difficult. Okay? Right. And of color, and sexual orientation. So how did you overcome the challenges, and how are you still fighting?
Yeah, so for me, it was an interesting journey because oftentimes, like I mentioned, I'm the only person that looks like me in a room. And then you capitalize on that even more because I dress more masculine. And so on the spectrum, that's kind of where I fall. So I've been misgendered a lot. I get called sir a lot. I've kind of learned to laugh at it now. It's not that big of a deal to me, but I know that's an issue that we have in our community, with pronouns and people being called the right pronouns and everything. But honestly, for me, it was just becoming comfortable with who I am and who I wanted to be, and not being scared to be myself. A lot of times when I first started, especially in politics, women, especially women of color, were expected to look a certain way, or expected to dress a certain way, were expected to talk a certain way. So being able to be comfortable with who I am in all of those spectrums, and say like, hey, this is who I am. This is how I'm going to show up to meetings. This is how I look. This is how I act. I'm not scared to voice my opinion. So that's been a journey, but I'm happy to be where I am now. And I'm definitely not scared to speak up and represent our community in those spaces.
Well, so if you can give, you just said something, and sometimes, people call you sir, okay? If you can give straight women like me, okay, just one piece of advice, what would it be?
Be an ally. I know there's a lot of stuff out there that, people that aren't from this community may not understand. I think it's okay to ask questions. That's totally fine. Like, I would rather personally be asked the question than you assume, or you just go around not knowing. And then just support where you can. If you see stuff that is wrong, speak up, be that ally, be that shoulder that we can lean on, and help support in the spaces.
That's the keyword of the day, everyone. Be an ally. And going back to you, so if you can go back in time, because I believe you're a millennial, right? So I think as millennials, we've transitioned from more of a homophobic society when we were much younger, right? Whereas now, I believe teenagers have absolutely no problem saying what their sexual orientation is. So if you can go back in time to and give yourself one piece of advice, what would it be?
Honestly, that it's going to get better. I definitely came from the era and time where, growing up, there was a lot of homophobia. I'm from Texas. If Reggie's still on the call, I'm from Carrollton, so I know Wichita Falls very well.
I'm actually laughing because our next speaker, I have no special love for Texas. I'm not being partial, but our next speaker, Parag, is from Texas too. So this is funny.
You represent DC. Coming from Texas, that's a very homophobic state. They're still having some issues there. A lot of my friend group was homophobic, and actually it was interesting because I grew up being homophobic. And it was funny because, that's just what we were taught. That's the environment we were in. So when I did realize that I was gay very young, I was scared. I was like, oh, this is not how I'm supposed to be, try and pray the gay away, all that different stuff.
Wow.
So I would definitely tell myself, that it's going to be okay. Like, don't be scared to be you, and you're going to find those people who love you and appreciate you for who you are 100%. So.
Wow, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. And I do think there's a lot of courage, that is required to do that. And I applaud you and I thank you, because by you sharing and by you fighting, I think it gives other people who right now may be listening and maybe confused or scared, maybe more empowered and have that power to fly. I got to plug in power to fly. So thank you so much, Morgan, for sharing, your very personal story with us and your time. And everyone, you can follow Morgan Butler at Morgan underscore Morgan Butler 11. Did I do that
Morgan
right?
Underscore Butler 11. Yep.
Yes. Thank you so much, Morgan.
Thank you, Hannah.
Okay, I am very excited. It's last but never the least, okay, to bring in my dearest friend, Parag, who is currently the Senior Vice President at MasterCard and Executive Director of the MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth, and former Chief of Staff to U.S. Surgeon General, Parag Mehta.
Hi, Hannah.
Hello. Okay. Before we get into, a lot of the details, I like everybody else, I want you to share your story because, whoa, there's a lot to unpack right there, right? Also, as Asian America, AAPIs. So please share your journey.
Yeah, thanks, Hannah. I appreciate you inviting me. And it's so great to be in this session with Reggie and Morgan. You noted that all three of us are Texans. Another fun fact, all three of us are Texans from small towns. So you don't hear Houston, Dallas, Austin, El Paso here. You're hearing Wichita Falls and Carrollton, and I'm from Temple, Texas, which is a very small town right in the center of the state. My parents are immigrants. They came here from India, and I was born and raised in the United States. I grew up in Central Texas, and I think I knew I was gay when I was around 8 years old. I didn't have a name for it yet, but I knew that I had attraction to other boys. I'll never forget my third grade teacher asked me to show a new student around campus. His name was Matt Patelsky, and I was just so deeply in love with him. But what's interesting is I knew in that moment that I should not articulate it. Like, no one had ever set me down and had a conversation saying being gay is bad. I didn't grow up in a faith organization that told me that homosexuality was a sin. But somehow I knew intrinsically not to talk about this. And I think that has a lot to do with representation. Because when you don't see LGBT people in leadership, in politics, in government, on television, and in the movies, then it gives you a very real sense that there's something abnormal. There's something not right about having these feelings. And so I'm really grateful to Morgan for what they're doing at Twitter and Reggie for what he's doing in the White House. Because I wish as a kid in rural Central Texas back in the 1980s, I had people like that to look up to.
Well, now you are the person that people are looking up to.
Or like looking around. I'm here.
So now you got there. Okay. So what was it like, okay, to be one of the first LGBTQIA AAPIs? And for those of you listening who don't know what that is, that's Asian American Pacific Islanders, to serve at the highest level of government. I mean, this, mind you, this was still in the Obama administration, was still, early on, right, in the fight for marriage equality as well. So what kind of impact do you think it had on, I know you have a comms background, so like in the communications world, as well as the AAPI community, and just in general within the government?
Yeah. So, you're right that there were a very small number of us who identified as LGBT and were in the API community serving in government. But I think what's interesting is we all kind of found each other. And so I didn't really feel as lonely as it sounds because, when I came out of grad school and I arrived in DC 21 years ago at the very end of the Clinton administration, I got a job working for the White House Initiative on Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. This was a brand new office at the time, had just been created by President Clinton to address the unmet needs of our AAPI communities. And it just so happened that the woman running the initiative, the first executive director, was Indian American, like me, was from Texas, like me, and she was a lesbian, and she was an out lesbian. And so what a gift that was to have my first boss in a professional job be an out gay AAPI South Asian woman, because right there it set the tone that we're not going to hide who we are, we're not going to apologize for who we are. In fact, we're going to bring our whole selves to work. And since that time, over those last 21 years, I have had the privilege of working at the DNC, of working in the Obama administration, of working on political campaigns at all levels, and now in the private sector. And each time I've been surrounded by LGBT AAPI colleagues like Howard O, who you mentioned earlier. There's a lot of us, and we are very active in social justice. We're very active in politics, and we found each other and we support each other.
I do have to give a shout out to Jason Tango and Dennis Chang, who have been fearless and fighting for not only the LGBTQ community, but the AAPI community as well. So I will introduce your dearest a little bit later, but
yeah, I actually married one of them too.
I know. So we'll save that for last, the best for last. But so you just mentioned, transitioning from the public sector. Okay. So what have you seen because you said you found allies, right? And the community within the government in the public sector. But what kind of challenges or maybe advantages have you found in the private sector?
Yeah, I think that there's this misnomer, right, that government is bureaucratic and it's big and it's overly complicated and things move really slowly, while the private sector, they're efficient and things move fast. The truth is that there is a force for good in all sectors, right? Whether you work in government, nonprofits, academia, or in the private sector. It depends on the people. Diversity and inclusion and social justice, these are things that have to be done by design, not by default. And so it matters very much who the designers are. It matters very much who we elect to public office, and it matters very much who we put in charge of corporations. I was very fortunate when I left the Obama administration. I had an opportunity to come to MasterCard and lead their philanthropy, which is called the Center for Inclusive Growth. But that my boss, again, the same one from the Clinton years, is a out lesbian Indian woman. And her boss, the then CEO of the company for many years, was a turban-wearing Sikh American immigrant. And as we celebrate not only Pride Month, but also Immigrant Heritage Month, let's take a moment to recognize the important contributions that immigrants have made to make America great always, but also to make sure that as America becomes great and prosperous, that we're doing something to make the rest of the world better, that we're looking outwards. And so I joined MasterCard in large part because that CEO, a man named Ajay Banga, had this vision of a world in which we're making profit, but putting that profit to good use to make the world better. And so that's why I came here. And it's been a really incredible experience to try and do the same kind of social good we did in government, but do it from a private sector vantage point.
You know what, we would be remiss if we did not point out that our very own vice president, right, is a daughter of immigrants. And you are absolutely right, immigrants, and I am proud to be one. And thank you, my parents, for bringing me to this country and giving me the opportunity. But and I love what you said, we have made America great always. I love that. I'm going to use that. I love that. And so thank you so much, but I want to go back to what you just said. Okay, so you're now at Center for Inclusive Growth. Mm-hmm. What is that? What does inclusive growth, even mean? And what does, and how does it impact the immigrant community, the people of color, right, the API community, or the LGBTQ community?
Yeah. So look, for a long time, we have talked about income inequality, right? This growing divide between the haves and the have-nots. And that is getting bigger and bigger in our country and around the world. There's this other big problem that we're not talking enough about, which is information inequality. Who has access to the internet? Who has access to data and data science? And those who are in the know and those who are in the dark. And what we've done at the Center for Inclusive Growth is for the last 7 years, we put a specific lens on those two big challenges. How do we close the divide in income and wealth? And how do we close the divide in information to connect the world to digital financial services, financial inclusion? But ultimately, this is about more than banking the underbanked or connecting people to digital payments. It's really about making sure that as an economy grows, that everybody benefits from that growth. And Hannah, you and I know that that has not been the case for the last 40 years, is that America's become incredibly prosperous. Other countries have become prosperous, but a lot of people have been left behind in that prosperities. So what we're trying to do at the center is through our research and our programs and our $500 million in philanthropic grants, we're trying to make sure that that prosperity is shared. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out today that a big announcement was made by our colleagues at the MasterCard Foundation, also led by a South Asian immigrant woman in Canada named Rita Roy. They just committed $1.3 billion to fighting COVID in Africa by making sure that there is equitable access to vaccines and therapies. And that is so important because if the world is going to recover, we either all recover together or not at all. And so this contribution by the MasterCard Foundation is really building on this idea that as we do well as a company, they have more money to donate and they're able to do more good in the world.
So MasterCard makes money and you spend it on good. Is that right? To make sure.
And not just the money, by the way. I mean, that's easy. Writing a check to something you care about, that's the lowest form of philanthropy. What we're doing is taking it to the next level, which is saying, if you want Black-owned small businesses to be able to survive COVID and to succeed, if you want to make sure that more workers have better access to benefits, if you want to make sure that we're bringing the prosperity of the digital economy to everybody, you've got to do more than write a check to it. You've got to put your data and your people and your technology and all of your assets to work to try and do it. And that's what I've been getting to do for the last 4 years.
I've worked in philanthropy myself, and I do have to say it's like the best of both worlds, right? You're technically not in government, but you're still serving the public sector and the public good. And I hope that many people watching this, may be interested in the Center for Inclusive Growth. And I hope you guys are hiring.
Yes, we are. MasterCardCenter.org. We have jobs available right now, and we're looking to build out our team. So please come and visit us and check out our work.
Oh yeah, I mean, if this is the executive director, that says a lot about the organization. So now, in time for saving the best for last, okay? So I have the utmost respect for you because of just who you are and what you do, but also, I mean, you right now, okay, are fighting before the highest court in India, the Delhi High Court, to legalize same-sex marriage for 1.2 billion people.
Yeah.
That, me saying it, I get goosebumps because I mean, please, you tell us what this battle is and what the story is. And I hope we could have a little cameo of you know whom.
Yes. So just to first explain the context, you know, a lot of us who live here in the United States or who live in the West, we feel like a lot of the big battles for equality, you might feel like have been won, although there's still much more work to do here at home. And applauding Congressman Mark Takano and his colleagues who have passed the Equality Act. We need to get it through to finalization. We need to implement it. As Reggie mentioned, we need to make sure that recent Supreme Court rulings are actually implemented so that people are safe at work. But when we look beyond our borders and when we look at the world around us, there's still a lot of work to be done here. The Netherlands, 20 years ago, became the first country in the world to legalize same-sex marriage. Over those 2 decades, 30 other countries have legalized it. So a lot of progress made. You can now find marriage equality on every single continent on Earth, yes, including Antarctica. Taiwan legalized it in Asia, South Africa legalized it in Africa, but in total, only 1.2 billion people around the world today live in a country that has same-sex marriage. Our case in India, if we are successful and if it makes it through the Supreme Court and we win, it could expand that and double the size of the population from 1.2 billion to 2.4 because India is just such a large country. But I should be clear that all of this is because of my spouse, my partner, my love, the love of my life. Vaibhav, come say hi to everybody. So this is Vaibhav wearing his Elephant Pride shirt while I'm wearing my Ready to Lead Pride shirt.
Woohoo! Everybody
what you
loves
know is that Vaibhav is a citizen of India. I'm a citizen of the US. We got married 4 years ago on Barack Obama's last day in office because we were worried, frankly. We were worried about what the next administration was going to do to our rights. He's an immigrant. He was here on a work visa. And we just knew that we needed to have some security in our relationship. So we went and got married, as people do. And then we tried to register our marriage with the Indian consulate because he's a citizen of India. And that's what you do. When you live abroad and you get married, you register with your consulate. Well, a year ago, a week before lockdown started in New York, we went to the New York consulate. We tried to register our marriage and they denied us. And the reason they denied us is because we're a same-sex couple. Now, you don't need new law in India to deal with this because the existing law already says that discrimination on the basis of sex is unconstitutional under India's constitution. So our lawyers filed a case last October with the Delhi High Court asking the court to remedy the situation under the Foreign Marriage Act, which says a marriage in America is legal, then it has to be recognized in India. And we're currently pursuing that case and waiting for the court to decide. And if we win, or if we lose, we have to go to the Indian Supreme Court, which is the highest court. And if we win there, the potential is that the entire country of India, the world's largest democracy, could then have marriage equality. So my husband, who did nothing more, extraordinary than falling in love and getting married, could potentially help change the world. And I'm very proud of him.
Oh my God, you guys are going to make me cry. First of all, everybody, Vaibhav in his own right is awesome possum. He was senior advisor during the Biden campaign in the AAPI for Biden coalition. And I mean, obviously, we all know the result, right? President Biden's in the White House. So Vaibhav is, I call him a magician, but their love story and their courage, because it's not easy. It's really not easy to do this, especially in the conservative API culture that we live in. It's not. And so we talked about allyship for an hour. And I want to ask you both, what can all of us watching this, how can we become allies and do something very concrete to support your fight?
Can I go first?
No, you go ahead.
So I think, Hannah, I was just listening. First of all, thank you so much for having this conversation, Hannah, and so much love to you. What Reggie mentioned, what Morgan mentioned, what Parag mentioned, I think it's very important, for the allies to speak out. Speak out when you see injustice, speak out when you see homophobia, speak out when you see people being discriminated against. Because you being a minority yourself, Hannah, know what discrimination can feel like. And especially during, the last few months where we've seen so much of the Asian hate, we've realized, there's so much work to be done. Similarly, for the LGBTQ community, there's a lot of work to be done here in the US and around the world. And then making, your opinions vocal. Like, it's great, that you feel like an ally, but I think posting it on social media, talking about it, I think is also a very, very important step. So I think those are the things allies could do for us.
Yeah, and I'll just close by saying, Hannah, I want to give you a shout out because for folks who don't know the story of how Hannah and I became friends, during the presidential campaign last year, a Georgia senator, ex-senator now, made disparaging comments about our Vice President Kamala Harris, and he made fun of her name, and he intentionally mispronounced it. And Hannah and I got on a call with a bunch of other API leaders that Saturday morning after it happened, and we came up with a strategy to launch a hashtag, My Name Is. And little did we expect that it would go viral within hours. Members of Congress and celebrities and influencers all over the world started telling the stories about their names and the beauty of what their names mean and why it's important to pronounce them right. I tell you that because my answer to your question, Hannah, of what allies can do is do something. On the day of the Stonewall riots, which is what we commemorate with Pride Month in June, as the police officers were harassing and arresting LGBTQ patrons of the Stonewall Bar, a lesbian was being taken into a police vehicle, and as she resisted, she yelled to the crowd of onlookers, "Do something." All these years later, 52 years later, let us remember the words of that lesbian who said, "Do something." We can all do something, do anything, take action this month. Thanks for including us, Hannah.
Of course. Thank you so much, Vaibhav and Parag, everyone. Parag's Twitter handle is Parag with IE at the end, PARAGIE at the end. Thank you so much for being here with us. And for me personally, as I said, I am a proud LGBTQ IA plus ally, and I would love to be an ally to all of you, whether in your journey, finding a new career or just if I could help in any way. And so I actually never had a LinkedIn account, but I created so that if anybody wants to connect with me here and I can help in any way, you can. And so my LinkedIn, I think the handle or the URL, if you will, is Miss Hannah Y Kim. So MSHANNAAHY Kim. So please feel free to connect with me and contact me. So thank you so much to all my panelists, to Reggie, to Morgan, to Parag and Vaibhav, woohoo! And of course, for Rob and Power to Fly for providing this platform and the MMCA. So thank you all. Happy Pride Month.
Wonderful moderator and for putting this panel together. Again, a big thanks to MMCA. All these discussions are going to be available in about 1 week on Power to Fly to rewatch for free. So if there's anything you want to re-listen to, those will be available. We'll also make sure we share more information about our speakers today, about our amazing moderator, Hannah Kim, as well as more information about MMCA. So thank you again, Hannah, for putting this together. I can't think of a better way to start our conversations this week with, the call to do something, as Parag just said. So thank you again. I'm going to bring back my colleague, Meg, to keep this show rolling with our next speaker. You'll hopefully see more. You definitely will see more of me throughout the week as well. So without further ado, thank you again, Hannah, and all back to you, Meg.
Thank you, Rob. And I just want to say a big round of applause for that amazing panel. Hannah, your moderation was on point. Thank you so much for letting us sit in on that amazing conversation. It was just great.
Thank you so much for having me, everyone.
All right, as we move on into our next speaker deck, I just want to call out that if you credits from today's chat sessions, you're going to refer yourself to the code. It'll be in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. If you are not part of the Society of Human Resource Managers, no worries. You do not need to do anything to redeem those credits. Now, as we're bringing up our next speakers, I'm really excited, to welcome everyone who might just be joining us. My name's Meg. I'm part of Power to Fly's virtual hosting team, and I am really excited for day one of our June mini summit, Pride at Work. So I hope you all are just as excited as we are. If you are just joining us, I'm going to go over a couple quick housekeeping items for this next chat. So if you want to switch us to the next slide, then we will get going. So as we go through this upcoming conversation, I want to make sure that you all understand we want you to help drive today's conversation. We want y'all to participate, and there's a couple different ways you can do that. So if you have any questions or comments about what the speakers are talking about, please feel free to put them into the Zoom, into the chat. It's going to be on the right-hand side of the screen in front of you. If you have any technical difficulties, please feel free to tag myself. I've also got colleagues Patricia and Sardar on the Zoom, on the Power to Fly chat as well. So please feel free to tag us if you have any problems, and we'll try and help you out. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from this upcoming talk, you can refer to the code that's on the upper left-hand corner of the screen in front of you. And as we're going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct that we're going to share in the chat in just a moment. It's included to make sure that this talk is just a great experience for all involved. So as you are, interacting with your fellow attendees or asking questions or anything of the speakers, just make sure that you lead with kindness and empathy. All right, we jump into our next session. I'm really excited to introduce our speakers. First up, we have Andrea Barrica. She is the CEO and co-founder of O.School. O.School is a judgment-free media platform to learn about sexuality and pleasure. As a queer woman of color, Andrea has been fighting to bring more humanity to the tech industry, and her mission is to create the world's most trusted sexual wellness brand to help people increase their sexual health, power, and confidence. Andrea is the Sex Tech Revolution, the Future of Sexual Wellness, and has been published in the New York Times, Self, Forbes.com, and was recognized on Fast Company's Queer 50 inaugural list. So welcome, Andrea. We're so happy to have you today. She's going to be joined in conversation by our own wonderful Mariella Marie. Mariella is a Renaissance woman and social impact multimedia producer who has spent a decade working with diverse technologists, independent artists, and divergent innovators across the virtual stage, across the globe to deepen their audience's emotional intelligence. She's shared the virtual stage with disruptive leaders such as Deepak Chopra, Ra Goddess, Catherine Zaleski, and many more. She curates meaningful conversations and installations centered around belonging, amplifies underserved and underheard voices, and develops provocative initiatives that bridge our shared stories to connect us to an enlightened state of awareness. Mariella is wonderful. She's one of my favorite coworkers. So Mariella, take it away.
Thank you so much, Meg. Thank you, Power to Fly, for inviting us to have this beautiful conversation. Andrea, I'm so excited to be moderating this conversation. The time is going to fly by super quickly, so let's just jump in head first. Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about all the good things and the bad things that can be. Yes, I love that you are just like pioneering this conversation. So just in advance, thank you so much. Let us know a little bit more about yourself. I know Meg gave a nice introduction there, but is there anything else you want to share about yourself to kick us off?
Oh my goodness. I'm so happy to be here. It's so awesome to be speaking with so many people, especially, being a queer woman of color, but also working in the field of like sexuality. It's just such a great thing. I used to build accounting software. I started my career in accounting software like 11 years ago, which is really different. And I think it's so important today more than ever to be bringing sex education in, because there's so many things changing in this world for the better, and all generations, not just Gen Z and young people, but people of all ages. We're meeting people who are getting liberated and learning and, redefining what it means to be human and all the different expressions of gender, sexuality, and so many things. So I just feel really grateful to be able to be in that intersection.
Yes, and we're grateful to have you share and drop knowledge. I want to make sure that I know we got a lot of folks listening, so I want to just throw the reminder out there for our live callers who are joining this conversation. If you have any questions or reflections or tips and tricks of your own that you want to share, please drop that in the chat box and I will flag that to our guest speaker so we can try to get to those before the end of the conversation. But until then, I'm going to go with some of these questions you all have submitted previously. So Andrea, tell us a little bit more about your journey growing up. I read from your website that you came from a more conservative family. I'm sure we're all curious what led you to, where you are today.
So I grew up in a very traditional, religious, Catholic, Filipino American home. Both my parents grew up in the Philippines, and growing up, we did not talk about sex at all. I pretty much got the, public school, don't get it, don't die or get pregnant, or this like fear-based, shame-based education at home. It was a lot of that same thing, like, do not have sex until you're married. And that had a huge impact on me. I, early in my life, pretty much decided that sexuality was not a thing that I could learn about or know about. And so for me, it was all channeled into school and work. And so I started, in tech pretty young. I went right away, right out of college, started building accounting software with another woman, Jessica Ma, and our friend Andy Sue. And we built B2B accounting software, and that's how I got into tech. Another woman pretty much called me out of my linguistics path, which I was originally on. I had no plans to be in tech. And from there, worked in venture capital. And throughout that whole time, on the outside, I look like I'm just, so on top of things. But personally, I was really struggling with sexuality myself. I was coming out of the closet finally in my mid-20s. And it was ironic because in my daytime, I was helping invest in internet companies. I had built internet companies, but in terms of learning about sex and getting resources about, learning about sexuality, there was very little online that I feel like was helping me. It was like Planned Parenthood or like Pornhub. It was like, that was what I felt like it was. And I would go around to people and I'd be like, why is it like this? And of course, I was working in venture capital at the time, and people were like, oh, we don't do that. That's like drugs. And I'm like, no, it's not, like, at all. And so that's what started it. I started to really get obsessed with what could exist in the middle of those two things, and how could we solve this information asymmetry problem on the internet. Like, you can learn about anything on the internet, but I felt like there was so much misinformation, and just, it wasn't easy to get that information at the time. And so that's what started the journey about now, like 5 years ago.
Brilliant. And I love that you made a big and beautiful career pivot. I would love to hear more about that a little later. But I'm interested because I love speaking about ways that we can decolonize the mind. And of course, sexuality has almost everything to do with that. I love speaking about the importance of emotional intelligence at home and in the workplace. And I find that, this, as you said before, some of the former, folks who are interested in not investing, they were basically calling this a taboo, which is one of the most natural things that can happen. I mean, we're here because, people got together and created us, we can say, to one extent, right? So it's interesting that this is a taboo topic to talk about. So let's just speak a little bit to the business part of things. So when you were starting this, knowing that this, the mainstream public at least would see this as a taboo, how did you start to find, what were your first steps? How did you start to find funding and people to, vouch for you? Can you speak a little bit more about, mentorships and things like that? Anything you want to tap into now, but just, I find that more folks are less likely to approach a taboo area because, they are fearful of finding supporters, maybe people that don't look like them, that, they have to trust to basically give their whole idea away, and they don't necessarily even trust in the topic. I know you have a lot to say, so go for it.
Absolutely. It was met with just a lot of, that's not how we do things. And someone might call it gaslighting, because they were like, this is so niche. And I remember this person had, like, one of the people who founded Twitch, actually, like, I was meeting this person, and they were like, just offhand, like, mentioned that what I was doing was niche. And I was like, y'all sold a company to Amazon, which is like people watching other people play video games. Like, don't fucking call what I do niche, like that I just was very sensitive to this, and it was really so recently that we even got things like a breast pump. And so I saw VC moving And it has moved a lot, even in like the 5 years I've been doing it. But in the beginning, it was like groundbreaking to do menstruation, fertility, like reproductive tech. So basically Handmaid's Tale, like anything that like would make a baby was starting to be okay. And like, why the fuck didn't we have a breast pump too? I'm like, that, that should be okay. So venture was so late, it's different. It's, why we're all here, right? It was a lack of people who had lived experiences. And when it came to sex, there was this, oh, that'll make money, but you got to go get funded by the porn people. Like, it was like, there was this belief that everything on the internet that had anything to do with sex would devolve into porn. And this is not completely out of the question, because much of online internet technology has been driven by the adult industry. And I think we don't give the adult industry enough credit. Like, it's kind of thrown away, and there's a million problems we could talk about with it, but you can't deny that the reason we have online video streaming, online payments, like all of these huge trillion-dollar spaces were driven by people wanting to see other people naked on the internet. And that's okay. Like, I am not here to be, there's a lot of problems with porn, but there's also so much of our, our thinking around the space is encouched in fear. And I just gave a talk a few weeks ago about sexting and sending nudes, and every generation is grappling with new challenges. And the issue is not, let's stop this thing. Let's stop kids from sexting. Let's stop kids from, doing something on Snapchat or whatever it is. The issue is we don't talk about sex as a society. And that includes investors. Investors are just as repressed and have problems like as anyone else. And that's not a bad thing. I also grew up repressed and struggling. And so when I first started going out there, it was just starting to do that. Like I tried to invest in companies. I looked into working at companies. And I think anyone who's trying to get into a space, like, you need a healthy amount of arrogance to be a founder. And I am not apart from that, like, you need a healthy amount of arrogance. But I do think that you get to healthy arrogance having really spoken to the best people you can find in a space to really ask questions and not have the opinion like, oh, well, it's going to be, we just have to do something and it's going to work. Like, the reason things don't happen or that you don't see the things you want to see is because usually the problems are huge and really smart people before you tried to solve them. And so you called me a pioneer. There were so many pioneers before me that tried. And then there's certain things, that open up or change in my life. Even in the 5 years, I have seen trans, awareness and people wanting to learn about asexuality and people wanting to learn about like different bodies just, and, this is a movement. This is not just one company. And I think always, like, I don't think I had that humility that I needed when I started the company. And so in the beginning, I just dove in and tried stuff pretty much. I started building stuff on the weekend. I didn't quit my day job. I think as a first generation, like, I did not grow up with money. Class was a bigger thing for me than even my sexual orientation or my gender. I feel like it was like, I don't come from money at all. And so I did not quit my day job when I started the company. I side hustled, kept my day job as long as possible until, my fund actually pushed me out the door with some funding because they saw like, oh yeah, she's going to keep bugging us about investing in this space. So we're just going to like kick her out. So I'm just kidding. They really were pivotal for me, but that was after 7 years working in tech. And so I always tell people too, like, it wasn't like I had a great idea and then people funded my idea. You invest so many years of your life in people around you knowing who you are. And there's circles of privilege that I had to unlock because, again, I don't come from capital in any way. It was just how I built my career. And when I started to actually build O School, we went through so many different iterations. We started off as live streaming, we moved on, that did not work. And then, we saw that, wow, there's just like this information asymmetry problem. Let's make content and learn about the marketing challenges, because sexual wellness to get to the world is really a marketing challenge at its heart. And so that's a long way of saying it was hard. It's hard for everybody though. Like, I think when people look at like, oh, it must be so, difficult in femtech and sex tech. And it is, there are challenges that other spaces don't face. And also none of us in this space, you can't tell us that what we're doing is not important, real, like people will try, but when you work day to day in like what you talked about, like that emotional tone, that real like core of someone, like we as a society are confronting race, like really confronting racism and all of there is like all of the sexism, misogyny, like, and we're bringing it to the surface. There's a lot of trauma that's coming to the surface. There's a lot of people who for the first time in their life are feeling safe enough to like be who they are. And I see a really huge shift coming in that acceptance that what we grew up with, what we think is the way things are, aren't happening. I see this generationally happening across, like even the femtech leaders are grappling with how to, it's not it's, what is the tagline? Like the future is female. It's like, no, the future is actually like super non-binary and like, bisexual and queer and like, but I also don't feel like we need to throw away those people because they were really fighting for, they really were fighting in open doors. Like I'm here because people before me were fighting for breast pumps and fertility. And yes, like I think they need to move and we need to like move past this like future is female discussion. Yet I don't think that those people should be, left behind because we're here because of them. And just real, like, that's like what I'm fighting for is like, we all didn't get it right at one point. I know that for me, I fell in love with a trans person and that's how I got, called in to learning about how to be, a better human being and more inclusive there. And I want to extend that grace to people who didn't have the education or the exposure, because I went to a super progressive university and I still didn't get that. And that's, I think, where the emotional intelligence and bridging and where O School sits in the world is that we got to have places where it's okay to not know things.
Yes, so much to crack open there, but we don't have so much time now. I would love to also just side note, I want to have you back to like dive in deeper here. You've talked about so much that I just need to catch my breath a little bit. One of the things that really sparks my interest is I love speaking about just bringing more awareness to the fact that the digital space is being colonized. And just hold for a pause there so people really take that in. The digital space is being colonized, and just to bring up some, really simple examples, who are the majority building tech? And I'm sure you had that face-to-face intimacy with it when you transitioned. You could see the majority of folks building tech came from a certain privilege, came from a certain race, gender, and now you're opening doors. And I love that you're speaking about sending the elevator back down, leaving the door open, this advocacy that needs to continue to happen. Can you speak a little bit more about O School's mission? Where do you see O School in 5-10 years? What are your hopes so that we can start to support that and support the work that you're doing?
Yeah, again, I see us solving an information asymmetry problem. What people Google and what comes up in Google matters. And it's a very technical and tough problem to solve that. And so if O School solve that in 5 years and like 100 million people are looking up stuff and getting really non-judgmental science-based information about sex, then like I'm really happy. It's a hard and important and non-trivial problem. We don't have a lot of research about sex. Sex is not really well researched. It's so systemic. It goes all the way down. Like you want to make a WebMD or a Healthline of sex. Well, you need good research. Good research comes from, so the academic, the social, the political, the policy. Like I think like when you're solving a huge problem, like I think it's harder than going to the moon. I'm going to say that. Like I think what Elon Musk is doing is like fundamentally not as hard as like the things that many people on this platform are doing, which is trying to get humans to, be liberated. And like you said, digital spaces are colonized. What matters to the people building internet spaces? So I was once in a room with a lot of like, just like white men building tech circles. Again, I swim in the poison of like white patriarchy, capitalist spaces all the time, because that's what we need. I think the revolution is going to need some capital. And like, I hope to be able to contribute in whatever way I can. And the thing that's amazing is like the things that many of the men in the space that I've, for example, like overwhelmingly more interested in things like immortality and like going to space. And like, I speak to a lot of people of color entrepreneurs and we're just like, nah, like I want this like planet, but like less poverty. How about like, no, like less violence toward everybody of color, of like, all of these issues are deeply like what gets us into tech is the ability to change those things, and what gets other people in the tech may not match. And I'm not trying to like point fingers, everyone's unique, but it's pretty like clear to me that many of the people who are furthering a lot of the deepest technology backed by the capital, they have interests that may not be what, if we all voted about what this utopia future looks like, we won't agree. And I do see myself staking like Team Human on O School. Like, we're for a future where every single human being is given the access to the resources to be able to choose the sexuality that is right for them, whether that's no sex, all the sex, queer sex, kinky sex, like that asexual life, whatever it is. Like, that's, I think, very important, because so much of the issues with society is, we're told there's only a few paths that are, that are okay. And that's a colonized, like you said, we get that from a lot of the internet. And I don't think in my lifetime that governments are going to be teaching about orgasms and how to get more pleasure. I don't even want that. Like, I really look at like, what's the future? Like, will pleasure be taught in schools? Like, I don't know if that's the case. And so the internet is one of the most important places that we need to like resist the colonizers, if you know what I mean. Like, we have to take up space on the internet, or else, I think people ask like, why didn't I make O School a nonprofit? That's a really common question I get. And I'm like, because I don't want Bezos to freaking take over this space. Like, I feel a moral imperative not to let other people win this digital space.
Yes, say that again. You said something earlier. Yep, let's put that on a t-shirt and just put it out, print it out in masses, Consent, the word consent comes up, and something that I really appreciate in queer spaces and new tech queer spaces, that consent is at the top. You have to be involved in giving permission, yes or no, and respecting the no. And just to kind of build a bridge, you have a lot to say about Elon Musk, and I would love to chat with you offline more about that. But he didn't ask me if I wanted to see a bunch of satellites in the air. I'm in Patagonia, and at night I have the most beautiful view of the night sky of the stars. And all of a sudden I see all these satellites. I'm like, who is this coming and just who is like, claiming territory of this beautiful piece of sky? You didn't ask me.
Right.
That's a whole nother topic, but this actually is a good segue into, can you speak a little bit more to how you keep the space safe? You did speak about, being able to express yourself, being able to, give consent and all that. How do you create that safe space online? Because I feel like we need more models of that. There are people that you say, no, it's not, or it's either, hardcore porn or it's not happening, but there has to be a happy medium.
Right. Well, I don't create community spaces anymore, but you can see this on Reddit, YouTube. Like, there arguably are no safe spaces on the internet for queer LGBTQIA plus people. Like, you can, and I think there's been data to show this, and just recent studies that have shown this. And so I'm not claiming that. We create an information resource, so there's the interaction is not necessarily happening, but we are this beacon of like, hey, we've done the science review, we have a space that we hold, trying not to ever judge or shame people. And I think that's important. And for us, like, we serve people, all ages to 80 years old, a lot of the spectrum of age. We serve people in 100 countries. And so what's okay in one place is not the same in other. And we don't always get it right, because it's impossible to have some, it's like not even one of our goals to make something that is, acceptable to every human on this planet, because that's, I think, not the case. We're trying to champion that it's okay to be sexual, it's okay not to be sexual, and we're trying to put the best research and science that we know out there, and that's the lane we sit in. In terms of people creating safe spaces, dating apps have this problem, online forums, and I feel for them, because it is so hard. At one point we had live streaming as an aspect. It took so much time for us to have moderators making sure that, you're on it when harmful comments get made, but you also want to have spaces to call in, because maybe a comment was made because someone didn't get access to education. And so there are no like easy villains, easy heroes. And whenever it's made that way, I see a big problem, because society set up a lot of people to fail in terms of not teaching them consent. We have a sex ed program, and we don't have sex ed in half the schools in the country, but even the ones that do, if you see a consent program, that's a very lucky community that has that, because we don't teach consent. And so we really judge people for not knowing this thing that we don't as a society teach. And I see a huge problem with that. And so creating more access to resources is important because, you know, when people, Maya Angelou, always come back. When people know better, they do better. And until we get people to know better, I don't think they're going to do better, because this is something that goes way beyond our generation. This has been like generationally passed down in a lot of ways. These ideas of who gets to touch who and for what reason, who gets to own someone's likeness and for what reason. This connects to the tech, bubble. Like there's this, who gets to decide, who gets to draw the lines, right? And I think it's so important for us as, for us as a community of people who care about diversity, who care about inclusion, who care about, queer and so many different marginalized communities, to really take up space here. Because if not, like, I'm not going to assume that the people in the most powerful positions are going to look out for our interests. And so it's like, going back to creating safer spaces, it's like being in leadership positions and speaking up. It's not, you can't guarantee a safe space. I'm sad to say that, but it's like, there are no complete safe spaces in the real world, on the street. Like, arguably, if you're, people know this, like there are unsafe spaces mostly in like our real world, and online it's the same. It's probably worse. I would say it's probably less safe online. And so, you don't go to the comments at YouTube, you just know if you're a queer person, if you're a woman, if you're a Black person, you don't speak up on these platforms, because the violence that will come to you. And again, this could have been solved with leadership on these spaces. I don't think it would have been easy. I don't think it would, technically maybe never would have been fully solved, but it wouldn't be the situation it is now, where it is a just abuse bloodbath sometimes on these platforms. And I do believe that many people on these platforms cared. I don't like the branding, because I've been in these companies. You do meet the people championing, less harassment, for example, at Twitter, but it comes from the leadership. It comes from the top. Like the DNA of companies is formed long ago. And even if they care, I know for a fact that the Instagram founders like want nipples. Like the free to nipple was a huge thing. And I spoke to one of the co-founders of Instagram, and he was like, I wish we could do nipples, but it's actually, what this other boss we have, or LPs or investors, or the Apple, the App Store. There's so many systemic reasons that prevent people from doing the right things, even when they want to. And I just want to say that, because I think it's not just they're just evil and they just want to sit and be evil. We're in a system where it's really tough sometimes to not do the thing that, makes the most money or pleases the most people. And breaking through that, it's going to take a lot of power and capital for us as a community.
Yes, and more emotional intelligence. I want to throw that in there too, because when you have a bunch of power and capital, without the empathy, without the self-awareness, I mean, who knows what can happen. So I love that you're totally speaking to developing our emotional intelligence so that we can be more mindful and have a higher caliber, a more holistic space to be able to be ourselves. So time has flown. We are actually at our time, but I do want to ask you one more question. If you could go back in time and give yourself a piece of advice, what piece of advice would you give yourself?
I would have told myself, I really would have slowed down in some areas myself. I would give myself the same advice I wish other tech founders of large platforms way bigger than mine would take, which is, this work is not, venture capital is not the pace of the world. I follow a lot of indigenous ancestral wisdom and rapid growth. The only thing in nature that I really see that grows that fast is cancer, and viruses. And I know that might be too on the nose considering the couple years we've had, but real long-term change takes time. And I aligned a lot of what I do with models that really value hyper growth over everything. And, now I'm grateful in some ways that I did those things. I've learned a lot. And also, I know that I'm trying to model a growth that more matches what I see in nature and what I'm taught by trees and birds and indigenous people.
Absolutely. I love that. And I want to connect with you offline because I feel like we gel on a lot of things. But unfortunately, our time is out. So can you remind folks how they can connect with you when we finish the conversation in 30 seconds? Let us know how to connect with you online, social medias, emails, whatever information you want to give. And thank you so much, Andrea, for taking the time to speak up today. I really appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm on Twitter at @Barica. On Instagram, not active for mental health reasons. Andrea Barica there. Divest from those platforms if it's good for you, for sure. But I'm my company as O.School, ODOT school on the platforms. And yeah, please, LinkedIn, anything like that. I love actually like LinkedIn's the shit for me right now, which makes me sound like a super nerd, but I'm like, that's where my mental health is right now. So yeah, get at me on LinkedIn. Andrea Barica, look forward to connecting with all of you. And Mariella, it's totally mutual. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Power to Fly. Meg, I'll pass the mic back to you.
Thank you so much. I want to give a round of applause to these amazing speakers. Oh, so sorry, y'all. My applause soundtrack is not working right now, but huge round of applause to that amazing panel. Mariella is always an amazing moderator, so super happy to have hosted that. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's chat, please refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. As we're bringing up our next speakers, I just wanted to say a big warm welcome. Hi to everyone who's just now joining us. My name is Meg. I'm part of Power to Fly's virtual hosting team, and we are so happy that you could join us for day one of our June mini summit for Pride at Work. We are really happy to host you, and I just want to make sure that all of you understand that our events are meant to be as interactive as possible. So we want to make sure that you understand that you can drive today's conversation. So through the upcoming chat, please feel free to put any comments or questions you might have for the speakers into the chat box on the right-hand side of your screen. If you have any technical issues, you can tag myself. My colleagues Arushi and Paloma are also in the chat. Happy to help you if you have any kind of technical issues. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, if we want to go to the next slide, then you can refer yourself to the code in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. I am also going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct. I'm putting that into the chat on the right-hand side of your screen. That code of conduct is just there to make sure that this talk, like all of our virtual events, is a great experience for everyone involved. Now, I would love to introduce our next speakers. First up, we have Damien Pellicone. I'm so sorry, I'm butchering your last name.
Pelliccioni, you got it.
Pelliccioni, thank you. Damien Pelliccioni was named one of Business Insider's top 16 power player execs in the AD video streaming space. Damien leads the finance, business development, and advertising sales operations department at Revry, which is the world's largest queer TV network, reaching over 280 million households and devices. Damien is a proud dual citizen of the USA and Canada, and has just voted in the past presidential election for the first time. Congratulations.
Thanks.
New US citizen. They have two really amazing dogs, Eddie and Oliver, and reside in Echo Park, Los Angeles. So welcome, Damien.
Thanks so much for having me.
Damien is going to be joined in conversation with Garth Schilling, who is an actor and drag queen, aka Miss Vodka Stinger. Miss Vodka Stinger has been a New York City nightlife staple for over 10 years. She started her career hosting game shows in various saloons and bars around New York City, but quickly and smoothly made the transition to nightclubs and then the cabaret scene. Since then, Miss Stinger has become a regular at 54 Below, creating and has sold out 6 new shows in 2 years. Miss Vodka Stinger herself is also an archivist and musical theater historian with one of the largest collections of Broadway-related videos in the country. So something I'm incredibly jealous of. And they are going to be joined in conversation with our own Rob Rebar, who is the lead of our community and events. So Rob, take it away.
Yes, and thank you, Meg. I'm going to jump in for Garth, who's having some internet problems. Hopefully they come back. But Damien, thank you so much for being here. I was just telling you in our green room that I've actually been a long time. I've had Revry on my computer for quite some time. So I'm so pleased that you're here. We were actually just watching it this weekend. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. This is such a pleasure, and I'm so excited to speak to all of you. Power to Fly. This is, I love doing these things. I love talking shop and talking about, impact and inclusion and authenticity and what we are doing here and what we're growing here at Revry.
Amazing. That's great. And I see Garth's going to join too. So we'll be co-moderators here to keep the conversation going. But
it's nice to see you again, Damien.
Nice to see you too, Garth.
Thank you. Why don't we just kick off the conversation by, I'd love to hear, a little bit more about your life journey. Can you tell us a little bit more of your background? And I'm especially interested in hearing, how did you become interested in media and entertainment?
Yeah, it's a great question. I've always been in the performing arts or art space. I actually, as the host mentioned, I'm from Toronto, Canada, born and raised, became a US citizen just 2 years ago so I could vote. Luckily, our guy won. And, I went to Arts York, which was a performing arts high school. I was in the drama program. So I always had aspirations in a very young age to be an actor. That shifted, of course, as I got older. I recently just turned 40 years old this past March. And I feel like it wasn't until I was in my early to mid 30s that I started to realize where my true power was in this business, which was as a leader and someone who works in startup. My background outside of just producing and acting and writing and directing had shifted focus in my mid to late 20s to production and technology specifically. And I worked for multiple startups. One, YouTube. Actually, I was working for YouTube very early on, YouTube Space New York and YouTube Space Los Angeles, teaching live streaming to content creators. So there's always been this kind of like through line of either, from the content creation side all the way to the streaming and technology side. And then from there, I was picked up by a B2B, business to business kind of software as a service, as they call it, SaaS tech company called Make TV, where I ended up becoming first their, head of business development for North America, specifically the US was my territory. And then the company was based in Germany, in Cologne, and someone got pregnant and there they get a full year of maternity leave. So they gave me the rest of the world, and I had the pleasure of working with and traveling to working with Al Jazeera and going to Dubai and going to Singapore for, the Broadcast Asia conference, just all over the world, working with international broadcasters and really starting to see how streaming would kind of take effect on a global scale. And then, cut to today, 2021, 5 years since we've been consumer facing as a company, as Reverie, we are the market leaders and really the only one at this scale for our audience, for our, I never use the word niche anymore, but segment interest or special interest audience.
That's amazing. And Andrea, the speaker right before you, was talking about how deadly that word niche can be.
Yeah,
so
totally.
You're definitely in tune there. Garth, you want to take the next question?
Yeah, actually, that's great. It was really interesting hearing about that. So now I am new to Reverie. This is all new to me. And so I was looking into it this morning because I'm a drag queen and we tend to wait until the last possible second to do any kind of research. But I was looking at it. I'm really curious. Can you walk me through what kind of programming you offer? Tell me about some of your shows, what kind of different platforms. Especially, I was curious about the Reverie News Network, just because news is so very prominent right now.
Yeah, so Reverie, just on its own as a service, has almost 1,500 hours of really great LGBTQIA movies, TV shows, digital series or web series, short films, music videos, news clips that are curated for our audience. Even just on the music side, there's over 120 queer indie music artists, which you can still find, their stuff on YouTube and Vivo, but in a platform like Reverie, it's obviously more curated in terms of the type of music and the artists that you're seeing, so that they have more of a voice, in an environment like Reverie than they would somewhere else. Our content, we also have original content, some really great shows that you can find in our originals tab. And the app itself exists in a multitude of places. So we have our direct to consumer owned and operated apps, which we encourage everyone who's watching to download and watch. If you go to Reverie, REVRY.tv, you'll be able to see, if you have an Apple TV, a Roku, an Android Fire device, or you can just go to the website, watch.reverie.tv, or download it on your mobile device on iOS and Android, and you can just dive right in for free. There's no barrier to entry. You don't even have to sign up and give us your email if you don't want to. We just want to encourage folks to watch. And all of that great free content that's in front of the paywall is ad supported, what we call ad video on demand content. So that's the ability where ads are underwriting the content, or at least the licensing of the content that you're watching, giving us obviously a greater scale of audience. And then, from there, we also have our linear broadcast channels, and those linear broadcast channels now, you can think of us more of like AMC or Viacom networks. We have a multitude of them. We have, English speaking movie and TV channels that are specific to USA, North America, or global feeds. We have Reverie News, which is the first 24/7 LGBTQ news network we launched last May, which now has an original show, Culture Q, which they're shooting just down the hall. They shoot on Tuesdays, it releases on Thursdays. Culture Q has taken a life of its own now. It's such a great show, hosted by two fabulous hosts, Andy Lawani and Shira Lazar. And we also have the OML channel, which stands for One More Lesbian. It's a joint partnership with the world's largest lesbian YouTube channel. They had all this great content, and of course, we know the story there. YouTube was demonetizing LGBTQIA voices. And so we were able to kind of create this joint partnership with the folks who run that company and create the first ever lesbian, queer, female, Women X live channel, which we had such amazing press at the announcement actually, ironically enough, 5 days before the election last end of October, beginning of November. Associated Press, USA Today, some, just to name a few, who kind of picked up that story. And then from there, we have some other, channels coming. I can't really say which. Other new channels coming as well, that will be available. So it's an exciting opportunity, and when you look at, all the different places that Reverie exists, in your connected TV, Samsung, Vizio, LG, we're on so many different platforms and have great partners, even like Zumo TV, which is now owned by Comcast. And, our thesis is that we have a firm belief that, we think that the new kind of ideation of the new ideation of cable television really is about the connected TV, right? And because most folks, and I'll use Samsung as an example, who have a Samsung TV at home that's 2016 or newer, it comes prepackaged with this house app called Samsung TV Plus. And if you turn that house app on, there is this whole electronic program guide, very much like what cable looks like, of channels, of live channels, of which Reverie is the first and only LGBTQ network in that guide. We're very proud of that, and that's how we've kind of started to really scale out our availability and our reach and our audience. And from an impact standpoint, be able to give this content away to folks, no matter your socioeconomic background, to be able to just engage with it for free. We do have a subscription product. We call that Reverie Premium for $6.99 a month. That's like the super fan who will pay that price point, and, they'll get to turn off the ads and have access to a bigger library. But right now, our messaging is free queer TV 24/7.
And I love that. And kind of speaking of that, when you go on your websites, unapologetically queer comes up right away, and a nice, lovely big video. You're wearing the shirt right now. So I'm just curious, what does that, there it is. I'm just curious, what does that phrase mean to you? Why did you just, land on that as kind of being a mission statement for the company?
Yeah, I think, the biggest, for us, we are four equal co-founders. We are Aaliyah J. Daniels, LaShawn McGee, and Christopher Rodriguez. And what really makes us unique is the company is diversely founded by, two women of color, Aaliyah and LaShawn. Aaliyah identifies as an ally. LaShawn is, our chief product officer and is an Army veteran and a queer woman. Chris Rodriguez is the other co-founder. He's our chief business officer, another great attorney. Aaliyah is also an attorney who deals with all of kind of our contracts and our content licensing and business dev. And then myself, I identify as, besides being an immigrant, non-binary. I think we don't know for sure, but I'm Hollywood's first non-binary CEO. You know, we believe that representation starts from ownership and leadership. And that's how we formulated our company. You know, now it'll be 5.5, almost 6 years. It was 6 years this fall, but 5.5 years ago since ideation of the business. And the most important thing was that we wanted to walk the walk and talk the talk. When you look at our content, when you look at our leadership, when you look at even just our employee base, which I'm proud to say is 70% people of color and 60% women who work for us. You know, that is not necessarily by design. It's just great. We have really great talent and the most amazing employees. I have the best team ever. And I'm so proud that we are working together on this project. But we believe in authenticity and diversity. We believe in being unapologetic. And from a consumer perspective, queer is kind of the new diversity or the new kind of phraseology for describing our community. Lesbian, gay, bi, trans refer to sexuality and gender, where queer is a lot more encompassing of every race, every culture, every walk of life, every cultural background. And again, you can even be an ally and be part of the queer community, right? We're not limiting that anymore. And so, Reverie focuses from top to bottom, and especially in the content that you watch, on the culture of queer. And that is really the platform that we've created. So we like to say that we're unapologetically queer.
I love that. That's amazing. So tell me, just because I'm very curious, how did you first come up with this idea? How did you create Reverie?
Yeah, I love this
For the
story.
entrepreneurs out there who want to know how to do this.
Yeah, no, it's great. Look, and I love being an entrepreneur. I love working with other entrepreneurs. I love talking to other entrepreneurs, and like this, and these kind of lecture moments or fireside chats or panels. Look, you have to really, my word of advice, first of all, would be ready to fail, and be ready to fail big and over again. I think that is the greatest lesson that I've learned as being an entrepreneur.
Showbiz credo.
Exactly, right. And this was not my first rodeo. This is the biggest rodeo now that I've been leading, and definitely I've had a hand in creating. But the idea of it actually started in my hotel room in Germany while I was prepping for a trade show when I was, head of business development for Make TV, this SaaS B2B streaming software. I didn't speak German that well, sonst sprechen Sie Deutsch ja ein bisschen, but not enough to watch television and understand it without the subtitles. And so I am a self-proclaimed Apple-phile. I have to have all the toys when they come out. I'm obsessed with Apple culture. And so I would always watch the keynote in September, even when it was still, Steve Jobs, who is definitely one of my heroes, my inspirations in life, and Tim Cook for sure. And so the idea was born out of the Apple TV fortune when they first introduced, it was kind of the fatter box and the black remote, but it was the Apple TV there. They created tvOS, a unique operating system like iOS was for that lean back big screen TV at home. And so, I bought it actually, truth be told, Chris is also my partner of 14 years, and he broke his iPhone, and we had to go to the Apple store and, waiting for him to get his glass fixed on his phone at Apple Care. And I'm playing with the TV, and it had just come out 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, great, bag it up. I want one. I take it home. I already had the Apple TV 1 with the silver remote, but that was a closed network. You could only have so many apps on it. And of course, the new Apple TV at that time in 2015, came pre-installed with your basic 5 Apple apps, and one of them is the App Store, but it's the App Store that's unique to the Apple TV. And so I searched lesbian, gay, bi, trans, LGBTQ, and 0 apps came up. And that's where I had the big idea of we need a streaming network for and by.
This all came from a cracked iPhone. That's amazing.
All came from a cracked iPhone. That is correct. And so I had Aaliyah LaShawn and Chris and I lived together in my living room. And I said, I have this idea. This is November 2015 for this streaming network. What do you guys think? And they were all in almost immediately. And we were off to the races, worked through the holidays. We found the developer, we went into beta, March 2016, actually the day of my 35th birthday. The app gods launched us on Apple TV, and then Roku and Amazon Fire and Android TV came a little bit afterwards. And then we took a few months to kind of seed the app with content, licensing content, boring content, asking filmmakers to trust us to distribute that on our platform. And by the time we got to, we chose San Francisco Pride, June of 2016, to really start a commercial launch. And we had these self-printed pink ugly t-shirts on. And we drove ourselves up to San Francisco from Los Angeles, printed these giant, really oversized postcard, obnoxious, here's how to use the app flyers. And we were in Dolores Park. And for those who know San Francisco, Dolores Park on Saturday is where everyone goes and parties. And we're just hitting the streets, handing out flyers, showing people our app. And at one point, somebody was like, "Oh, what street marketing team do you work for?" And I'm like, no, I'm the CEO, and that's the COO, and that's the chief business officer, and the chief product officer. And we're all kind of in different areas of the park, demoing our app. And before we knew it, by the end of the weekend, we were being interviewed by Macworld, which is a major publication, for, developers for iOS. And then at that time, newly tvOS. And that interview we did that interview, and it was about a month later, end of July, I want to say, this is end of June when we did it. It was published, and then it was just this explosion because we were the first on Apple TV. But ironically enough, Apple TV is just a very small portion of where our viewership now comes from, because we're in such a massive landscape now of how to consume content. And it's all depending on your demographic, of your age demographic, and how you're watching and engaging with different devices or connected TVs or hardware, devices or set-top boxes like, an Apple TV or a Roku box. We're kind of across the board finding audience almost everywhere. And the most exciting, I'll tell you really quickly, stories that we've had, or where we see that impact of our work really creating change for certain communities. I had a letter written to me anonymously from a queer man in Saudi Arabia. I want to say it was the end of August, about a month after the Macworld article. This is 2016. And I still have it framed next to, I printed it and framed it, and I have it next to my desk here at the office. Basically said, I'm a queer Muslim man who is afraid to be out because, I didn't think there was anyone else out there like me until I discovered Reverie and watched, he quotes such and such a movie. And I realized that there were others, there's a community of people out there just like me who feel and love the same way I do. Thank you. You're making me feel like I could lead my authentic self, my authentic life one day. It made me cry, of course, and that is one of the inspirations. But the second inspiration, the last side story here, was when I had the pleasure of, in 2019, just 2 years ago, traveling to Mumbai, India, to be a keynote speaker at the Kashish International Film Festival, which is the largest LGBTQ film festival in India. A place of the world I've always wanted to go to. And of course, now my work was allowing me to have that excuse to do it. And it was a very long trip from Los Angeles. It's 26 hours, 25 hours to get there, via China. I went through via Asia. And, not only do I have so many friends from the film festival, but the opening night ceremony, they invited all the keynote and they kind of invited guests to just kind of introduce themselves on stage at the opening night, reception. And afterwards at the party, all these queer filmmakers, queer female filmmakers actually wanted to meet me and take my photo. I was someone famous or something. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's so great to meet you. Because we had actually released in 2017 a really great, half Hindi, half English lesbian web drama called The Other Love Story, which we branded later on as an original. But it had this explosion of traffic from India, and we couldn't pinpoint it other than this one title, which was very well produced. An amazing friend of mine, Harini, from London, England, had produced the show. And I didn't realize the impact that one title would have for a community of people that live in a part of the world I've never been to, right? 2 years later, I'm there. And these women were just so excited because, a streaming platform like Reverie had released a title that was, for a very unique, kind of sub audience. And so this woman like takes out her phone and shows me her Tinder. And I'm like, why are you showing me your Tinder? She's like, I wanted to show you the impact of the show was called The Other Love Story, has had on my community as a queer female from Bangalore. It was originally shot in Bangalore. And all of the images in the grid when she funneled for, lesbian or women who love women, that was kind of like the translation on Tinder, were images from The Other Love Stories, how they identify themselves in a dating app scenario, for fear of their, being found out. Because for context, they only had their Stonewall moment like in 2018, where they decriminalized being LGBTQ in India. And so I started crying. I lost my shit, so to speak. And I woke up Aaliyah LaShawn and Chris in the West and told them. And I took this girl out for drinks and made friends with her. And, it's moments like those, whether it was Saudi Arabia story, that message on LinkedIn, or being in Mumbai, that touched my heart the most, because it shows that like what we are building is having impact on other people across the world, not even just here in the United States. For them to see themselves reflected. Media has the power to start conversations. Media has the power to create change in a way that like sometimes we don't even realize we're creating change. And to me, that is the biggest reward, more so than any salary or any network that could buy us in the future.
Okay, so we're going to do a lightning round question because we're running out of time here. So this is something that I love. Rob had brought this up. I think this is great. So with the media landscape being just more soiled and fragmented than ever, how does this affect your business model?
Oh my gosh.
Quick.
Doesn't affect my business model at all. If anything, we are in this acceleration right now.
That's amazing. Well, see, that was literally a lightning round question. You answered it in 2 words. So,
That's amazing. Yeah.
Are we going to take any questions from the crowd?
I think we're just about out of time, but Damien, I just wanted to say, how does it feel like you were this big Apple fan and now you're appearing probably on the same lists of like, prominent LGBTQIA CEOs as that's gotta feel good, right?
Yeah, it's definitely, you have that imposter syndrome for a while where you're like, I don't believe this is happening. Am I qualified to be on this list with all these other people? But then you realize they're no different than you. You know what I mean? We all live the same lives, and to an extent, others a little bit more busier than others. I will say this past weekend, though, we've had McDonald's as our big sponsor for Pride, and I encourage folks to watch House of Pride on Reverie. It's an amazing show. We just launched on Sunday, all underwritten by McDonald's. And I was in New York City this past Memorial Day weekend to see our billboard in Times Square at 1538 Broadway, right across from the Viacom and NASDAQ building. And the founders were actually on the billboard. So it was like, that was a very surreal moment to see yourself on the 3rd largest billboard in Times Square, McDonald's billboard, with your company. And 5 years ago, we were handing out flyers in Dolores Park. It's really an exciting moment. And look, at the end of the day, I'm just honored to be, associated with other folks, other leaders in our space.
That's amazing. Well, Garth and I are both New York City based, so I'm sure we'll be seeing that billboard.
Yeah,
and we get the Times Square billboard analogy of how amazing that must feel.
Yeah,
it was pretty amazing. And you can see it on my social if you follow me, Damien, DAMIAN Media, MEDIA. You can see it on my posts. Yeah.
Amazing. And as you said, we can find Reverie pretty much on all the smart TVs, Apple TV, Roku, all those great platforms, correct?
REVRY.TV, and you can figure out which device to use and how to find us.
I downloaded it on my Roku while we were talking.
That's how easy it is.
So great.
It was super easy. It took no time at all.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you, Damien, for being here.
Thank you.
Before we sign off, I'd love to, where can people find you and what else that you're working on too?
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that. What'd you say?
I just wanted to know where else can people find you and keep up with what you're working on too.
Oh, me?
Yes.
Specifically? Oh yeah, God, sure. I'm not doing anything right now. Just getting by.
I guess once the things are opening up again, and hopefully we'll see you on the stage, and we'll see
in the fall, yeah.
And we'll see Reverie on our TVs.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me. So nice to meet you, Damien.
Nice to meet everybody. Take care. Have a happy Pride, everybody.
Happy Pride.
Hey, y'all. Big round of applause for these speakers. Thank you for letting us sit in on that great conversation, Garth, Damien, and Rob. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from this, this conversation, please refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. Now, as we're bringing up our next speakers, I am really happy to welcome anyone who is just now joining us. Hi, my name is Meg. I'm part of Power to Fly's virtual hosting team, and I am really excited to welcome you to day one of our June summit focusing on Pride at Work. I'm going to go over a couple quick housekeeping items for you. Throughout this upcoming conversation, we really want you to drive the narrative today. So please feel free to ask questions or comments. Post anything that you have for the speakers into the thread on the right-hand side of your screen. We'll be looking into those and hopefully be able to pass some of your questions or comments along to the speakers in real time. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, just refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. And if you have any technical difficulties, please feel free to tag myself. My coworkers Paloma and Arushi are also there. We're happy to help you with any kind of tech issues that you have. I am going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct that we're going to put into the Zoom chat, or sorry, into the live stream chat in just a moment. That code of conduct is mostly intended to make sure that this chat, as well as all of our virtual events, are a great experience for everyone involved. So as you are interacting with your fellow community members or asking questions or comments of the speakers on each panel, just make sure that you're leading with respect and kindness. Now, I'm really excited to introduce you to our next speakers. Jasmine T. Jacobs is the founder of Black Remote She, which is a community for Black, queer, trans, and non-binary women and allies interested in working remotely. Outside of Black Remote She, Jasmine is a program coordinator with Conferences for Women, a nationally recognized nonprofit organization committed to helping close the pay gap, eliminate gender discrimination, and achieve parity in company leadership and on corporate boards. So welcome, Jasmine. She's going to be joined in conversation by our own Ian Anzabwa. Ian is a talent advocate with Power to Fly and one of our many global employees who is based in Kenya. Ian is passionate about making an impact on the world by helping people find their purpose. He does this by helping match them to opportunities where they can blossom and do what they love. When he's not busy helping talented people find their next great job, Ian enjoys reading novels, learning new languages, and taking the occasional road trip. So welcome, Ian. I will turn the stage over to you and take it away.
Great. Thank you for that, Meg. I'm glad to be here. Hello, everyone. Welcome aboard the Power to Fly Pride at Work train. Before we dive right into things, and as people saunter on into this session, I'd like to begin by thanking all parties profoundly for making the time for this little virtual fireside chat of ours. I know we haven't talked about anything just yet, but the queer, or maybe I should say the LGBTQIA+ movement utterly appreciates you for every single second of time you're about to invest in this conversation. The movement salutes you. I salute you, honestly. The second salute goes out to you, our very own Jasmine T. Jacobs. The community salutes you as well. Power to Fly salutes you. We are honored and excited at the opportunity to have you share your insights and viewpoints. If you've ever wanted to compare any of those viewpoints with those of others, and this is the perfect opportunity. First with me, a gay man grown up in Africa, Kenya. Yep, happy Pride to you too, Africa. And with every single individual that's tuned into this call right this moment. So yes, everyone, just keep those queries coming along as we go along. So today we're going to be talking about inclusion, access, and opportunity, particularly from the lens of the Black Remote She platform, which you founded, Jasmine.
Yes.
So I suppose for starters, please tell us a bit about yourself and what led you to start the Black Remote She platform.
Yeah, I was born and raised in South Carolina, which wasn't the most welcoming environment for me as a queer person coming up. I was raised and born in a really small town. And I moved to Connecticut in 2016, dealing with a lot of shame around my sexuality, but eventually coming into myself, moving in a more progressive state with my wife. And I became a freelancer that same year, which allowed me to experience working remotely for the first time. And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. But it was something that a lot of my family members and my friends were not familiar with in the Black LGBT community, and even just in the Black community in general. And I felt like the flexibility that it offered me was something that I really wanted to share with other queer and trans and non-binary folks. And so I launched the Black Remote She YouTube channel in September 2019. And I talked about being a queer person. I talked about spirituality. I talked about working remotely and the positive impact that it's had on my life. But about a month before the national emergency was announced for the pandemic, I actually launched the Black Remote She website. And I launched the website instead of focusing on YouTube to really create a progressive job system for Black, queer, and trans women, non-binary folks, and allies interested in working remotely.
It's great that you should actually bring up your YouTube channel, and because it ties into your, of course, your decision to actually just start this whole venture. I believe what is it you said? Don't wait for the right opportunity, create it, right?
Yeah.
And that's precisely what you're doing, right? Which is all something we could do, particularly with within the context in which we live. I'm curious as well. Regarding the Black Remote She platform, what are some of the ways do you think that the audience or people like me who love what you do can support the platform?
Yeah, sharing the resource. I really think a lot of the growth for Black Remote She has happened through the community, and really being able to share this resource with people that are looking for remote work, and even with organizations that are worth being on the Black Remote She website that are really focused and driven by equity and inclusion in the workplace. Share our post a job page with them. And for people that are looking for remote work, share our remote jobs page with them. Let them know that that option is available.
Great. Thank you for that. And more so, I'm curious because, of course, you did highlight your own personal experience prior to launching Black Remote She. Can members from the audience or even me share our own personal experiences about our own workplaces on your platform?
Yes, actually, we have a partnership with Black Owned and Hiring. And we they originally had a survey focused on the Black experience in the workplace, and Black Remote She partnered with them to capture the Black LGBTQ plus experience in the workplace. And that survey can be accessible on our website, but I think that it may be being revamped right now. So if you join the Black Remote She newsletter, which is accessible on our homepage at blackremoteshe.com, you can get alerted whenever that survey is back up. But basically that survey is an opportunity to let folks know what places have been safe for you and what places haven't.
Great. So, and more so, I'm curious still as well, given that the jobs on the Black Remote She platform are remote, what are some of the ways Black, queer, trans women, non-binary, and gender non-conforming people can bring the authentic selves in the workplace, in a workplace, particularly given the whole, remote setting? Do you think there's still a chance or an opportunity for us to just bring ourselves forward and say we are here, we are proud, and yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that prioritizing self-care and limiting non-work related screen time is important. You can only be your best self when you feel balanced within yourself, and when you prioritize your well-being, it's a lot easier to bring that type of balance into your workplace. And I also think it's easier to notice when your workplace is out of balance, when you are more balanced within your home or whenever you're working, but also in your personal life. When you feel balanced and you feel at peace within your home, it's a lot easier to bring that into your work life.
Oh, that's actually an interesting supposition. Having balance in a remote setting can actually help you bring a voice into your work life. Actually, that's actually that's good. So actually, now that we broached the whole workspace conversation, do you think there may be any ways that organizations can have values and policies that support the community?
Absolutely. I really think it's important to not make assumptions about what your workers need, what your team needs. Really connect with your employees and with people that are onboarding to your organization to make sure that the needs that you're setting up within your company culture fits the people that you're bringing in your team. And I think even with COVID-19, a lot of people's needs have changed. And I think it's important to be flexible and check in with folks and really see what people need right now. There's a lot of parents dealing with having lunchtime for themselves that they may have pushed previously, but now they have children to take care of. So I think, checking in with your employees and seeing, is there anything within your role that would be more helpful for you to have a more balanced work life? People are experiencing burnout, and that doesn't create a good company culture. So I think making sure that you can check in with folks and see what they need is really important.
I love that you, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, no, I would just also add, make sure that your policies make space for people, and schedules really normalize working outside of business hours, the traditional business hours that you may have, and make sure that people can have space for their own flexibility. Typically, people do go into remote work for flexibility. So I think that people find that important. So make sure that you're leaving that open for your team.
I was just going to say real quick that I actually love that you broached that factor, that the very beginning, the very answer for inclusion is actually knowing the group of people that you're actually trying to affect. So yeah, I think you're right. Workplaces definitely should pay more attention to their staffers and employees in that regard. Now I'm going to dive back onto your platform for a little as well. What kind of jobs are available on the platform?
There's a mixture of everything. There's a lot of tech-focused jobs, software engineer openings, marketing, communications, development, fundraising, really everything. It changes every week, but there is a new digest that goes up on the website every week. If you sign up for the newsletter, you'll get that alert every Saturday. And that gives folks an opportunity to see if there's contract positions open, if there's part-time, full-time, there's always a combination of things. We also add fellowships on there. It just depends on what people are looking for, but there's a combination of things. So there's something for everyone.
Oh, and just to clarify as well, they're all limited to remote roles. There's none, of course, that fall outside that scope.
They're all remote, but some roles may require folks to be in person once or twice a week whenever the world opens back up. A lot of the places that I've been putting on the website are maybe going back in person once or twice a week in the fall or in 2022, but there's a combination. Sometimes it'll always be specific. So it'll say if it's US remote, if it's remote international, if it's remote, but it requires you to live in a specific state, it's always very specific to the location, but there's always a remote option available.
Great. So, and more so in that regard, given, of course, your own personal experience and, of course, your experience building or putting together the platform, what is one piece of advice you would give probably me and our audience today? Dig deep, dig deep. No pressure though.
Take care of yourself. There's a lot going on. And I feel like, when you're showing up to work, you want to make sure that you're good first. I really believe in wellness and really prioritizing wellness. I think that it's made a huge difference for me in my remote life. Working remotely for the past few years, I've always been at my best at work when I've been at my best in my home and within myself and my well-being. And I just strongly advocate for being clear about the separation and boundaries that you have with your work life and your home life. If you're working at home, working remotely can mean that you're working from anywhere, but in these COVID times, most of us are working at home. So make sure that you know what you would like to be existing in your work life when you're working at home, and you can set the boundaries that you need so that you can share that when you're looking for a new role with the people that you're interviewing with, or when you're at your current job and you're trying to figure out how they can make the work culture better for you. Know exactly what you want, and you can do that when you're taking care of yourself and prioritizing your well-being.
That is, of course, a very fundamental element. Taking care of yourself is is a fundamental element, particularly within the context that we're trying to transform ourselves into. It's super important. But I would say, Jasmine, I'm still curious about one element, I suppose, that I would like to roll back over into, and that concerns the dynamic that you think remote work introduces into the whole inclusion conversation. I suppose someone would posit the idea that though it's hard on our community, at the very least, our physical presence demands recognition, right? I suppose you can, of course, see how that would make sense, right?
100%.
So do you think that remote work could potentially take away a little of that recognition?
Not necessarily. I think with remote work, like beyond just this color of our skin, there's different types of bodies. There's able and disabled bodies, and some people really need to be able to be in a comfortable seat or being on the couch, sometimes being in the bed and being able to just be on the phone to work. And I don't think that people should have to stop their well-being in their life based on not being able to get to work because they don't have a car, or not being able to really sit at a office desk because that's not their preferred. I think it's all in preference as well. Some people, it's just not for them. But I do think, especially now virtually, it's even easier to really see people's faces. We've had a lot of companies just like at the forefront and not necessarily the team. And I feel like in the virtual environment, it's a lot easier to really see people's faces and know who you're working with and see them and have people be seen.
Great, interesting. So, more so, like I've said as well. So, do you think that potentially any situations in which we can actually kind of somewhat keep organizations still aware of the fact that, hey, even though we're working from home, you know, our recognition demands to be felt. We're still here, you know. Don't forget things like that. Like an element, of course, if that is a risk, we run to play.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think honestly, I put a lot of pressure on organizations as well. Check in with your employees, talk to your employees, see what they need. Some people are looking for leadership opportunities, and it's, you know, just depending on, again, preference. Like there's introverts where it may be a little more comfortable for them to have a conversation with you on the phone or via video chat like you and I are talking, and to really say like, I'm looking for growth opportunity, I'm looking to evolve. I have done X amount of things during this time. I pivoted in COVID. Here are the things that I really want to be seen. And if they're not seeing you, that's a sign to move on. So I think it all comes down to preference and just how your work culture is working for you.
And of course, still within the whole subject of remote work, how has it worked for you, particularly, of course, taking on remote work? Are there any revelations that you think you've come to?
Yeah, I've learned that I don't like dressing up. I love to be comfortable in my clothes. Like I have on shorts and the shirt. I love to just like be able to really be within myself. And I feel that more when I'm in my home, in my house. I 100% prefer to be giving this conversation over the camera than to be giving it in person. So that's, you know, that's me. But as an introvert that's slightly extroverted, like it's a great thing for me. It's been a part of my life for the past few years. Even if I had jobs in between, I've had in-person jobs in the process of working remotely the past few years. But I officially pivoted over the past couple of years to just being fully remote, and I love it. And I love being able to share that option with other people.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I'm sporting I'm sporting a sweater now, but that's just that's just for you guys.
Exactly.
Great. So more so, I'm curious. More so, what's next for Black Remote She?
So much. I want to have a job board. Right now, everything is with weekly digest, which is great. I mean, it's doable. It works for people. but to really be able to have a job board to improve the user experience on the website and to capture the actual impact that Black Remote She has been making. I love receiving emails and hearing that people were able to get a job from being on the website, or really have an amazing interview where they were able to connect with people, or to share the job with their partner and their partner got a job. And I just wish that I could capture that a little better by it actually being able to be people can actually say that they've gotten a job directly from our site. An app, I would love to have an app. A lot of our users are mobile. And so having an actual app where people can just go to it and get alerts immediately when new jobs are up would be really helpful too. And an ergonomic fun. Like, I think with working remotely, especially now, people are in the house, and I dealt with a lot of pain within my wrists, my back, and I've had to learn how to really set up a setup that works for me. But I want to really help. I know that it's expensive, it costs a lot. I've had contractors that have been able to pay for it if that's something that they offer, but not everyone has access to that. So creating an ergonomic fund is something that's important to me.
Well, yeah, I think I really hope that up. I mean, I'll definitely be keeping my eyes peeled. But ultimately, is that the vision you have for the platform? Like, if it could culminate in all of your wildest dreams, what would the platform be?
Yeah, I mean, on a larger scale, a big goal that I have for Black Remote She is to have multiple initiatives, from wellness to housing to food, being able to have funds within those different initiatives, but also resources. Black Remote She started as a resource place, even when it was on YouTube. I talked about a lot of the places that I've discovered in my journey of remote work and the safe places that I found for me, not only as somebody that has worked in regular offices, but also someone that is now an entrepreneur. I just really enjoy being able to share resources, and I've had housing resources on the back end of the website that I've been able to share with people coming to the site that are like, I'd love to apply to these jobs, but my home is not safe. So I've been collecting resources over the past year across the country, across the globe, to really capture some of those places and places that people can, within our community, go and feel safe.
Thank you for that, Jasmine. So we actually have about 15 minutes left. So I'm gonna hop on over to a few queries from the community, or maybe I should say the audience. Feel free to keep them coming, everyone. First, regards a query on on allyhood. Does the platform cater to allies of the community? Does it offer them opportunity and jobs as well, or is it just limited to a, I suppose, LGBTQIA plus community?
Yes, it's for everyone. So it's prioritized for Black, queer, and trans folks, non-binary people, and gender non-conforming people, but allies are also welcome. It's a community for all of us.
Thank you for that. Here's another one from Jonathan. How has the impact of COVID-19 shifted Black Remote She's scope, factoring in that now a lot of people are having to work from home or remotely?
I think it helped. It really helped raise awareness. Like I said, when I wanted to start Black Remote She initially as a YouTube channel, a lot of my personal family, my friends, the people around me didn't know about remote work as an option. And I feel like COVID really just brought awareness to it. Like, a lot of people know about it now. They know that it's an option. Most people were forced to go into it in some way, shape, or form, unless you were an essential worker. But it's something that's well known now. So I think that it helped really just bring that awareness. And in the time of movements that are happening that are really important to be happening, it's a space that people were able to see and immediately recognize as a safe place. And that's really what we're all looking for right now.
Oh, so it's more likely that the COVID-19 situation actually more of birthed the scope of the Black Sheep platform rather than the, of course, the converse.
For sure.
Okay, makes total sense. We have one from Joe. No, BRS has garnered a lot of interest from employers. I would be curious to hear of a partnership or relationship you feel really good about and maybe one you had to push back on and maybe decline, and why?
Yeah, we have beta partners with Black Remote She, and those beta partners have been phenomenal to really keeping the platform going, and also just to be able to support, and we cross promote with each other. But I have mostly had to push back on partnerships where I felt like within my research of vetting the company, some things just didn't feel right, or it was an all white team, which just simply can't be ignored for me at least. And I've had to just be a little hesitant to have people just immediately feel like they can add things. Salaries not being on jobs are things that I've had to turn down. I believe in transparent hiring, and so I don't add any jobs on the website anymore. I did in the beginning, but I don't add any jobs on the website without having a salary included. I think that people want to apply to a job and know what their well-being can be financially within that job. And people that are they went back into the office a little sooner than I personally thought was okay. I didn't want to add those jobs on the website with just it's only going to be remote for a month and then you're going back in the office. So I've had to push back on those employers.
Great. So we're just about at the end, and before we clock out, I'd like to acknowledge and thank you, Jasmine, for all your viewpoints and all your time. Thank you for the insights you've shared. Maybe I suppose before we clock out, maybe just dive right in and share a few wild words with the community.
Thank you so much for having me, Power to Fly. This is amazing. I'm Ian. It's been lovely speaking with you. Black Remote She is growing because of people being able to recognize the platform and wanting to share it with other folks, so people know that this is an option for them. And amazing platforms like Power to Fly as well exist for our community focused on diversity, which is not only important now, it's always been important. But I appreciate being able to have this platform to speak and share a little bit more about why I personally started Black Remote She. And I really want people to be seen. That was also a part of why I started the YouTube channel in the first place. I didn't see a lot of people that look like me, dress like me, exist like me, leading things. And it took a lot of courage on my end to start that process and not just wait for someone else to do it. But I recognize how it's been important for me as a small town South Carolina person, coming up in the world and wanting to see myself in other people and know that anything, literally anything is possible, including working from my office desk, which my grandmother would just say, what does that even mean? So I love being able to share this with other people and let people know that it's an option. And thank you for the support that has come in, and for all of the people that now know about Black Remote She. I hope that you can find a safe working place for you on that platform.
Yep. Thank you as well, Jasmine. And thank you to everyone that's tuned in so far. We utterly appreciate all the time you've invested in this session thus far. It's been a treat, and happy Pride, of course. Fundamentally, that is something very fundamental. Don't you dare forget about that.
Happy Pride.
Thank you so much. I'd love to give you both a round of applause.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jasmine and Ian, for letting us sit on that great conversation. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, I'm going to refer you to the code on this screen. It should be in the upper left-hand corner. If you are not part of the Society of Human Resource Managers, don't worry about the code. You don't need to know anything about it. It's just for people who are looking to earn continuing education credits through us. As we onboard our next speakers for our panel, I just want to say welcome to everyone who's just now joining us. My name is Meg. I'm part of Power to Fly's virtual hosting team, and I am beyond excited to welcome you to day one of our June mini summit, the focus of which is obviously Pride at Work. If you are just joining us, I'm going to go over a couple quick housekeeping items. Throughout this upcoming conversation, we want you to participate. Please feel like you can drive the conversation. Any questions or comments you have for the speaker, please put them into the chat box on the right-hand side of your screen. And as we go through, we'll try and grab those questions and comments and push them over to our panel in real time. If you have any technical difficulties, please feel free to tag me. My colleague Paloma is also in the chat, so we'll be there to help if you have any kind of tech issues. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from this talk, just take a look at the code that's on the upper left-hand corner of your screen. Today's SHRM code is 21-GJEMY. I'm also going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct that we're going to put into the Zoom, into the live stream chat in just a moment. As we get everyone, kind of brought in and y'all want to participate and connect with your community, we just want to highlight the code of conduct because it's especially important while you're interacting with this community and trying to participate with our speakers. We just want y'all to lead from a place of kindness and respect. Now, if we go to the next slide, then we can see this next group that's coming up. So as you can see, I'm really excited to introduce you to our next two speakers. First up, we have Chris Shane. Chris is an author and an LGBT+ educator. She's worked for 25 plus years as an LGBT+ activist, and she uses her master's degrees to fight for equality and recognition of minority groups and individuals. She's an educator teaching at Columbia University and Brandman University. She conducts professional lectures and trainings to teach key members of universities, agencies, and companies how to make their workplaces and workforces more inclusive. She continues to actively advocate for LGBT rights on the local, state, federal, and international levels, and she's a frequent contributor to Power to Fly, and we're so happy to be hosting her again today. Joining her in conversation will be our own Mariella Marie. Mariella is a Renaissance woman and social impact multimedia producer who has spent a decade working with diverse technologists, independent artists, and divergent innovators across the globe to deepen their audience's emotional intelligence. She has shared the virtual stage with disruptive leaders like Deepak Chopra, Raw Goddess, and Catherine Zaleski, among many more. She creates meaningful conversations and installations centered around belonging, amplifies underserved and underheard voices, and develops provocative initiatives that bridge our shared stories and connect us to an enlightened state of awareness. Welcome to Chris and Mariella. I will turn the stage over to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Meg. And Chris, I have to add you to my list of being, sharing the virtual stage. I love speaking with you. This is like, I need another hand to count how many times we've been in conversation together. I know that we have about 30 minutes. So I just want to let everyone who's joining live, please drop your questions or comments or reflections in the chat box so we can flag that to Chris and she can tackle that before our time is up. But Chris, is there anything else that you want to share about yourself for those of you who have not joined a chat where Chris has, dropped a lot of knowledge? Chris, let us know a little bit more about yourself before we get started here.
Goodness. Well, I guess sort of since we've only got 30 minutes, I should probably start by saying that there are links. Once things are recorded, one of the best parts, well, there's a lot of best parts of Power to Fly, but one of the best parts is that the links become available later. So if there's some things we don't get to in our 30 minutes, go onto their website, check them out. You can go onto my website too. We've got lots of Power to Fly conversations we have had. They are always fun. They are never long enough. So it is exciting to get going. And this is actually, I think, the first US conversation I've had since the second book came out. I've been talking in a bunch of other countries, and this is the first time back home.
Okay, so just because we want you to do some shameless promotion, tell us about these books.
Happy to. Shameless promotion right there. It's like I've set it up for it. The first book I wrote is The Educator's Guide to LGBT+ Inclusion. And it really works for anyone who works in schools or works with or has children to help guide on becoming more inclusive. It also works really well, I'm hearing from parents and guardians when a child comes out anywhere in the rainbow, that instead of having to answer all the same questions from a million family members, send them the book and then have the conversation so they have the foundation. When that first came out, the immediate feedback, in addition to really kind words, was, I work in another industry. I work in a different business. When is my book coming? So the second book is exactly for that audience, which is most of our audience. And that is creating an LGBT+ inclusive workplace. And that's for current or future business leaders. So that's from anybody from your kid who's doing an internship that wants to grow up and run a business, or an entrepreneur, to somebody who's currently a CEO, and everybody in between.
Okay, so let's talk pronouns. I remember the first time that I met you virtually. We were speaking about this, and I just loved the examples, you know, and the reflections that you brought to that conversation. So, can we start with first? Is it necessary to come out at work? Yes or no, in your opinion? I know there's probably some gray area as well. And if someone is interested in, you know, coming out, what is the best way that you have found, you know, is the most seamless way, the most holistic way, and the most respectable way, so where all parties are being respected and, you know, work is done, no drama?
I mean, I don't know that anything is a guarantee of no drama. And it really, in the US, it depends what state you're in, sometimes what city or county you're in. In other countries, it varies based on the country or the city or the province. So knowing your local laws is a really important step to make sure that you're legally protected. In some places in the US, for example, it is included in the non-discrimination laws that you cannot be fired. It's in the federal laws, and coming in, and we're looking at something called the Equality Act to make everything federal in the US. We're not 100% there yet. And just the way that we have long ago banned racism in the workplace, we also still know that even though that's been illegal for a long time, it's still happening. So mindfulness that it is a risk to take. And also, my big belief is always start with the people you know will be supportive. Go there first. I've had people when I've worked all sorts of jobs that, because I'm vocal about this, come out to me first because they know guaranteed I'm going to support them and love them just the same. And they know that if anything happens at work, they've got at least one person in the workplace who's going to shut down anybody that says anything transphobic or homophobic. And as important as it is that you're ready to advocate for yourself, it's really critical that you've had some people in your corner. And if you're not someone LGBT plus identified, becoming somebody that people can come out to is really, really vital. It's not only helpful for them to stay employed, it literally stops people from self-harm and suicide. So when somebody shares that detail about themselves, recognize that they're trusting you literally with their lives. That's not a piece of gossip. That's not something you share with anyone. You don't hint about it anywhere. You let them share with whom they're ready, when they're ready. And you just keep letting them know that whatever's said when they're in the room or out of the room, you've got them.
I'd love for you to dive in deeper there on you know, allyship in the workplace, specifically when it comes to inclusion with LGBTQ plus folks. How can we use allyship to spark cultural change? Because as we know, and we've ranted on this a bunch, the B history is not often shared. So, you know, these seem like new concepts or new ideas that are coming to the surface. But the truth is, we only got the A side of history because you all know my gem is that we've all been colonized, so we all get one part of our history. How can we, you know, use allyship to spark cultural change, and starting in the workplace, which is a big front to start, right?
It really is. And I think for a lot of people, my personal belief, having done this and been in this space for a long time, is that my reaction is allyship is not enough. To be an ally just means you don't contribute to the problem. But a big part of the problem is how many people are silent. So there is no longer an option, and arguably maybe there never has been the option to do nothing, because we're now all aware of what happened, whether it was the racism you didn't know about until you saw George Floyd's video, whether it was the homophobia you didn't know about until you've started to see the murders that have happened, or the transphobia that is happening. You can't unknow what you now know. So if you're doing nothing, you're already choosing a side. And that's been something very, very true and talked about since World War II and the Holocaust, that when you're silent, you're choosing the side of the oppressor. And that sounds really harsh. And I think a lot of people think like, well, unless someone is literally a Nazi, it's really not that bad. So calm down. And for you who's not being impacted, it's probably not that bad. But for the person who is being impacted and for the people who are in the same group who are witnessing it, it is that bad. And making other people continue to live in fear because you would rather not speak up, or you don't want to rock the boat or bug your boss or whatever it is that's making you quiet, is causing continued harm to people, not just in the workplace, but at the depths of who they are, which leads to bullying. It leads to attrition. It leads to people calling in sick more often, and people's bodies having immune system issues because the stress isn't what's supposed to happen in our bodies. So it's really looking at, if you feel like you've been an ally already, you got to step up your game. It's time to go from not contributing to the problem to intentionally contributing to a solution. If you are brand new, that's not a problem. I mean, it's not great, right? Like, we all wish everybody was further along in whatever our processes are, but everybody started someday somewhere. So if you happen to be somebody who for the very first time realized there's racism in America because you heard about George Floyd, because you heard about Breonna Taylor, if you're someone who's just now learning that transgender people are dying at huge rates, it's okay that this is brand new because now you're learning. One of the things that we know is that the life expectancy of a Black transgender woman in America is the same life expectancy as somebody born with cystic fibrosis, 37 years old. As somebody who is 38 years old, I'm already past that point in age, and I still get people who tell me how I'm a baby, which means these people are dying while they're still babies. And if this is brand new to you, welcome to the conversation. Not sarcastically, genuinely. If you're brand new, maybe the place you start is to be quiet. Maybe the place you start is you're quiet because you're learning, but you've got to be learning. If you're being quiet, it has to be because you're listening to what other people are sharing. When it comes to conversations, often people think they need to play the side of devil's advocate. The reality of it is, people who are experiencing oppression and marginalization and harm already met the devil. They don't need an advocate for the devil. They don't need you to undermine their experience or what about them, right? Those whataboutisms are only just harmful. I liken it to the idea of when you've got a scar or you've got a scab over an injury and somebody doesn't believe that you're injured. Some people are kind enough to pick at that scab and open the wound back up and bleed to show you what that injury is, right? That's when they're telling the stories of the first time as a Black person they got called the N-word. It's the first time that when they came out to a family member, the family member told them to get out of the house. They're picking at something that's scabbed and scarred over for themselves to show you what that blood looks like. So for you to do anything but be grateful and to take that and learn from it is just inappropriate. And for the people who don't know where to start, it's okay that you don't know. It's literally why I wrote the first 2 books I wrote. Depending what industry you're in, you're expected to know nothing. And there are books. Frederick Joseph is an author to look up. He consistently writes books for about the Black experience for white people to learn. His next book, and I don't know that he's released the title yet, is actually a co-author with an incredible woman who I'll be having a conversation with Power to Fly the day after tomorrow. So we can continue to grow that way. And again, one of the best things, well, all the things are the best things. It sounds like hyperbole and it's not. One of the things about Power to Fly is that it's always sort of building this weave of conversation. So what we're talking about now, you'll hear about again later this afternoon. You'll hear about why our brain gets afraid and how we counteract that in a conversation I'm having later today with a neuropsychologist. You'll hear about this when other people are bringing it up on Wednesday and on Thursday. And you'll also meet somebody who identifies as non-binary later today at the dance party at the end of tonight's event. So you'll see it from the logistical side. You'll hear about it from the way our brain and our science works. And you'll see a real person with non-binary joy dancing it out with you before we're done with today.
Yes, beautiful. Okay, so much to unpack there. But one of the things that I want to just highlight is how you're saying, you know, the importance of creating the space to listen and to practice active listening, which I love speaking about emotional intelligence, and active listening is a huge part of that. It helps you become more self-aware. It helps you to practice empathy. It also gets this active part, you know, fueled up so that you can then, you know, have that trickle effect and make it work, you know, at work or at home. So let's move back to the workplace here, because one of the things that I'm most afraid of is this productivity caliber that folks are holding at this unrealistic productivity. We need to be busy all the time, go 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 go, and that leaves less room to have these conversations, to really actively practice what we preach when we say we want to be inclusive, when we say we want to practice emotional intelligence and things like that. So this question reads, how can we start to rebuild company culture when we have a lot of new staff and everyone is busy, right? So of course, we need to bring in the dollars, we need to get the data, we got new folks to train. How can folks make sure that they're not letting anything slide through the cracks, and that we are approaching this very important conversation?
So I think it sort of is a little bit unexpected with the answer, because I think the question asker is completely right. It's what we all know. Whatever industry you're in, there's never enough time to bring in more money. There's always something that somebody needs from you and they need it yesterday, but they just told you about it now. And somebody else's emergency becomes your emergency, and it never stops. This sort of interesting thing with it is that when a person is afraid, their brain cannot be productive and it cannot process what is happening. So if you think about a little kid, whether it's you as a little kid or a little kid when a grown-up screams at a little kid and then they get done with the screaming and they're like, you weren't even listening to me, you tell me what I just said, and the kid can't answer, we as adults often think it's because that kid doesn't care, isn't paying attention, is being disrespectful. What's actually happening is that the brain is protecting the person. And when you're in protection mode, you can't actually hear what's going on and you can't actually process what's happening. So when we look at how do we make our workforce more productive, it seems counterintelligence like to think about, well, you stop everything and you have some conversations. Sounds ridiculous. But the reality of it is, without those conversations, some of your employees are frozen. They're only half hearing what somebody is saying. They're only half doing their work. And a good number of the time, they're taking more time off. They're getting sicker and staying sicker for longer. They're more at the risk. We talk about COVID, but also things like colds and flus that can spread around an office. They're more susceptible because their immune system is lesser because of the stress they're under. And they're more likely to quit their jobs and give less notice. So when you think at the big picture, if you want your employees to be super productive, if you want them to get sick less often, and you want them to not quit their job, and even if you want them to be somebody who tells other people, there's an opening coming up at my company, you really, really need to apply and do it right now because it's going to get filled, and you want those best people in the role, you have to be having these inclusion conversations. And when we're looking at what else we can be doing, it has to be ongoing. So often there's a conversation where a company will add a quick something to an onboarding process, and then we don't know what happens. Or we look at people like numbers, and then a company can brag and say, 32% of our workplace is non-white people. Great. That's a great thing to know and to be able to talk about. But also, what happens to them when they're in your company? Are those people getting the same mentorship experiences? Are they being promoted at the same consistency and rate? Is it different for Black men versus Black women versus Black non-binary people? Do you have non-binary people who work where you work? If you don't know these things, if you're not being mindful of these things, you're missing out on opportunities for people to be really, really productive. So your business actually suffers by not short-term slowing down to have some of these conversations.
So what are some red flags that someone can look for, just to make sure that they're not just, checking the box for being the queer person on the team or being, the person of color on the team, so that they can make sure that the workplace that they're entering into is truly inclusive, or at least working to be more inclusive? What are some red flags that someone can look for?
The sort of best thing and worst thing now is social media, and taking a look at what's being said and also what's not being said. There was a big push, for example, in the 24 to 48 hours after George Floyd's murder, and the video was everywhere. There was a big push at companies that had said nothing. It was no longer just enough that some companies said something, but the general public was recognizing, like, hey, I drink Coca-Cola every day. I like Coke over Pepsi, but Coke, I've been on your website and I've been on your social media and you haven't said anything about this. So what's going on? Or, it's Pride Month And I'm seeing rainbow stuff at your store all the time. But then when it's not Pride Month, you don't say anything. And the people who run your company, we can see in the public access, are donating a lot of money to conservative politicians who are trying to stop transgender people from living safely. Why are you putting rainbow stuff on your doors if this is the way you're behaving all the time? So just being able to take a look at what the social media websites look like, who are the people that are commenting, what are the conversations, those are giving us some sneak peeks and some insight into things. A lot of people also take a look at the company websites. Even though you're required by federal law to have certain non-discrimination listed items, like you have to say on there, you won't discriminate against somebody for their race or their gender or their disability. Like all those words are very specific and federally required, but any company that wants can add additional things to that list. So a company might say something in there about among the things they don't discriminate for, they might also include how you wear your hair, which for a white person, years or decades ago, if I would have seen that, I would have thought like, so you don't care if my hair's curly today and straighter tomorrow? That's a bizarre thing, but I don't know, maybe the wife of the owner is, you know, a hairstylist or something. Now that I look at it and I think about it, like, first of all, why did I assume the owner of the company was a man and had a wife? And also, why did I assume that that was at all for me or about me? Because the reality of it is there are a lot of non-white people with a lot of stories about discrimination in the workplace because of the way they style their hair. So taking a look at what else got added, or looking at when you're doing the hiring paperwork or the job application, what's marked? Is it an option to list what your gender is, or do they only have the male or female boxes? If you are doing a basic interview, you can ask some questions and you can ask what the demographics are in the workplace. You can take a look. Most of the time on websites are happy to show about who their leadership board is. If all the leadership board looks to be 65-year-old white men, of course, we don't know if any of them might be trans identified, non-binary, gay. We don't know all the details. But we do know that if everybody's face looks the same, it's only one conversation being had, which isn't because anybody's bad. It's because you don't have diversity of thought when you have the same human in 8, 10, 20 different forms in a room. So just taking a peek at what's available before you even have to voice your questions can be a really great way to decide, is this somewhere I'm already safe? Or if it isn't, is this something I want to undertake? Do I see enough value or enough reason to potentially be the first of my demographic or my identity in this workplace to fight a fight for change, because that's how I want to affect change? And if you say no because you don't want to have that fight, that's 100% you're right. You are not required to try to change the world by bleeding out in your workplace because you're the first of your kind.
Thank you for highlighting that. I think that's very important to make a note of, because I know it's very overwhelming at times. It's very frustrating. Why do we need to put ourselves in a box? Why do we even need to check a box? You know, but for, let's say for the person that has decided, okay, this workspace is a safe space. I am on the fence on whether I need to let people know my identity. This question rings to that. So what are some suggestions what are some suggested ways to help employees announce their transition when the employee isn't sure how they want to handle it? So this was a question that was submitted before this chat. So someone has taken into consideration what you just said. They have, you know, navigated, is this safe or is this a toxic space? So this is a safe space. And now they're figuring out, how do I come out? How do I let my employees know?
Sure. So some of that can start with going to the human resources department. If you work somewhere with a big enough one, they likely already have policies in place because you've decided this is a space that's okay to be in. They probably have had somebody going through this process already there. If they don't, what it might mean is that you help them do some of the work. I'm a big believer that if they say to you, you come up with the policies, it doesn't always happen, but it's never a problem to say to them, fantastic, what's the consulting rate? Because I'm a big believer that people should be paid and compensated for giving of themselves, whether it's just extra hours of your regular job or contributing because of your identity. You should ask to be paid. If you're in the position where you make those decisions, you should expect to pay people. You shouldn't wait for them to ask you. You should tell them what the pay rate already is. And even if they undermine themselves by saying, oh no, I'm happy to do it, put the money in their paycheck. They're doing the work, they should be getting paid. At that point, when there is a policy, it's really up to what the person wants to share. Some people independently want to tell people little by little, or they tell the gossip in the office and they let the word spread. Some people don't say anything and they just add a name change or a pronoun change in their email signature. It might be that they say John and then in parentheses, formerly Jennifer at their name. It all is really dependent on how that person feels comfortable. And for each person, even if there's 100 people with the same identity, no identity is a monolith, which means that you can't assume that because one person in a demographic says this is how it is, that's always how it is for all people in that demographic. So giving the space for that and knowing that that might change over time. It might be that the first 3 people someone comes out to, it's very, very slow. And then at some point they're like, you know what? This is ridiculous. I'm just making a giant announcement. I'm buying a rainbow cake. I'm putting it in the office. It's going to say, yes, I'm gay on it and everyone can eat. Or it might be that they think that's what they're going to do. And they start to have the conversation or they go to the cake shop and they decide that's not what feels right for them after all. None of that is a wrong answer. None of that is better than another version of it. It's all specifically unique to who the individual is. But if that's you, do what works for you. If it's not you, just be ready to show up in whatever capacity they need. Whether it's that you're the first one to correct people when they used the wrong name, or you're the one that when the announcement happens that gets up and stands next to that person. Whether it's a physical thing or a verbal thing, you want to make it clear that you're in support and you're not willing to tolerate the behaviors of people who are not. It's not a place you can be quiet. It's a place you've got to speak up because their life probably does depend on it.
So I love that you're being very frank about this. Thank you so much for that. The importance of being real, knowing that people's lives are at stake, well-being is at stake. So thank you for highlighting that, Chris. We've got about 2 more minutes left. I want to I know. I want to close though the conversation by speaking about school because I know that we learn the ways that we learn to work are often, through our community, through our home, or through school. So what is the way that our communities can help transform the way that inclusive practices are shared in curriculum? I know that's a huge thing to try to tap open in 2 minutes, but please share as much as you can.
Well, in 2 minutes, then I can just say by the book. Is that fair? Right. At the same time, a lot of it is just taking a look at where do people see themselves represented? And I think that can be a place that anybody can start, whatever your environment is. Are you having, it's a school, are you having books for kids where the kids in some of the books are in wheelchairs? Do you have books for kids where the parents might be the same gender? Do you have advertising material in your workplace where the families don't look the way your family looks? And the more mindful we are of representation and people seeing themselves, and the more conversations you have with people whose perspectives are not your own, the bigger your chance to grow and the bigger your chance to do it correctly because you're not reliant only on your own experience or your own knowledge. And I know that we have to wrap up. I know, Mariella, you've got a website. Where should we go check it out?
Yes. Oh, I love that you always mention that. So thepositiveforceteam.org. And I'm going to be sharing some beautiful, beautiful, beautiful information these coming weeks. So thank you for flagging that. And Chris, how can we follow you and support the great work that you're doing?
Sure. So I am at thisischris.com. This is KRYSS.com. If you have questions we didn't get to, or you want to keep some questions private, there's a contact on my website, thisischris.com. Or there's also access and links on there from previous Power to Fly conversations, whether you come at them from my website, whether you go on to Power to Fly's website and check them out that way. It's all up to you. Thank you for coming to Power to Fly. We will see you, or at least I will see you a little bit later today and on Thursday. And I know that one of our fearless leaders, Meg, has come back into the room to introduce the next people. I am thrilled to be here with Mariella, but equally excited for what's coming up next.
Yes. Thank you, Chris. And we'll pass the mic back to you, Meg. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Meg. Thank you, Mariella.
Thank you. All right. Can we get a round of applause for this amazing panel? All right. Ooh. So sorry, guys. Apparently it launched my entire iTunes library. Apologies. Okay, so I am super excited to introduce our next speakers. But before we jump into that, I just want to say thank you and welcome to everyone who might be just joining us. Today is day 2 of our amazing virtual summit. Today, the June focus is Pride at Work, and we are absolutely thrilled to be hosting all of you for that amazing, for this great focus. We are going to be onboarding our next speakers, but while we do that, I just want to highlight that if you are trying to redeem SHRM credits for participation in these in our summit chats, please refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. And then as we bring up our next speakers, thank you so much for joining us. And please remember that we really want you to participate in this session. So throughout the upcoming conversation, if you have questions or comments that you would like to send to the speakers, please feel free to put those into the chat on the right-hand side of your screen. We will be kind of trying to collect those and pass them along to the speakers as well as our host. If you are having any kind of technical issues, please feel free to flag myself. My coworkers Paloma and Arushi are also in the chat. So if you have any problems, we're happy to help you there. Again, if you are looking, as we go to our next slide, you'll see the upcoming panel. And if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from this chat, please refer to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. I'll also briefly refer you to the code of conduct. We're going to share that into the group chat in just a moment here. But that is intended to make sure that this virtual event, as well as all of our virtual events, is a good experience for everyone involved. So just make sure as you're connecting with your community members and interacting with our hosts and speakers, just make sure to lead from a place of respect and kindness. Now, I would love to introduce you to our next speakers. First up, we have Lorenzo Tione. He is a managing director at Gangels, a venture investment group based in New York City, focused on investing and supporting LGBT+ founded and led startups. He's also the managing producer of Sing Out Louise Productions and the co-founder and president of The Social Edge. In addition to his work as an entrepreneur, technologist, and venture investor, Lorenzo is the co-creator and co-writer of the lead producer of Allegiance, the 2015 Broadway musical starring George Takei and Lea Salonga. I've never gotten a chance to see it in person, but the soundtrack is one of my favorites, so thank you so much for that, Lorenzo. Joining him in conversation is going to be our own amazing Rob Rebar. Rob is our community and events lead, and we are so happy to have him leading us through our amazing events just like today. So Rob, I will turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Meg, and thank you for being here, Lorenzo. So yeah, I wanted to interview you because I actually, before I joined Power to Fly, I used to work on Broadway. Now I work for a startup that's very involved in technology and diversity and inclusion. So definitely felt a kinship to you. And really, I wanted to start off by really talking about your life and career journey and all those different things. How did those different parts come together? So what took you from Milan, Italy, and a background in computer engineering to being a Broadway producer and an investor in LGBTQIA+ businesses through Gangels and Startout, the other organization that you have found?
Yes, thanks, Rob. It's just really interesting sometimes to look back and figure out what that thread that kind of you can just place throughout all of the big events in your life, and kind of understand that while there was never any sort of plan, there still is a pattern and a scheme and sort of a reason for all the various things that you end up doing, especially the ones that feel very momentous to actually have occurred one after the other. As you said, I grew up in Italy, Milan. I went to school initially in Milan and then ended up finishing up my studies and graduate school in Austin, Texas. And I arrived in Austin at a very specific moment in time, which would become apparent to me, sort of its importance would become apparent to me only much later. I arrived only a few months before September 11 happened. And even as a white guy immigrant from Europe. There is a lot that happens when all of a sudden you feel like the energy shifts around what it means to be an immigrant and what the word immigration means and all of that. And you just feel it. Even, I can only imagine what people of color, immigrants of color, and Arab Americans or immigrants from Middle East felt at that time. But there was just really this big shift. And, I think two different things happened that I would realize sort of only later were kind of put in motion by that event. One is, if you want kind of really, maybe a little bit trope-like, I would feel bad if I were to write that in the plot of a show. But I came out, the event, something like that sort of certainly makes you feel reevaluating of, how temporary circumstances are and how anything could happen tomorrow that shifts your focus in everything, life and, sometimes life and death. And, it obviously kind of gave me that push to, live my life more authentically. And I came out right around that time. The second effect would be apparent just a little bit later on. But, what happened is I ended up finishing up school and was really interested in a nascent area of artificial intelligence. I became a research scientist at a laboratory in Silicon Valley called Xerox PARC, where I worked a few years, and then spun out a project that I was working on in a company of which I was the co-founder. And, I always, maybe this is another thing that can be also led back to sort of a different outlook on life and on career that those events had caused. But one of the things that made me really think about was when an opportunity presents itself, it just never felt like I was spending a lot of time thinking about it. And it just was something that was an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to grow, an opportunity to do something I had never done before. And I always felt like the opportunity to gain and grow was always bigger than the perceived or real risks that lie behind it. And so I took the plunge and started this company and had my first experience in raising a whole lot of venture capital, hiring a team, building a company. We really built awesome technology. And one of the things that I'm the most proud of was the team we built at that company. The product was sort of a little bit behind everything else. And it was a technology company that was competing with the big search engines at the time and ended up selling the business to Microsoft in a really good acquisition in 2008 and transitioning the company there. That was the biggest sort of big next thing that happened. And it sort of gave me the opportunity to evaluate other things that I wanted to do or that where next phase for growth. And one of them was, like you mentioned, I co-founded a nonprofit organization called Start Out, which is, I'm really proud of the fact that it continued to grow and does amazing things. And as I understand, you will hear from several people in the Start Out network, is still around and doing awesome work. It is a nonprofit network that helps LGBTQ entrepreneurs to start and grow businesses through networking, education, mentorship, and all the things that you will hear more about in the later sessions. But I can tell you that one of the reasons why I felt compelled to work on something like this was the comparison and the comparing and contrast of my own experience as an LGBTQ entrepreneur and founder, and that of several friends of mine and people I knew who had all sorts of real or perceived challenges in managing investors, investor meetings, boards, employees, and feeling like there was never that support or that reason to take what they perceived as a risk in coming out and being authentically part of the LGBTQ community, while at the same time trying to build a successful business. And that always was in my mind something that made them less than the great entrepreneurs that they could have been if that had been a weight that was lifted off their shoulders. And then the second really important thing is I kind of heard a little bit of the ending of the previous session, someone referring to this, and it really is a big part of everything I've done in my career, is the incredible power of representation. I really strongly believe that representation is one of the biggest, most powerful forces that can lead people to act and to change things, because it's only when you can see the future that you would like to see realized in the eyes or through the eyes of someone who effectively looks like you or has the same life experiences or the same challenges, that you really believe something is possible. And that became really a theme in a lot of what I did after and in concurrence with Startup. Startup already was about representation because, in fact, we made a big part of its mission, that of telling the stories of successful LGBTQ entrepreneurs who could serve as beacons and role models for others. But also, the funny thing you mentioned, as I kind of never imagined I would end up working in the Broadway world or in theater. What happened was that right around that same time, I was in a Broadway theater as a spectator, as an audience goer, and I've always enjoyed and liked the theater. And I got a chance through a completely fortuitous encounter to meet the actor George Takei, who most people at the time would have only known for Star Trek and maybe for his recurrent role on the Howard Stern show. And I would be in the former group, those that would recognize him from Star Trek, and certainly his deep baritone voice was something that was very telling. And we struck up conversation. I was there with a dear friend of mine who became my close creative and business partners in many, many endeavors, and who also happens to be a really talented composer. And we got a chance to hear first person the story of George's childhood and the fact that he, as a young child with his family, was imprisoned in internment camps in America because of his descendants' ancestry, and because of the fact that he and his family looked like the people who had bombed Pearl Harbor. And there was something really stark in the contrast, without comparing, obviously, any experience I would have had, but in the feeling and the understanding that came through that story and my own recollection of what September 11 had done. And it felt, this was 2008, it felt like there were echoes of that experience still in the collective memory and consciousness. And we decided that that story was an important one that needed to be told to people who probably and possibly had never really heard of the details. Maybe they knew something about it. And it felt like a really excellent opportunity to create representation for people whose stories had either never been told on the biggest stage of the theater, or if they had, in the sense that some Asian American stories had been told, they still had been told through the lens of white gaze and white savior tropes, and the stories felt less organically theirs. And just we embarked on this journey that would lead us several years later, after a premiere in San Diego, to open on Broadway. I guess the next chapter, as you spoke to, was the venture side of things. And this kind of goes back to Start Out, and the fact that I had raised venture capital, I had come into the ability through an acquisition to invest my own money into startups, and I did so specifically investing in a lot of the companies that the team at my prior company that I had been so proud of went on to found and create. And so that allowed me to learn and develop both a network and a sort of a group of mentors and support within the venture capital ecosystem. That, combined with Start Out, really put the focus and the lens on LGBTQ entrepreneurs and the fact that they, and especially when it intersects with their identities as people of color or women, they receive a smallest percentage of the capital that is otherwise available to the, so to speak, mainstream or non-diverse entrepreneurs counterparts. And the two founders of Gangels actually met each other, and I met them through the Start Out network. So I often can't take credit for founding Gangels, and wouldn't, but I will take credit for what I call the petri dish in which Gangels was hatched and incubated, so to speak. And they started this group as an angel group made of angel investors within the LGBTQ community that would want to invest and support LGBTQ founders. And at the time, I was writing and producing a Broadway musical. So I told them it wasn't something I could do full time, but I was one of their first investors. And I sort of put my money where my mouth is in that sense, and really started supporting startups. And I could see the potential and the growth that led, and the importance that to more and more companies and more co-investors, the idea of supporting diversity in the venture capital ecosystem really had. So about 4 years ago, I had the opportunity to join them. 3 years ago, I had the opportunity to join them full time as a managing partner, as we looked at the role and the mission that Gangels had. And Gangels' mission was always the same from their very beginning, was that of creating a more equitable and accessible venture capital ecosystem by focusing on leadership. Leadership at the company level, the founding and the C-suite, but also from there to the boardroom and to the venture partnerships and the LP networks that power so much of the wealth and the value that is created in venture. And in the years that have gone by, we've really turned Gangels into what it is today, which is a very large and active venture investment syndicate that is single-handedly focused on diversity in venture, where LGBT is an important piece of the equation that often gets dropped from the diversity conversation, but is no longer the sole lens through which we see our impact. Our impact is to bring more diversity, either by supporting it where it is, or by helping companies become more diverse and inclusive through our assistance in recruiting, in identifying board members, and in representing a really diverse group of investors in the cap table stack. So that's sort of as a summary to how I see the kind of the connection between all of the very apparently crazily different things that I've ended up doing throughout the last 15, 20 years.
Well, that's amazing. Thank you. And I was just going to point out too, Power to Fly CEO and co-founder actually also moved to the United States just before September 11th as well. So you definitely have that in common from Europe also. But I definitely want to go back to what you were talking about representation, specifically representation at the top, because a lot of companies are really invested in that representation at the lower levels. So, the people who maybe just graduated are just coming out of boot camps, maybe into that kind of mid to senior higher place. But where we're not seeing a lot of that diversity is the C-suite, is the boardroom, is like that upper management level. So I'd love to just, explore a little further about how Gangels is really working with the companies in your portfolio to really make those changes at the C-suite, at the boardroom, at the top, and not just at kind of the entry level.
Yeah, so there's really, first of all, I love the question. It's just kind of, it makes my mind spin in so many different directions, because maybe the most important piece or piece of storytelling, if you want, that I am happy to see more people are coming to realize as supported by data, in fact, is that companies that are more diverse and inclusive at all levels of leadership and decision making are companies that perform better, are companies that financially do better. And so for everybody who's involved in the both financial outcome and in the sort of well-being of a corporation and its performance and its longevity and its sustainability, wanting to see more diversity and inclusivity in many axes at the top levels, board, C-suite, as well as below in management position, is the right thing to do in order to create a great business. And we are seeing more companies and more investors kind of understanding that is not only borne by the data in the public sector, but true in the private sector as well. And they often see Gangels as a partner, a true partner in making sure that is carried out. We do a few different things. So first of all is every single company that we invest in signs what we call the Gangels letter or the Gangels pledge, which is available on our website. And it is a declaration of intent. It is very much structured not to be a legal requirement to do things, because once you get lawyers in the mix, all of a sudden every roadblock gets put up. And even though you have a CEO that's, sort of in line with the ethos and the understanding of what you want to do, and you see eye to eye, then all of a sudden everything is harder to do. Whereas impact only can happen when you get out of the echo chamber and you speak and you have a position and you have a seat at the table in organizations where maybe that conversation really needs to be had. And so while we support organizations that have already diversity at the top, we absolutely invest in tons of companies with LGBT founders, with people of color at the top, with women founders. We are also investing in companies that we mutually understand with them have accumulated diversity debt. And it is our role to help them pay back that debt. Sometimes it's not out of malice, but it's out of focusing too much on your mission and your product and hiring fast from the people you know and the network you have, that you realize one day you wake up and you do not have the variety of backgrounds and visions and opinions and stories that you otherwise would benefit from if you had focused on this very directly. And so one area that we help companies with is just straight out recruitment. You will be talking to the team at Matheson, which is actually an organization that Gangels helped co-found with the LGBT Chamber of Commerce, Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce. And that is focused on helping organizations recruiting from an intrinsically diverse pipeline of talent. But we also help them with our sort of network. We have a group of over 1,300 individual investors plus their networks that have pledged as part of joining Gangels to really help all of our portfolio companies become more inclusive and sustainable. And so we weekly put out and publish the list of the top leadership positions that are available at all of our companies, in a very concerted effort to find folks within our network, which is very diverse, to be right for those positions. Maybe the most important thing we do is our helping recruiting board members. I do not know of any other investor or organizations that do this in such a structured way. We have an internal recruitment practice that works just like an executive recruiter would work, but at no cost to our portfolio companies, that partners with a number of organizations that exist out there that source and vet candidates from minority and underrepresented backgrounds who would serve on public boards to actually serve on independent board seats for our portfolio companies. And this has been incredible as a way of seeing our portfolio companies feeling like this is value that they couldn't get elsewhere, because so many times you are tied to the network of your founding team or the network of your VC investors who are woefully non-diverse and still are, to basically identify board members. And so we really are helping. And in fact, I don't have the stats on hand, but every week we are in conversations with probably half a dozen companies, helping them source and vet candidates. Now, they may not always end up hiring or recruiting the candidate that we sourced, but at least we know that there are folks that are from the diverse and underrepresented backgrounds in the mix of people that these companies are looking to in order to diversify their boards. And in many, many cases, we've helped actually place board candidates. The last two things I would say is we have a really awesome network of DEI experts that are part of our extended family and network. And we facilitate a lot of the conversations that can happen between our portfolio companies and them, because those are the experts and professionals that really can then help change or measure the culture and the impact of the initiatives that organizations undertake in order to be not just more inclusive and representative within their ranks, but also in how they relate and speak to their customers, their partners, the society in which they are a part of. And that's the way in which they become more responsible corporate citizens within it.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing. And for the folks that are watching, we have got obviously a big LGBTQIA plus audience watching, big, non-white audience watching, and of course a really big, female women audience watching. So just curious, for anyone, in those groups, or maybe someone who's a part of all those groups, and they're looking to start their own business. Maybe they've already been working in, a Fortune 500 company for a number of years, looking to break out and start something on their own, like you did to start your career. What would you say is the first step that person should take, maybe in regards to Angels, but maybe in general?
Well, there's a number of things. First of all, Angels has different ways of allowing people to join our network and our community. Not everybody may necessarily qualify under the definitions of someone who can invest in private companies, but we allow people to join as non-investor members, which still gives them access to our educational program, as well as to our in-person and online events, which is a great way to connect and learn about the asset class, the set of companies, the jobs opportunities, and as well as network with a lot of sort of people who see eye to eye on this. And this is something that I would invite everybody to do. Gangels.com/join. You can join either as an investor if that's something that is interesting, or and you qualify for, or as a community member. And we really are looking forward to resuming our in-person community events very soon. In fact, I think we'll start in June in New York, reduced capacity, and then the rest of our various cities. But we are doing international trips every year. So there's a lot of ways in which creating a community for our investor and our extended network is really important. The second one is, Angels as an investor these days invests practically because of the volume of deals that we invest in, invests only as a follow-on investor alongside other venture investors. So we're not your typical first check in, nobody else has invested in the company. You would need, as an entrepreneur, you would need a different type of sort of initial supporter than Angels itself. And where you can find that is typically, I often advise, especially for people that are starting companies out of their role from a Fortune 500 company, is you've worked with awesome people that know you, and a lot of those people will be your best early investors. And you don't need a lot of money to get your idea sorted out and to basically get to the point where you can ask the most important question, which is, do I then really need venture capital money or not? Not every business does. And it's really important to do the type of assessing of work that allows you to understand whether raising a lot of money and growing fast towards a big exit is the path that you want to take, in which case, absolutely, take venture capital money and come knock at our door, because we would want to invest as well. Or if the right thing is with the support of what's called friends and family, but ultimately is also your coworkers, the people that have known you, the people that know your work ethic, the people that understand your understanding of a certain sector and that you can go and innovate in it. Those are investors whose profile doesn't necessarily lead to you having to build $1 billion business and sell it or go public. And you could build a really awesome, sustainable, cash flow positive business that makes you and them a lot of money, but that would still not be the right one for venture capital. And so that's probably the biggest important thing is just raise the initial money that you need from the people that are your best supporters and know you best, and assess what the real opportunity is. And if the right opportunity is to then go raise venture capital, there's a lot of money available to founders right now in the venture asset class. And Angel certainly wants to support all of those companies.
That's great, because I think we hear VC, venture capital, it's so much in the news all the time. And I think a lot of people who might be looking to start their own company think, well, that's the only way I can go. And I'm maybe a person who, it's going to be harder for me to get that funding. So it's great even hearing from you, that it's one of the many tools in your toolkit that you then can pursue.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There are cheaper sources of capital too. There's revenue financing and debt financing, and there's so many different avenues. And certainly angel money, which is like venture money in the sense that it's equity capital, could be the right solution without forcing you into the equation of you have to grow and grow fast and grow ahead of your revenue and then sell or go public, because that's the way that those investors see the economics around their model. Every investment has to be able to return the entire fund effectively.
Thank you. And we're just about out of time. So I'm going to start wrapping us up. But first off, Lorenzo, I wanted to say thank you so much for being here today. Secondly, I want to wish you luck at the upcoming Tonys, because I know
Yes.
The Inheritance is nominated, which was an amazing experience. I did both parts of the play in one day. So anyone who's just tuning in and doesn't know what it was a 7-hour long experience, but it was an amazing LGBTQ plus play that, if you didn't leave crying, you were a robot, I think. So amazing experience.
And I want to say I forgot her name, but for the person who introduced us, and thank you for saying that she loved the soundtrack of Allegiance, but she said she never saw it. And I want to say that one of the things that I'm also really proud is we made an absolutely stunning movie of Allegiance while it was on Broadway, which is available for streaming. So people can find it and actually get to see the original Broadway production in a way in which it will never come back with those folks.
That's amazing. And in these times when, live things are just starting to come back, it's so great that we have videos like that to watch. So Lorenzo, thank you again for being here. I encourage everyone to visit Gangel's website, learn more about this amazing company. Hopefully check out a Broadway show the next time you're in New York when, everything's starting to come back later this summer. And thank you again. And I'm going to turn it back to you, Meg.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Lorenzo. I'm very excited to learn this. So now I know what I'll be doing with my evening tonight. I want to say a huge thank you and a big round of applause to our wonderful panel. Thank you so much. All right, so as we close out of our last, sorry, I think we're all on the wrong slide here, but as we close out of our last chat and get to onboarding our next speakers, I just want to say again, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's chat, please refer yourself to the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And as we're bringing up our next speakers, I just want to say hello and welcome to anybody who might just be joining us. My name is Meg, and I'm part of Power to Fly's virtual hosting team. And I am super excited for day one of Diversity Reboot 2021, our Pride at Work virtual summit. I hope all of you are just as excited as we are. And if you are just joining us, I want to go over some quick housekeeping. So if you are looking to participate in these events, like we all wish you will, throughout the upcoming conversation, please feel free to add any comments or questions you might have for our speakers into the chat box on the right-hand side of your screen. My colleagues, I'll be in there along with my colleagues Arushi and Paloma to gather those questions and try and pull them in to put them, to present them to our speakers in real time. But we're also there in case you have any kind of technical issues with your participation in today's sessions. Again, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talks, so if you aren't sure what that is, it's for the Society of Human Resource Managers or Resource Management, one of the two. If you're not part of that group, don't worry about it. You don't need to know about the code. But if you do want that code for continuing education credits, it's in the upper left-hand corner of your screen. I am going to briefly refer you to the code of conduct. I'll be putting that into the group chat in just a moment. It's there to ensure that this event, like all of our virtual events, is a positive experience for everyone involved. To introduce our next speakers, first up is Phil, aka Corinne. Phil, aka Corinne, is a veteran host and podcast producer, equity and inclusion expert, and a software developer. They have worked with companies including JP Morgan Chase, Boston Consulting Group, ASCAP, and Warner Music Group. They are the creator and host of the Transition of Style podcast. Phil's expertise is both technical and creative, ensuring that all aspects of podcast development from pre to post-production are managed successfully. He will be joined in conversation with our own wonderful Kristen Hughes. Kristen is a business development manager with Power to Fly. She's also a lesbian woman from coastal North Carolina. After attending Appalachian State University, she served in the U.S. Army as a 68W combat medic. She is now the co-host of the podcast Top Hat Topics, which focuses on candidly discussing queer stories in pop culture, in addition to her business development work with Power to Fly. So welcome to you both. I can't wait to hear today's conversation. Kristen, take it away.
Thank you so much, Meg. I really appreciate it. Phil, hi.
Hi, Kristen.
Hi,
Good
I'm
to see
so
you
happy
again.
to be here with you today.
Same.
I'm so excited to have this conversation with you. Um, just so grateful to have someone like you to join us at
Thank
our
you so
Pride
much.
Summit. And I'm really excited to get started.
Me too.
So yeah, the first thing that I want to get us started with is I was hoping that you could tell us a little bit about your life and your career journey and what really inspired you and got you interested in the world of podcasting.
Well, first of all, I want to say thanks to you and Power to Fly for having me here today. I'm thrilled to be here. I cannot wait to talk about this. I love talking about this. Please cut me off if I if I go on too long. It might happen.
I
Shut
would
it down.
never.
Just go right ahead and shut it down. All right, so a little bit about me. So I am a podcast host. As you guys mentioned in my intro, I have been the host of a podcast called Transition to Style for about 3 years now. We're going on our 4th year. And that started in around 2018. I am also the co-host of a podcast called I'm from Driftwood. Both of these podcasts are LGBTQ plus focused podcasts. And I think where it all got started was before any podcasting ever happened, before I knew anything about hosting podcasts or doing podcasts, I was working as a software developer for about 10 years. Some of the firms you guys mentioned, Boston Consulting Group, JP Morgan Chase, things like that. I had been working as a software developer for 10 years and I was enjoying it. I enjoyed it. And then somewhere around the 9-year mark, I started to realize that I wasn't quite as happy anymore, and I started to realize there was something else I needed to be doing. And I wasn't really sure what that was, right? I was out, person working in corporate America, which was its own set of challenges. And
Yes.
oh yeah, it was really interesting. And I remember, I was also at that time started to realize that my identity, even though I had been out, right? I was an out lesbian. My identity started to shift a little bit. So I started to lean more to dressing more masculine and presenting more masculine, and started to kind of take on more of a gender non-conforming gender identity. And I was still in tech at the time, and I had some friends in tech, and I met some other people who were out in tech. And Out in Tech actually is another organization I've been doing some work with. But one of my friends sort of came to me and said, "Hey, we should do a project." And I was like, "Well, what do you think what kind of project should we do?" We both love clothing. We both loved we both love talking about navigating our gender identity. And so we didn't know if it was going to be a blog. We didn't know what it was going to be. Turns out we decided we wanted to make it a podcast. So Transition Style came and you'll hear me talk a lot about this throughout our conversation. It came of something. It was born out of authenticity. It was born out of wanting to have conversations with people who are like us, who were navigating identity and were using clothing to sort of figure out what the identity was. We were using clothing to sort of navigate the identity in a sense. So, I mean, that's kind of how it all started. I'm happy to walk you through Transition of Style more. I know you'll maybe ask me about that later, but
Yeah.
I knew nothing about podcasting. I was completely do it on my own. I researched. I had no idea whether or not I'd be a good host or any of that. All of that came from just trying it. Fast forward to now, I am not just a podcast host, I'm also a podcast producer. So it obviously really worked for me.
Absolutely. And I have to say, as someone that has a podcast myself, like that beginning is such an exciting and a scary time, especially if you don't know a lot about it. Like you listen to your podcast, but when it really comes down to sitting down, having all of the equipment, and figuring out, like, is this something that I need to script for myself? Is this something I should be candid about and just sort of improv it? I mean, all of the research that goes into it, it's really exciting and scary. So
Yeah,
I completely empathize with where you were at that time and how far you've come with it.
Thank you. I mean, that was a lot of learning. There was a lot of learning, and I didn't know what I was doing at all to start off. And now I think that's kind of why I've taken this on, because I love helping people navigate that and helping people figure that out, because podcasting is an incredible medium. There's so much that can be done with it.
Absolutely. I completely agree. So the next thing I wanted to mention is that In 2020, you were part of a Medium article, and you wrote with a quote from Lakshmi Rangajran. Connection is the need to be seen, heard, and appreciated. And I'm interested to hear a little bit more about how do you see that concept relating to podcasting? And full disclosure, this is my favorite question in our whole interview. It has so much to do with why we started our podcast.
I so get it. I so get it. Well, to be honest with you, I picked that quote because I don't think podcasting is about anything else, to be honest with you. I think that is the crux of what a podcast is about. So one of the things, I love Oprah. Like, everyone loves Oprah, right? Like, who doesn't love Oprah, right? But one of the things that I love about Oprah is I remember her having this talk saying that she interviewed all of these really high profile people, Beyonce, the royal people, the royals, Meghan, Harry, everyone. And she said that regardless of who it was she was interviewing, they all seemed to want to know the same thing. Did you hear me? Did what I say mattered? Do you see me? Right? And I don't think podcasting is about anything else, to be honest with you. I think podcasting is at its very core about connection. It is about how people are having conversations. And I'm not just talking about connection between, if you have an interview podcast, interviewer and interviewee. I'm talking about people listening who can resonate with what you're talking about. There's connection there too. So if you're thinking of starting a podcast, please make it about something that you're interested in, something you care about, something you want to talk about. You don't have to be the expert on it, but you have to want to be able to have conversations about it, but real conversations, because that's why people listen. They listen only because there's something that resonates with them in it. So the quote to me was the perfect sort of theme for what I think podcasts in general are about.
I cannot agree with you more. And that's how I feel about podcasts as well. Like, there are so many intricate and authentic spaces for the wildest things. Like, there are so many podcasts that are so specific. Like, if you want to listen to a podcast about aliens who eat spaghetti, you can find one. And then you have this like tiny group of people that's listening to this podcast every week that you're only divided by space and time. You have the same passion about the same thing. And I think that it's really such a unique way of connection as well.
I couldn't agree more. And just to add on to what you just said, I think it's really important that people don't think about podcasting only in one way. So I think there's so many people who go in podcasting thinking they're going to, have these conversations, and then maybe they'll get a sponsor, and then they'll start to make a bunch of money. And I'm like, it doesn't have to just be about that. It really doesn't have to. You can be, like you said, aliens who, drink coffee or whatever, like alien coffee lovers. Awesome. Great, do it. Like, get them on. Get the alien coffee lovers on and have the conversation and create a niche for yourself where you create a platform and you create a community and you become the thought leader or the expert in that. It doesn't have to be about, I'm going to make $1 million. I'm going to get sponsors left and right. It's not just about that. There's so many ways to use podcasts.
Absolutely. Could not agree more. Yeah. So that kind of leads me into an interesting question that is really focused on this phase of life that we've all been living in the past year or so. Yeah. We've really, up until recently, we've only really been able to connect with each other virtually. And what do you think is next, and how do you think that podcasting can help the world move into this post-pandemic phase?
That's interesting. Well, that's a good question. I'm not sure how podcasting can help, but I think what I want to say first and foremost about that is I think that when society shut down and we didn't have access to people in the way we had before, our loved ones, our friends, our family, I think a lot of people went inward I mean, I know for myself, I went inward. I can't really speak for everyone else, right? So I know for myself, I went inward, and I really got very reflective and really started to understand what is it that I want my life to be, and what do I want it to be. I mean, without access to all of the distractions that we used to have, right? You kind of get a little quieter. You kind of get a little, you kind of sit in a little stillness, and you have to. Yes, you do. Yes, which is not, which I get people are fighting like hell, I get it, but you have to sit in it. And I think it made me think about once society opened back up, once the pandemic wasn't what it was, I wanted to be more intentional about my life. So I wanted to be more intentional about the meetings and the rendezvous I had with friends and families, and I want to be present for those. I'm not sure how podcasting actually helps with that, but I will say I will say the same thing about podcasting, whether it's about, the pandemic or anything. Make sure you're having authentic conversations where you are really connecting with somebody. That when you're talking with them, when I'm holding an interview with somebody, it is literally just me and that person. We're the only two people in the world. There is nothing else going on. I want to hold space for those conversations. I want to hold space for their thoughts and their feelings. And I feel like that same sort of role is also the role I hold as a producer. So I'm not really sure how podcasting helps with that, but I would say please be intentional if you're starting a podcast. Please be intentional if you're going back out into society and meeting up with friends. Be intentional about your life, because it's, you owe that to your life. Honor your life by being intentional.
Absolutely. That was one thing that I really took away from quarantine and the pandemic as well, is that we get so wrapped up in everyday life that it's really easy to have conversations just going through the motions.
100%.
And 100%. I really have tried to make a conscious effort in every conversation that I have with everyone now to not break eye contact.
Yes.
To really try and hear what they are saying, to not try and relate to everything, which clearly I still struggle with, but it's definitely something that I took from that time as well. So I find it really powerful that you brought that up, because speaking and listening with intention is really important to us 100%. As humans.
Couldn't agree more.
Absolutely. So you've written that millennials as well as Gen Z consumers are not really responding to that traditional one-size-fits-all marketing effort of the past. How do you think that podcasts specifically can help companies reach this new market?
Well, it's interesting because I think the idea or the notion behind reaching millennials and Gen Z marketing wise is not that different from what you might do or what you might keep in mind if you were trying to hire them. All right. So I think it's all kind of one and the same. I think it comes down to what are the values that your organization is espousing? Like, what are the values that you are you putting out there? And do people know about those values? When I go to corporations and I pitch podcast services, what I usually want them to know is that we're in a different time right now. After George Floyd was murdered, corporations could not put out tweets and social media posts fast enough about how passionate they are about standing with Black Lives Matter. Okay, but the truth of the matter is that a tweet, a post is just not going to do it.
No.
That is not going to do it. Those are words, and words can fall very flat, and words can be very cheap, right? So if you really want to show, if you're trying to market to millennials and Gen Z, if you're trying to hire millennials and Gen Z, you have to show authenticity, you have to show your values, and you have to be having tough conversations and be a little more transparent. So that to me is where podcasting comes in really well. It really is put yourself in a situation where you're having these difficult conversations to show that you care and that you're really making a true difference. Millennials, Gen Z, customers in general, they care about your values. And what you show as your values are going to be very important. How you show those values are very important. I always recommend to corporations, if you want to use podcasts to talk about what your values are, what you believe in, to have these tough conversations, it's a great medium for doing that.
I completely agree. I've actually recently been having this conversation with a lot of people in my life about, especially this month. For some reason, I feel like this year, all of the Pride marketing has been really over the top. And it really made me think about it on a deeper level about that really since George Floyd's death, I feel like so many companies have just been wrapping their marketing in marginalized demographics. And they're talking all this talk, but they're not actually making any impact. And so I think it's important for them to be able to show what they're actually doing to support Black Lives Matter, to support the LGBTQIA plus community. Like, you know, you're not just going to get this new generation's business from blacking out your social media or wrapping your logo in rainbow. It's not gonna fly with this generation.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's like they want more, right? They want more. They're not going to settle for it, and that may have worked in the past, but it's not really going to work now. And they have to get more real about what they're going to do. So, this is why I say it doesn't necessarily matter if we're talking about marketing or hiring. It's the same thing. They want real values, and they want you to walk the walk and talk the talk. They want both, right? There's no war, like you said, blacking out social media. It means nothing to them, and it shouldn't have ever meant anything to any of us. It means nothing. These are words. Like, we really need some deeds to follow these things.
Absolutely, absolutely. You really hit the nail on the head with that. I have to say, I have talked about this until I was blue in the face for the past few weeks. So I'm so glad that I really feel seen and validated right now.
I hear you. I see you. What you're saying right now, it really, really matters to me. So I get it.
Thank you. So I wanted to give you some space to really talk about what you do, because it's what you do best. And I wanted to see if you could give any tips to anyone who's listening right now who'd like to start their own podcast and create that kind of community. Can you give any tips on how to start that podcast and things to look out for, things to make sure of, and even share some of the most common mistakes that you see newbies make?
100%. Yes. So I have two basic tips that I give to people thinking about starting a podcast. And, you know, I could walk you through starting a podcast in a more detailed way, but I think these are the two very important tips to keep in mind, top of mind when you're thinking about it. The first thing I would think about is, what is your theme? What is it you want to talk about, right? You have to think about the theme, because the theme will dictate, is this a limited run podcast? Is this something you can talk about season after season? What format are you using? Are you going to be using a format where you're just talking, or you're going to bring in people to have conversations, or is it going to be narrative? The theme is the first thing that you really need to be thinking about. What am I going to talk about? What do I want to have conversations about? That's number one. The second thing I would say is that please do some planning. I think the thing with podcasting, okay, I can look at your face and I can tell you know what I mean.
Yes.
It's like, I think everyone thinks making a podcast is the easiest thing in the world, and that you could just put it out there. It takes no time. You're gonna like record something. You're gonna get it on iTunes, and you're gonna like throw it into social media. And there is so many more moving parts, and you really need to ask yourself, how much time do you have to do this? Because it is a commitment. It takes time, and you should ask yourself, can I outsource some of this? Can I afford to outsource the editing? Can I afford to outsource the social media posts? Can I afford to outsource somebody to engineer it or to produce it? Ask yourself these questions, because if you just think that you're just gonna like start recording, you know, on GarageBand and then you're uploading it, it is way more involved than that. And I think that is something I wish I had known when I started, that it is so much more intense. Look at your face, I can see it. It's
I'm
intense.
having a little PTSD thinking about our first early episodes, to be honest. Just having a moment, Phil.
I totally get it. I think I'm having PTSD as I'm saying it. I remember. I get it.
Through trauma.
Yes, it is group trauma. It is so intense and it's not easy. And in terms of common mistakes, I think people go out and they want to buy a lot of like really, really expensive equipment. They want to get into that. They don't think about consistency, because that's the other thing. If you have a thing, how consistently are you putting this thing out? And they also don't, like I said, they don't outsource. They don't think to outsource. They don't think to, get it edited. Don't just put something up there. Like, really try to take care of this thing, because it's like, it's on record now. It's there. You've got this thing. So I think you don't need the most expensive equipment to start out. You do need to do some research. You do need to plan out what you're doing. You do need to ask yourself if you can outsource some of it. And you do need to talk to other people who start podcasts, right? Don't just jump into this thing. There's way more commitment to it than you might know. And it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work.
Yes, it is. A second opinion here, everyone listening. You have two podcasters here saying that it is a lot of work.
Yeah. And I'm doing multiple podcasts, so I definitely get it.
But it is highly rewarding, I will say. I have made connections and made friends with people all over the world that have reached out to us that are now part of my life. Yeah. And that's the best part, is the community that you build. I mean, the hard work is worth it, but it is hard work.
Yeah. Yes, please. I want people to understand that. I think that's so important. It's like, oh my God, it is not that simple. It's a lot of work.
For sure. So Phil, we just have a couple minutes left, but I really wanted to give you a moment to tell everyone a little bit more about both of your podcasts, if you'd like, and let everybody know where they can listen to them. And I'll just go ahead and let the audience know now that Phil and I met last week so that we can get to know each other a little bit. And I may or may not have been binging the podcast since then, and they're really great. So, everyone, I'm going to let Phil talk about, their platforms and their podcasts for a second before I close us out. And Phil, thank you so much. Meeting you and having this time with you has been a blessing. And
my pleasure.
You're just such a kindred spirit to me.
Oh yes, I felt that when we met last week. It was just, we had a wonderful time. It was really great.
Yes.
And I'm so happy to be doing this with you, just so you know.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, awesome. All right, so I'll tell you a little bit about Transition to Style. Transition to Style is a podcast that talks about the intersection of personal style and gender identity. And as I mentioned earlier, we started it because we wanted to have conversations with people who were navigating identities that were new to them or that they were trying to settle into, and they were using clothing for that. So early on, I had a co-host early on who's no longer part of the project. We were talking a lot about like what it felt like, as people who were born women going into a menswear department, right? And what does that look like? And how are we being treated? And what is it like when you have a body that doesn't fit this clothing? What does that whole journey look like? And it wasn't about, this is what you do, this is how you do it, this is how you navigate it. It was about, this is our experience. Come tell us your experiences. And maybe as we're listening, as people are listening to experiences, they can take something from it. Because I had plenty of people who've come to me and be like, I want to wear men's clothing. I feel so intimidated. I can't go into the stores. I don't know how to start. I don't know how to do this. And we thought, if we can have these conversations, then people will feel a little less alone in that journey. And so that's how Transitional Style, which is my baby, got started. The second podcast I do is called I'm from Driftwood. And I'm from Driftwood it's an LGBTQ story archive, and they've been around for about 11 years. And they've been doing mostly video stories, but about a couple years ago, it's been a couple years now, I got asked to do a podcast version of that with my co-host Alex Berg, the fabulous Alex Berg. If you guys don't know, Alex is a queer journalist, amazing, and we do stories about all aspects of LGBTQ plus life. So it could be about adoption, it could be about bullying, it could be about drug addiction, it could be about coming out, and it's a fantastic podcast. I love it. You can find them both on all of the platforms, iTunes and Spotify and all of the places. And you can find me obviously. My my website is Phil, aka Corinne.com. Transitionstyle.com is my podcast website, and I also am part of FC Podcast, which is my business that actually produces and creates podcasts for people looking to do that.
Awesome. Phil, again, thank you so much for being here with us today. Your presence means everything, and I won the lottery being matched up with you to do this talk.
Too kind, Kristen.
I can't wait until the next time we can chat, but thank
I will
you
do
so,
that.
so much. And thank you everyone for tuning in and listening to us, and happy Pride.
Huge round of applause to you both. That was a wonderful discussion.
Thank you.
We're so happy to have hosted that, and I hope that you all enjoyed it just as much as I did. Thank you both to Kristen and Phil for that great talk. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's sessions, just use the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. That's where you can get those credits. And as we're bringing up our next speakers, I just want to say hello and welcome to anybody who might just be joining us. This is day one of our Diversity Reboot 2021 Virtual Summit Series. June's focus is Pride at Work, and we hope you all are just as excited as we are. If you are just joining us, there's a couple quick housekeeping items for you to know. If you would like to participate, we want to make sure that throughout this upcoming conversation, we hear from our audience. So please feel free to put any questions or comments you have for our speakers into the chat on the right-hand side of your screen. We'll be in there gathering those questions to bring them back and hopefully present them to our amazing panelists as time allows. My colleagues Paloma and Rob are also in the chat. So if you have any questions or tech issues, please feel free to tag them. We're more than happy to help you if we can. Again, if you're looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, you can refer yourself to the code that's on the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And I'm also going to refer you briefly to the code of conduct. We're going to put that into the group chat in just a moment. It's just to ensure that this event, as well as all of our virtual events, are a great experience for everyone involved. Now, to introduce our amazing speakers, I'm really excited to introduce you all to Christian Fuscarino. Christian has been an activist and organizer in the LGBTQ community for over a decade. He credits his positive experiences in Asbury Park, New Jersey, where he grew up, as helping influence him to become an activist. In 2016, Politiker NJ named Christian the second most influential advocate in New Jersey politics, and later that year, The Observer listed him on the Power List 100. Christian's volunteer work has received numerous accolades, including recognition from the New Jersey State Senate and Assembly, among many others. Christian recently moved back to New Jersey from Brooklyn, where he was living with his partner, Aaron Williams. Aaron is a tennis instructor now serving in the Marines. So welcome, Christian. Christian will be joined in conversation with Kaja Manuel. Prior to joining, Kaja is the executive assistant and community organizer for Garden State Equality. Prior to joining them, Kaja served as the vice president of Student Veterans of America, located in Staten Island, New York. Kaja served in the U.S. Army for 6 years as a human resources specialist within the Military Occupational Corps. He was also elected to serve as the third vice president of the Trenton branch of the NAACP. He also chairs the Armed Services and Veteran Affairs Committee, as well as the LGBTQ committee for that chapter. Kaja's passion is helping to improve the lives and circumstances of marginalized communities. And I'm incredibly grateful to be hosting this discussion with both of them. For anybody who doesn't know, my name is Meg Alexander. I am part of Power to Fly's virtual hosting team. I actually joined the Power to Fly community back in 2014 as a job seeker. And in 2019, I believe it was, landed my first remote role with Power to Fly, actually working for them. So if you have any questions on how to take a community membership and turn it into an actual employment and a job, please feel free to hit me up. I'm more than happy to help out people in my same situation. All right, so to welcome our amazing speakers to the stage, I want to talk a little bit more about each of you and discuss your relationship to the LGBTQIA+ community.
Hi, Meg. Thank you so much for having us on. We really appreciate being included in the conversations happening today. We were able to join in as the last one was ending, and it sounds like some really important topics are being discussed. And so to be included in such an important program means a lot. Thank you for having us.
So happy to have you. Kaja, do you have anything else you'd like to add? And please tell me if I'm butchering your name. I hope I have the pronunciation correct.
You said the name right, and Christian nailed it. I'm just happy to be here. It's my first panel I've ever done.
Yay, we're so happy to have you. Okay, so let's talk about your relation to the LGBTQ community. Are you allies? Are you members? Do you prefer not to disclose? What would you say each of you represents? Christian, would you like to go first?
Sure, I am a member of the LGBTQ community, both professionally and personally. I've had the great honor of doing organizing work in the LGBTQ community for over a decade now. And I do identify as gay. I came out at a young age and started my organizing work right away. And it's really been a journey since then in advocating for equality and justice for all LGBTQ people. I'm centered in this work for a few reasons. One is knowing that there is essentially an entire generation of gay men missing, having lost their lives to HIV and AIDS. And so I feel that it is the responsibility of all young LGBTQ people to stand up and advocate for equality against the injustices that we are facing as a community. It's why one of the issues that we're working on this year at Garden State Equality is decriminalizing HIV and AIDS in New Jersey, which is really important work. The other reason I'm centered in this work is being a young LGBTQ person in America and the United States was challenging. And I was given opportunities to be able to lead in this community that I wanted to take advantage of to ensure that previous or future generations would have it easier than I had it. We've made a lot of progress in the last decade and a half. We've seen progress thanks to the Obama administration. We've seen, some setbacks over the last 4 years, but now we're seeing that progress again with the Biden administration officially recognizing LGBTQ Pride Month. That's at the political level, and then in the media, we've just seen a transformation in companies, and in the workplace, we've seen a transformation. But there's still so much more work to do. I mean, youth alone, if we want to talk about the obstacles that LGBTQ youth face, they represent 40% of the entire youth homeless population. They experience some of the highest rates of bullying in schools. They are more than likely to attempt suicide at least once in their lives. And so all these obstacles are what we still face today. It's why this work is so important. It's why it's important for companies to be involved in ensuring that we create a more equal and just country, a more equal and just world, because it's really about ensuring that when young people come out of the closet, that they can exist in a safe, affirming, equal, just society. When you start at that point, then you increase your likelihood of having a positive experience for the rest of your life. When you have to face those obstacles as a young LGBTQ person, we often call that work adverse childhood experiences, where there's a lot of trauma attached to those experiences. And unfortunately, that does have an impact as you grow older. So I do center myself in doing this work for the next generation.
That's so amazing. And you're right. There's a lot of work that's on the next generation because of the loss of an entire generation. I'm 35. I've never lived in a world without knowledge of AIDS. But, we just passed, it was either yesterday or the day before, it was the 40-year anniversary of, the first mentions of this disease being spread, in public record. And it's just wild to me that it was so, how much havoc it really wreaked on this entire community. Kaja, what about you? What really brings you to, to this discussion and to this struggle that we're hopefully all working towards making better?
Well, thanks for having me. I'll start from the beginning, from the initial question. So I'm a LGBTQ community member, both professionally and non-professionally as well. Prior to joining Garden State Equality, my form of advocacy was more so just telling LGBTQ stories, more focused on visibility and spreading the word and the awareness that, hey, we're here and we're doing great things. So whether it was covering a story about the Asbury Park nonprofit that was feeding people during the COVID-19 pandemic, or talking about an artist in Cape May, that was the my form of advocacy now. I'm more hands-on, boots on the ground, since I'm the community organizer for Garden State Equality, and it's rewarding. I love it. To also answer your initial question, I identify as a gay male as well. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. All right, so let's talk a little bit about corporate responsibility. Now, you both are part of the Garden State Equality group or project. Can we talk a little bit about how you work with, what your opinion is on corporate responsibility, and also how the organization really partners with corporations to promote that change?
Absolutely. Garden State Equality has been around for over 15 years fighting for equality in the state. We've made a ton of progress with equality in the law. As I was mentioning earlier, there's still work to do, but LGBTQ people don't just live their lives outside of work, they live their lives within work. And so it's so important that workplaces are a safe environment for them to be out and open. We also know through studies that LGBTQ people perform better when they're able to be their true authentic selves in the workplace. We are framing this because we are Garden State Equality as what the work that we do here in New Jersey, but we are a member of the Equality Federation. And so there are state LGBTQ organizations in nearly all 50 states doing this work with companies that are headquartered in that space. We've been really lucky to have some companies out on the forefront for this work, from Novartis to Bristol Myers Squibb to PSE&G. For the ones that are watching that I'm not going to mention, charge it to my head and not my heart. But we are very fortunate to have a lot of pro-equality companies here headquartered in New Jersey that have a national and global presence. And so the work in those spaces is really an extension of the Human Rights Campaign Corporate Equality Index, where they rate companies based on their LGBTQ policies and environments in the workspace. We're really fortunate to be able to lean on the support of the Human Rights Campaign to encourage companies to improve their score in the index. A lot of LGBTQ people do check the score that is provided by the Human Rights Campaign before applying for a job at a place. If you're an engineer and the company that you're going to be working for has a score below 50, then you might have some concerns being out and open in that workplace. Some of those concerns are just the comfortability aspect of having a picture of your spouse on your desk, or being able to talk freely in the lunchroom or the break room with your employees, but also from a promotion standpoint and what your safety will be in that role in the years ahead. We know that LGBTQ people have been passed up for promotions. We know we still hear instances all the time where LGBTQ people are fired wrongly. And some of those individuals do successfully win lawsuits against companies that fire their employees, because it is illegal here in New Jersey to be fired on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. In nearly 30 states in our country, it is still legal to fire someone based on sexual orientation and gender identity. And so
I live in one of those states. I can absolutely tell you it's true, and it's horrible.
Horrible. And so what we are trying to do here, Meg, in New Jersey, is to ensure that the companies that may have a presence in your state have policies and a workplace culture that is accepting of the LGBTQ community. And that's one of the ways that we can work here at the local level and have a national impact.
Now, can you speak a little bit to what the nonprofit organizations benefit, like how they benefit from this partnership? Because it seems like y'all are doing the majority of the work and then not really getting the credit, because like you said, these corporations are the ones that get to say, oh yeah, we have a score such as this. So what do nonprofit orgs really get from that partnership?
I'll jump in real quick, Christian. I would say we know the work's getting done. And that's priceless. In collaboration with our community partners, we've passed over 225 pro-equality laws, from the Transgender Equality Task Force to our LGBTQ curriculum. We couldn't have done that without our private sponsors. And like Christian said, I'm gonna shout out PSE&G real quick. And yeah, that study alone was privately funded from our sponsors, and we wouldn't have been able to come up with that all-inclusive curriculum. And now we have the most comprehensive curriculum in the nation when it comes to LGBTQ studies in schools.
That's amazing. I know you've talked a little bit about the different functions that the organization does. Can you talk a little bit, is there anything that we've left out of that or anything that's like really core to your mission that our audience should know about?
Well, Meg, I want to talk a little bit about corporate responsibility and what you mentioned earlier, because we do believe that companies should be involved in the progress for equality well beyond the buildings that they occupy. We saw all across our country companies actively involved in the campaign for marriage equality, companies threatening to pull out their business from states that were not allowing marriage equality to happen. What we saw after marriage equality was a lot of people and companies say that the job was done and they went home. We even saw state equality organizations like Garden State Equality shutter their doors, but we knew better here in New Jersey that there was still work to do. And so as we see anti-trans bills popping up all across the country that are trying to prevent trans girls from participating in girls' sports, we are looking to companies again to be able to flex that financial muscle and say, we're not going to be doing business in your state if you're going to discriminate against transgender youth. And so that's a way that we can lean on these organizations, and that's the responsibility that they need to hold in order to be good companies, right? So I think it's wonderful that policies are passed internally that make the life of LGBTQ employees better, but there is that role that you need to be actively involved in the outside world. When we saw the murder of George Floyd, this last company, we saw a lot of companies step up and ensure that they were listening to their Black and Brown employees. They were being actively involved in what the state government was doing to challenge racism at every level of government. And that's a role that it's important that companies play in our country. And it's important that they are lifting up the voices of community activists too, and not just having executives speak out, because this is a partnership between nonprofit organizations and companies. And we can work together to not only improve the environment internally at the company, but we can work together to improve our nation as a whole.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And you're right, the idea of companies actively pushing back and fighting, if they're fighting and saying like, we won't want to do business here because you have these rules. I mean, I remember when the trans bathroom bill was horribly passed, I think it was in North Carolina. And that was like the first big wave was all of these artists saying, well, we're not going to play there anymore. And it strongly reminded me of Ray Charles. And the fight that he had in Georgia and didn't play on a stage in Georgia for how many years because they wouldn't allow desegregation of the concert venues. So you're right, it's absolutely one of those things that there need to be bigger voices involved if the smaller voices, no matter how many, are not being listened to. So that's absolutely wonderful. Kaja, let's talk to you a little bit about your Trenton City Council speech. You had a lot of involvement with the youth of Trenton, and you focused on that in your speeches. And much like the Pride Network does, you believe in this concept of transformative leadership. Can you tell us a little bit about what that concept is and why it's important when it comes to young people?
Sure, Meg. So in my campaign speech on my website, I was more or less speaking to why Trenton, more specifically, the West Ward needs new leadership. And when I said, we need new leadership, a leadership that exudes energy, dedication, and brings a new vision. And I meant it. And it's not to knock those that came before me. It actually does the contrary. I think we all stand on the shoulders of those who came before us. And certain tactics and methods may have worked for a certain time. And while an older way of doing things got us to this point, I think it's important for organizations to adjust fire. We say adjust fire in the U.S. Army. We say adjust fire. So adjust fire and to change your organizational strategy and come to the board and say, okay, we may have to adjust this, and change is good.
No, I think that's so incredibly important. You're right. It's that idea of, okay, well, this isn't working. Let's try something else and see what kind of results we can get with that. Now, is your focus on young people similar to what Christian was saying earlier about, how people in the community these days have an obligation and a right and a purpose, to really keep the progress moving forward, since we can't rely on that previous generation? Would you say that that's kind of core to your focus on young people, or is there a different reason you tend to focus your efforts there?
I would say yes. I do agree with Christian. I still consider myself young, but Christian and I think we have a few decades left in us, but we can't do this work forever. So it's important to train up and mentor up the next generation of LGBTQ leaders. Those who came before us did it for us, and right before them, we spoke about the generation that was lost. But that's why I focused a lot on the youth, to prepare them for the long road ahead. It reminds me of a proclamation reading I attended this week. There's a part where in one of my speeches, I talk about the importance of a proclamation, and how what it is it's an acknowledgement of, the past and the discriminatory practices. And it also gives us hope for the long road ahead. And that's why I reach back and focus on youth a lot.
I love that. Before we keep going in our conversation, I just want to reiterate to our audience listening in right now, if you have a question for Kaja or Christian, please feel free to put it into the chat that's on the right-hand side of your screen. I would love to bring your questions to them, so that way you all can learn as much as possible during this session today. All right, so let's talk a little bit about kind of where the youth stand in this new post-pandemic world. I remember reading pretty soon after the start of the pandemic last year about various organizations, specifically within New York City, that were working with homeless youth, and how, especially for LGBTQ individuals, like Christian was saying, the problems that they face are generally a lot larger than seen by most, and they're much more pervasive and much more likely. And so it's one of those things where you don't want kids sleeping out on the street, but in a pandemic world, how can you have the rotating groups that you see in group homes or in shelters? So let's talk a little bit about what a safe environment looks like for youth, especially post-pandemic. Because I think that's something that could be not necessarily hard to understand, but maybe hard to execute, I guess.
All right, we're a year and a half in the virtual space, and I still haven't mastered the body language of who's going to speak first.
None of us have. I think I'll do a better job of calling on someone, but you're right. It's definitely a game of, make sure it's not a lag time and it's an actual pause. So yeah, Christian, take us away here.
So I do have a thunderstorm happening right outside right now. So if I do cut out for whatever reason, it's because we've lost power here, but I will join via the phone if that happens, just so you know. New Jersey, we're positioned in between Philadelphia and New York City, two of the largest cities in the United States. And we have a unique homeless youth problem here, because many times LGBTQ youth will travel from across the country to these large cities in order to find refuge, in order to find people that look like them. I think that we're making some good progress across our nation, where LGBTQ youth are growing up in safer homes, that they are able to find community in their local areas. But we still know that 40% of the entire youth homeless population are LGBTQ individuals. And so being between Philadelphia and New York City, two very, very LGBTQ friendly cities, a lot of times youth will move there and then not be able to find a safe space, not be able to find housing. And they, cross the river for maybe a slower pace of life here in New Jersey. And so and despite that, we only have one LGBTQ youth center in the state of New Jersey that has about 18 beds. And so when you're looking at a population size of a population like homelessness that is that large, there really needs to be more services that are directly geared towards that population. As I was talking about earlier, I was talking about ACEs, Well, one adverse childhood experience is homelessness and having to experience that. And so what we want to do at that young age is intervene and ensure that these young people have positive role models that they can look up, that they have resources that are readily available to them. And there's a great organization here in New Jersey called the RAIN Foundation that specifically works with LGBTQ youth and helps them get on the right path, helps them find employment. But for the purposes of today's conversation, I really want to dig into employment opportunities for the LGBTQ community. I keep on mentioning these statistics of, I don't know if you can hear, it's like a storm rolling through right now.
I've got a vacuum going 3 floors above me, so you're totally fine.
So there, as I said, I mentioned a few statistics today about how the high rates of disparities that LGBTQ people face. And the same goes for employment. Specifically, transgender women of color represent some of the highest rates of unemployment out of any other population. And mind you, out of New Jersey, there was hate crime statistics that show that LGBTQ people are one of the top 3 targeted groups of people for hate crimes in New Jersey. I'm sure that is likely in other states as well. And that's why it's so important for companies to not only be a safe place for people to come and be their true authentic selves, but it's important for companies to do recruitment from the LGBTQ community and job and workforce training. We cannot expect all LGBTQ people to be able to go to college and get the certifications that are needed for the roles. And yet we know progressive companies want to have a diverse workforce. They want to have an employee group that is representative of the communities that they exist in. And so really what that means is companies need to begin to step up. They need to be able to invest in workforce training to untrained communities if they expect them to finally fill those job positions. Showing up at a job fair with a fancy tablecloth and some literature is not going to get you the population that you are trying to reach. And so workforce training is really about that corporate responsibility role, is stepping into the role of education and ensuring that the population that surrounds the space that those companies exist in have a group of people that are trained and skilled to do the work properly.
Yeah, it sounds actually really familiar. I know, obviously, Power to Fly, we work with a lot of companies around the world and especially around the country. And I remember last year we were having an issue, or sorry, 2 years ago, we were having an issue with companies that wanted to see either more Black women come out to their events or more Hispanic women. And one of the things that we talked with them about was the places that they're holding these events. Everybody wants to show off like their great headquarters or the best side of their company or what is their best, most recently renovated space. And that makes a lot of sense. They want to put their best foot forward, but they're not thinking about the fact that some people that they, part of that demographic that they want to attract might not have a car to take them exactly where they need to go. So are you anywhere close to public transportation? Is there, an active Lyft or Uber presence in that area? It's one of those kind of additional things that's not really hard to wrap your mind around, but it's really difficult if you're not thinking about it. And so, yeah, you're right. Putting yourself in the shoes of the people that you are trying to serve makes a lot more sense. Because if you're at that job fair with the best presentation and the greatest employees and everything's great, who's not able to come to that job fair? Are you really reaching out and coming where the people you want to connect with are? Or are you, sort of going halfway or maybe a little bit less and then expecting them to make up the difference? Kaja, do you have anything that you'd like to add to this? Because I want to keep going and exploring the subject further.
Yeah, you actually brought up one of our great corporate sponsors, Lyft. We have a partnership with Lyft for many different programs. One of them is our vaccine access program to help maximize getting the LGBTQ community vaccinated. We have a partnership where we will pay for their transportation to and from the vaccine site. We have a partnership with them. For instance, if we get an email from an LGBTQ youth who's experiencing homelessness or is also in a violent situation, we have a partnership with Lyft that will pay for them to get anywhere in the state to that safe place, which is the RAIN Foundation. the only youth LGBTQ shelter in New Jersey. So we're really fortunate for that partnership. And yeah, we also have a partnership with Lyft where if you're out at a Pride event and you don't feel safe walking home because the area you live in, may be a little sketchy, we also provide transportation to and from the event for our community members. So I'm glad you touched on Lyft. They're one of our great sponsors we have. And that's a prime example of a corporate sponsor stepping up to do, more than what they have to.
No, absolutely. You're right. That's it's a really great example. I remember there were a lot of conversations around the election time about people providing free, or companies, I should say, providing free transportation to and from polling places. So it's really, really heartening to hear that idea not only kind of is catching on, but is also being expanded to other programs. Now, obviously, y'all's specialty is mostly in like the New York, New Jersey area. But for those of us not living in like a major city or a major transportation hub, what kind of things can we do to support those organizations around us that might be doing similar work to what you all are doing? Is there certain ways to seek them out, or ways people usually come to you?
Yeah, absolutely. The work that we are doing here is really a model for the rest of the nation. We work very closely with other state organizations all throughout the country on duplicating the work that we're doing here and bringing it to the local area. And so for folks that are watching outside of this region, they should definitely visit the Equality Walk website, Equality Federation website, where they can look up their local state organizations. I mentioned Equality Walk because that's our annual event that's taking place this weekend. There are annual events from all state organizations, whether it's their gala or a walk or a 5K, a Pride event. Being actively engaged in those is an important step forward. As we're in the middle of Pride Month, we're seeing a lot of companies changing their logo to a rainbow version and showing their support for the community. And being LGBTQ is often an invisible identity. And so that's why that visibility is so important. That's why we raise the Pride flag. That's why we change our profile pictures on social media to be rainbow. But it's really important that there's work behind that visibility. Otherwise, it's inauthentic. And so the visibility piece is an important step. And then just making sure that the companies that are showing a Pride flag are not donating to anti-LGBTQ legislators, right? We know that this year AT&T donated almost $250,000 to anti-LGBTQ legislators. We know that Budweiser donated $35,000 to anti-LGBTQ legislators. Coca-Cola, GM, NBC, all these companies that have changed their social media handles to rainbows have also spent the last year supporting the legislators that are actively working to ban trans youth from participating in girls' sports. And so it's important that companies are authentic when showing their support, especially during Pride Month. But the other thing I just want to add to that is Pride is a wonderful time to celebrate the LGBTQ community. But just like with any other month that represents and honors a group of people, those people exist all throughout the year. So I love the rainbows, but there are lots of opportunities to be supportive. Your LGBTQ employees are coming to work every day of the year as out people. And so it's important that there's programming for them to participate in. It's important that they feel supportive through the whole year. And that really applies to all 50 states or wherever folks are tuning in from. So get out, be present at the Pride celebrations, be present at the LGBTQ History Month events, but make sure that at the same time, you're not donating to anti-LGBTQ causes. This isn't one of those situations where there's good people on both sides. If you're supporting people who are actively discriminating against a group of people, then you need to not be standing with them too. There are ways that you can be politically engaged but not support people that are actively supporting the employee group that you're trying to support.
I think that's a really good item to flag. We do have one question that came in from the chat, but before we take that, I want to talk a little bit what you're talking about, like about the rainbow washing. I have my own opinion on this, but as an ally and not a member of the community, I would be really interested to hear what your opinion is. Obviously not representative of the entire group, but your personal opinions. Do you become kind of heartened seeing some of the rainbow washing because it brings an opportunity to kind of take companies that maybe are not walking the walk to task? Or would you prefer to see it not be quite so pervasive? I know that a lot of the rainbow washing happens because of the kind of commercialization of pride, but I'm just interested to see what each of you think.
For me, I love seeing it. Like Christian touched on visibility. I love seeing it, and then I read the comments, and then I'm like, okay, wait a minute. But I really do love seeing it, seeing companies like NFL, but it would be nice to see them practice it as well. If an athlete came out to not be blackballed or to actually make it on a team. And so then you have that whole bit. But I think it's the first minute baby step. It's the first baby step. And now it's, we heard the bark, and now I want to see the bite.
I love that. Christian, what do you think?
Again, the LGBTQ identity is often an invisible identity. And so visibly showing your support for LGBTQ people is an important part of being a good ally. But that is the front door, or maybe a step in. And then it's the real hard work of changing culture, changing laws, advocating for LGBTQ people. As I mentioned, not supporting anti-LGBTQ elected officials. There's also a big difference between a company changing their items to be rainbow and not supporting LGBTQ orgs through that, and then companies like Target, which do a great job of bringing LGBTQ products into their store, and then I think nearly all of the proceeds benefiting GLSEN. GLSEN is the Gay, Lesbian, Straight Education Network. There are a lot of companies that are putting pride displays in their stores and selling pride and rainbow products, and then LGBTQ organizations are not benefiting from that. We don't do that. We don't need that. It doesn't do any good. All it is capitalizing on LGBTQ people and their allies. If you think you're being a great company by selling rainbow flags at your store, I'd rather buy them from an LGBTQ owned business locally. It's just not necessary. It's not a product you carry throughout the year. So, why bring it into your store just for June? So I think it's important, and it is hard to do, is to be a smart consumer around this time of year and ensure that you're just not buying something that's a rainbow from a company that doesn't support the community. In fact, I mentioned some companies earlier, and they sell products that are rainbow. They don't donate those proceeds to LGBTQ organizations, and they're actively donating it against LGBTQ causes. So sometimes it's trickier to figure out, and it's not as black and white as not eating at Chick-fil-A. But again, I wouldn't want to come start Pride Month without anybody showing support. I think the visibility piece is important, but there's a lot of hard work that has to go with that as well.
No, absolutely. I actually, so as you're talking about, companies that really kind of are doing a good job of this, it really kind of throws me back to Absolute Vodka and how 30 years ago, Absolute Vodka was the only large, corporation that stood behind Pride, that openly said, hey, this is something that we're supporting. They put out a rainbow product, and that was their big draw. And it really led, granted, it took a couple of years to kick in, but it led this huge wave of companies seeing, they see the rainbow connection and all of a sudden they see dollar signs. And that is true, but you're right. It's very important to be a smart consumer when it comes to these things. It's really easy to be dazzled by the rainbow and, oh my God, I can't wait to wear that to Pride, or this is going to be so fun this year. But yeah, it's much harder to really try and do that work. I mean, even when the product isn't quite as tempting as Chick-fil-A, it's still hard. So yeah, it's definitely something to really educate yourself on and, kind of try to do the best you can. All right, so go ahead, Christian, sorry.
I just want to add to your point there, which was Absolute is a great example of a company that very early on showed visibility for the community. And this is really the evolution of corporate LGBTQ pride. Those were the early days when you could change your bottle to rainbow and everyone wanted to buy your vodka bottle. But now in 2021, if you just have a rainbow vodka bottle and you're not doing anything to support the community, then the community is going to stop drinking you. And if you look very closely at LGBTQ events, and at least from bars in our area, Absolute is not the first vodka choice anymore. It's often Tito's handmade vodka. And that's because Tito's handmade vodka didn't ever change their bottle to rainbow, but they made significant contributions to the LGBTQ rights movement in our nation, something that Absolute had not done early on. They had just rainbow washed. And so authenticity will always win out. And those two companies are a perfect example of that. There's been a lot of progress since then, but this is like 10 years ago. Tito's said, we're absolutely going to stand with the LGBTQ community. They've made sizable donations, unlike ever before, to LGBTQ groups across the country. And now, at least in this region, I can't speak for other states, you walk into a gay bar and it's a Tito's and club, not an Absolute club. It's because of that authentic action behind it rather than just changing your bottle to rainbow stripes.
Thank you for sharing that. That's wonderful. I had no idea. I know that Tito's is incredibly popular around here, mostly because it's gluten-free. But yeah, that's absolutely wonderful. Okay, so let's get to some of the questions that were asked in the chat since we only have about 15 minutes left. Craig had asked about if any of your work, if you have any kind of focus within your organization on drug abuse and how that problem affects the LGBTQ community as well as the homeless youth.
So we work in partnership with a lot of community organizations that focus a lot on harm reduction, and we support them at the legislative level wherever we can in ensuring that those voices are represented at the state level. This could vary from state to state, so I'm not sure what state you live in, Craig, but what I will tell you is that the work that we are doing that is centered around adverse childhood experiences directly correlates with substance abuse. And so we're really trying to tackle the issue from a community youth-focused level to prevent it from happening further down the road. We know that there are a variety of drugs that are used at some of the highest rates in the LGBTQ community. That's often to cope with the trauma that happens at an earlier age. I think that every LGBTQ organization should be centered around harm reduction and ensuring that there are proper resources being allocated to that work. We have seen far too many lives lost and destroyed in this community to drug abuse. And part of equality is the lived equality element, where it's great that we have marriage equality. It's great that there are health benefits, but if folks are still dealing with those challenges in their life, then they're never going to get to experience that equality. And so it's important that we continue to center those stories and work to address those as we move forward as a community.
I think that's a really great flag, to kind of note that the substance abuse doesn't, generally speaking, come out of nowhere. The early childhood traumas that these people experience are just as important a part of the discussion as the substance abuse or mental health needs that follow. So yeah, I think it's a really good thing to call out. Kaja, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I was going to touch basically everything Christian said, but I was going to touch on us relying on our community partners and making sure that the good work gets done. And it would be almost impossible to do the work without community partners, and that our action plan, which includes ACEs, such as homelessness, drug abuse, were included in Governor Murphy's 2021 state action plan to address those issues. So the community partners help us in getting the work done. And then we go to, on the state level and the legislature to make sure the work actually gets done. So it's like, it goes full circle. community partners help us, and then we still go to the state level and advocate to make sure the work gets done.
And it's that follow-up that's the most important, right? Because you can have all the marches you want, you can sign all the petitions you want, people say, okay, fine, yes, we'll do this, but it's that follow-up of making sure that, you know, the change actually happens, which we're so thankful that you do, because it is one of those things that's pretty difficult to be just, you know, just one person trying to, you know, kind of track all these things down and follow all the leads to the end. All right, so let's talk a little bit about, you know, so you've talked about some of the more like holistic approaches that you take towards the LGBTQ community. How can we apply some of the same tactics that you all do in your work when it comes to the other employees in our organizations? Because I know it can feel like there's not really anything an employee can do. You need that top-down, you know, like involvement and discussion about these situations. But let's say your company maybe doesn't have that kind of leadership involved, and at least at the moment. Are there any things that, you know, employees can do among themselves to really keep this progress going? Christian, it's up to you, it looks like.
Okay.
Go for it.
I think it's good for employees to in the military, we call it command climate surveys. So it's an opportunity for the organization as a whole to provide constructive criticism, and it also provides the leadership to provide feedback, and then sometimes they meet in the middle and they make it work. But at Garden State Equality, we really honor our employees, you know. So during the height of the political uprisings and right around the Derek Chauvin's trial, Garden State Equality actually licensed out a therapist. We really focus on our employees and their mental health, and it was free of charge. So if they were feeling like it was too much, you know, it was too much. Okay, well, you know, an email went out to the staff. Hey, and you know, in lieu of what's going on, this is a service we provide for you. And if you need some downtime, we also allow that downtime. We believe in self-care. And so, yeah, I think that's
wonderful.
Yeah.
Because that is incredibly true. You know, the idea of kind of the finances being the barrier for a lot of people to seek out those services that they really need is, I mean, it's a travesty, but it's a very real situation right now. And, you know, kind of as it has been, as we start kind of breaking down the stigma around mental health or needing therapy or trying to, you know, trying to get those services for yourself, it's the finances are still a very huge huge tripping point for a lot of people. So I think that's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, and I mean, by creating a healthy work environment, your employees are going to stay healthy. You have better work performance, and you know, there's more energy in the office. The whole vibe of the organization, the organizational culture will change for the better.
No, absolutely. And actually, it's kind of interesting. Christian, we'll get to you in just a second. I wanted to highlight something you had talked about. So you had, like we said, you had a 6-year stint in the Army. And as someone who is married to a veteran, I can completely second the idea that the idea of chain of command or some of the basic processes of how decisions are made definitely is something that works its way into your personal life as well. So has that been more of a benefit to you, like something that you have helped bring to the organization? Or would you say that that kind of training is something that, you know, helps in small ways, but maybe you've had to change a lot in others?
For me personally, I think it's been a benefit. Christian can speak to this as well. Christian's a military spouse, so Christian can probably speak to this as well. But it's a benefit to me. I think it's a benefit.
Yeah, so from a military spouse perspective, I certainly think that there is some regimens that come from the military that make really great employees. So I know that hiring veterans is a priority for many companies, and you certainly should not be worried about hiring someone that has served in the military. There's going to be a lot of benefits that come from that. It's great to know that I'm in such good company with military veterans and spouses. The one thing I wanted to add about what you were saying, Meg, about the change coming from leadership and versus top down, is that for anyone watching, if you're not in a leadership position, now is the time to approach your company and ask for their support in this work. And I only say that as someone who does a lot of training and work in the diversity and inclusion space. A lot of companies are scrambling to figure out how they can support their employees and how they can create a culture that is accepting. And so if you are thinking about starting an employee resource group or a business development group that is catered to the LGBTQ community, I would imagine it would be well received by the company, at least if they are prioritizing diversity and inclusion work. You can go to the head of diversity and inclusion and ask them there, or you can go to the head of HR and ask them. Many companies have ERGs for people of color, for women, for veterans. And so if your company already has those established, I imagine it would be relatively easy to get an LGBTQ one established. If they don't have ERGs, then you can be a trailblazer and try to establish one on your as the first one. But this is incredibly helpful because you may not know of other LGBTQ people and allies in your company, but with the formal development of an employee resource group, there's going to be opportunities to send out a system-wide email, or at least for there to be a posting in the break room that this group is meeting. And then next thing you know, you, as someone who thought you were all alone at a company, you're now standing with 20, 40 other employees who have similar identities or support people like you. And so organizing on that level is very important. If you are feeling like you can have the support to start this group, but there are a lot of things you want to change at the company, it will be much easier to make that change with a wide group of people versus just one individual. So you can work internally to make corporate change through one of these employee resources groups. And again, I'm not suggesting that anyone comes out in their workplace where they don't feel comfortable. But a lot of times what we hear is someone will come out and try to form one of these groups, and it is well received. And in the instances where it's not, those individuals find out that it wasn't really a company that they wanted to work at anyway, because they couldn't be their true selves. So only you will know what is right for you. But more times than not, we've seen it be approved and for that change to be accepted. And then again, when it's not accepted, we've seen those employees find jobs somewhere else where they're more valued.
Yeah, it absolutely speaks volumes about the organization itself. And, this is something we talk about a lot on some of our more job seeking focused chats, where we talk about, asking the question of the HR person, whoever you're talking to about the company, ask what kind of support they give currently. And if not only is it important to ask these questions, but it's important to listen to the answers and the tone of the answers. Are they excited that you're bringing up an area that they're just now exploring? Are they excited to partner with you on something that they don't really have a lot of knowledge in currently? Or are they giving you the pat, like, oh yeah, we definitely support all our employees? Because you're right, Christian, it's like you've said previously, this is a very, it's not always a visual diversity segment, right? And it's one of the things that Power to Fly, and obviously y'all work towards as well, is kind of understanding that not all intersectionalities are visible. Not all minority groups or underrepresented demographics. It's not always a visual element. You can't just say like, oh yeah, I can spot all of the LGBTQ members in our organization. It's not a thing. And so, yeah, you're right, that visibility, as long as you feel safe doing it, is absolutely so important. All right, so we only have about 5 minutes left, and I want to make sure that we talk a little bit about Garden State Equality a little bit more, and how people can kind of get in touch with you or follow your work or help support. So Christian, would you like to start, and then Kaja, we can go to you next?
Great. So for folks who are looking to learn more about Garden State Equality, they can visit gardenstateequality.org or follow us on social media. Garden State Equality is usually how we're written out on most of the social media sites. For those of you who are looking for examples of how to support nonprofits, you can go to teach.lgbt to see our LGBTQ inclusive curriculum website. This project was in large part funded by corporate support. So you can get a sense right there of how much change is possible through supporting community work like our curriculum work here in New Jersey. The curriculum work is in particular important for this conversation because what we've developed here in New Jersey is being used in other states across the country. And so by supporting your local organization, they too can do work that is then used across the country. And so by visiting that website, you'll see there our inclusive curriculum work that was funded in large part thanks to PSE and G. Another way that companies can be helpful to local community groups is through sponsoring the annual dinners, walks, 5Ks, as I mentioned earlier. We currently have equalitywalk.us up as a website, and on that website you'll see our corporate sponsors listed at the bottom, listed along with all of our community members that are helping to raise funds. And so, corporations do have that role to play in fundraising and being a part of the community. It will show members of the community who they should be supporting because they'll see who supports them. That is much more valuable than just changing your Facebook icon to a rainbow logo, is for them to see you out and supporting the important work of organizations like Garden State Equality.
No, I think that's absolutely great. And to your point about, kind of reaching out to companies to try and, put their money, where it is needed in those communities, that's definitely something that you can do it as an employee. You can ask either through human resources or whatever your particular chain of command might be, what kind of groups your company reaches out to. What does the philanthropy look like through your organization? Are there any, core causes that are dear to them? Or is there maybe a gap there that could be filled with a donation to something like this in your local area? It's much less of a lift on you than starting an ERG from scratch, but it's just a basic question you can ask. Kaja, let's go to you next.
You could, on all social media platforms, just Kaja Manuel, KDJAMANUEL. Yeah, there was something that I wanted to touch on today, but my brain is like, for healthcare providers and hospitals, for them to also reach out to local organizations. Perhaps they can form an LGBTQ clinic, maybe the first in its area. That's really popular. We have partnerships with healthcare providers and hospitals as well. We know that LGBTQ people are less likely to receive care if they know they're not in a safe space or aren't going to be gender affirmed. So before we exited today, I thought that was really important.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing that up. There's so many concerns that the community faces that probably just don't even occur to a lot of people. And when you add in the incredibly and horribly stigmatized factor of homelessness, there's so many people in our country in general that are dealing with homelessness or displacement. And it's something that most people don't like to think about, do they? They don't like to, make eye contact with somebody that's panhandling on the corner. They don't like to think about or volunteer at homeless shelters. But you have taken already very, very endangered group, like young children, people who don't have a place to live, they don't have, a safety net. And then you add in the incredibly, disruptive factor of not knowing where you're going to sleep at night. And all of a sudden you have problems that were big enough to begin with, but then they completely spiral. And one sort of begets the next. So thank you so much for highlighting, the problems, like some of the more specific problems that are faced. All right, in the last couple seconds we have, I just want to say a huge thank you to you both. It was absolutely wonderful to get to have this conversation with you. I learned a ton, and hopefully our audience did as well. Is there anything either of you would like to say before we jump?
Just
thank you and your husband for your service to our country, and thanks for leading a great conversation today.
You're welcome. And I know I can definitely tell you his response would be, thank you for paying my bar tab for 5 years. So, thank you so much for that. Kaja, anything from you?
same thing. Thank you for having us, and thank you and your husband for your service.
It's just been a pleasure to talk with you both. Huge round of applause for both of you. Ooh, hold on. There it goes. All right. As we move on into our next round of speakers, I just want to say a huge thank you to our audience. There were some great questions that were asked, and we really, really appreciate that involvement. It helps make these events so much more personal. So thank you all for that. If you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, you can take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. If you are not part of the Society of Human Resource Managers, don't worry about it. This doesn't apply to you. You don't even have to stress about it. Now, as we're onboarding our next speakers, I just want to say thank you to everyone for joining us, and enjoy this upcoming recording about the future of representation in media with Angelica Ross. Sweet. All right, Dane, I think we are good, and it looks like we're off air until 6 p.m. Eastern. And as far as I know, we're not doing an intro or an outro for the 5 p.m. Chat or the 5:30.
Oh, okay.
So the stream obviously still needs to be kept going, but as far as I'm aware, we don't need to do anything because it's all just going straight through the live stream. It's like a YouTube video that they're playing right now.
Oh, okay.
So that is how that's running right now, at least. The one thing I do want to say, let's see. I'll keep an eye on the chat in the channel, like on the Power to Fly website. But then once we get back, I would say definitely be back by 5:45 Eastern, just, in case you get up and are doing stuff or whatever. I would say be back by 5:45 in case we do need to do an outro for the last chat to lead into Marty Cummings.
Okay.
And then I'll find out from Rob, because sometimes Marty handles their own closing, but other times they want us to do it. So I'll find out from Rob what the deal is with that, but otherwise we should be good until 5:45.
Okie dokie, cool.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. Hey, Dane, how's it going?
Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
So for the next jump in, can we start with slide 12 for the merch store? I'll highlight that and then we go back to the drag queen dance party slide. Will that be
Go with
okay?
the merch, yeah, that should be fine. Oh, hold on one second. Oh, I just saw your message. My power is fine. Though it is like raining, but I feel like we got our storms passed.
Okay. Yeah, just double checking because I think Lauren is somewhere upstate, but I know Rob is, from the looks of it, I thought he was in his place in New York, or like in the city. So he said something about he's worried about maybe having a power outage. So I just wanted to make sure we were good. And I had my backup stuff ready to go just in case for you. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't. I was worried about that when like the weather looked like it was really hitting earlier, but it seems to be fine. So
good. How's the day been so far?
Our power is all like down below, like under the ground. That's
good. Yeah. So how's the day been for you? Not too stressful, not too much?
It was fine. Yeah, it was fine. I do want to go over maybe like tomorrow morning we could meet again like we did this morning. And like talk about the chat. I feel like I don't understand the chat.
Yeah, sure. I'll grab the facilitator doc and augment the script that we have for tomorrow. I'm gonna work on that tonight. So hopefully I'll have it ready for you tomorrow morning as opposed to like, here's the skeleton. I'm still working on it.
Fine. Awesome. Fabulous. Other than that, yeah, I think it's been fine. I now have my flow. I got my flow of getting these slides, of switching these slides. It took me a while.
Yeah. It gets to the point where you pick it up as you go. It seems like a lot from the surface too. So don't stress because especially when we were like still designing all of this, and it was like our first summit, we were like, okay, I hope this works. We've never done this before. So
it's funny because I've definitely been on the like others, not the other side is in the audience, but the other side is in the like putting all the stuff together pre-performance. I've been doing a lot of like, I do marketing for an org that's been doing a virtual season. So I have not been like, the person who's been me right now has been Daniel, but I've been on the other side facilitating the other parts. That I'm like, oh, I'm seeing everything.
Nice. Very cool. So what org do you work for?
It's called the Center at West Park. It's a very small young arts organization on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. Yeah, I've been working with them, and then I didn't know that anything would happen once the pandemic hit, but they were like, hey, we're theater, we're cockroaches, we'll survive anything, it's fine. And so we just kind of went straight to it. It's like, okay, great.
So true. I never even got a chance to ask you. You said you're friends with Rob. How do you know him?
I know Rob through actually one of the speakers coming up on one of the next couple of days, John C. Hume. John and I dated, and he knew Rob, and that's how we got introduced. And
nice, very cool.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're almost done.
I love your glasses. I cannot get over them. I just cannot get over them.
I got them from this like site that I was kind of sure was like Instagram like scam or something, but like they turned out so good. I actually bought 2 other pairs from them. It's called Vogue Me. It's like Vogue Me, but with an extra O.
Okay.
It's wild. Like my prescription usually costs like $300 at one of like the optometrists around here. And the last pair I got, I got like everything, like integrate, like it's like, they're not transitions, but like no hard line between the bifocals and like the waterproof coating and the blue light blocker and all this stuff. And like rush shipping or something. And it was less than $150 and I had them in like 10 or 12 days. It was crazy.
That's amazing.
It was nuts. I was like, this has got to be some kind of malarkey. But no, I love them. I have 3 pairs from them. They're so good.
That's awesome. I'm gonna check them out because I do Warby Parker, and sometimes they have really fun things, and sometimes I'm just like, oh, this season.
And honestly, some of these are bonkers. Like you could not wear these frames unless you're like an actively starving artist in Soho. Like it's just, they're bizarre, like just very, very weird glasses. But like there are some really fun pairs too. So
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
All right, 5 minutes to go. I'm like constantly updating my screen here for the summit so I can like see when we come back online, because I think it's going to be right at 6.
Okay.
But I'm like not positive. If you want to, it would be a good idea to share the merch screen so that way when we do come back, I'll know exactly when it happens. So I'll be like ready to go.
Okay, I'll do that right now.
All right, thank you. Oh man. All right, I'm gonna go off camera for a minute and then I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I gotta grab another drink of water.
Okie dokie. Oh, I'm gonna mute myself.
Hey Rob. You're on mute. There you are. So we need to be ready to go live right at 6, right? Like right when the stream ends for the recording. Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. I'm gonna shout out the merch store and then I'll pass the mic over to you.
Sounds good.
So exciting. Day
I
one.
got nervous. I was in the wrong place. You should think I know how it works by now, but.
Nah. All right, here we go. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope y'all enjoyed those amazing talks about the future of representation in media and then financial conversations that LGBTQ couples need to have. I know that I'll be sending those out to a couple friends of mine as well, so hopefully y'all got as much out of it as we did. I'm really excited to introduce our final session for the day. It's one of our great end of day events that I absolutely love. But before we do, I just want to highlight one thing real quick. In case you haven't heard us talking about it before today, we have a merch store. So this is something that totally sprang out of Powerfly's Diversity 2020 virtual summits. And we're happy to keep it going. So what goes on with the merch store is that we are really excited to donate 100% of all proceeds raised from any sale from any of the merchandise in our shop. We're going to donate it directly to Trans Tech Social. Now, in case you haven't heard of them before, they are an organization founded by Miss Angelica Ross, and they are an incubator for LGBTQ talent with a focus on economically empowering transgender people. So the funds from this campaign, so any of the funds from everything you purchase at our store, all the proceeds, that's what's going to go specifically to support technical boot camp fees for Black, transgender, or non-binary people on their way to a career in engineering. So definitely take a look at the swag. We've got 2 new designs, especially for Pride Month, so we're super excited to offer those. And hopefully you'll find something that you like there, kind of build out your athleisure and lounge around the house wardrobe, and support a great cause while you do it. So like I said previously in the chat today, if you do want credits, SHRM credits for today's sessions, you're going to take a look at the code that's in the upper left-hand corner of the slide in front of you. And if we can bounce to the next slide, then I can show you all who you'll be partying with in the next hour. So coming up, we have our amazing drag queen dance party with Marty Allen Cummings. And hosting them is going to be our own amazing Rob Rebar, who is the lead of our events and community. Rob, I'm going to turn the floor over to you and Marty.
Amazing. Thank you, Meg. I want to invite Marty to our digital stage as well. Hey, Marty, how are you?
Hi, Rob. How are you?
Thank you. We were just saying in our green room, this is our 3rd time with you gracing us on the Power to Fly main stage. So thank you.
Well, I'm so happy to be back. And I said to you earlier, I'm so sorry I'm not in drag. Some of you might know I'm running for city council, so I had a campaign event right before this. So we're still going to dance and we're still going to have a good time. But thank you for having me.
Awesome. Well, that's exactly kind of what I want to talk about. Before we get to the music in just a little bit, I want to talk a little bit about your New York City Council race, which is coming up real quick. So can you tell us a little bit about what inspired you to run, and what can people do? How can people find out more about the campaign, get involved at this late date, and all that good stuff?
Yeah, well, the election, early voting begins this Saturday. So it's right around the corner. The election's the 22nd. So if you're in New York and you're able to come and volunteer at a poll site or do phone banking, you can do from anywhere, text banking, whatever. We need all hands on deck. So you can go to our website, martyformanhattan.com, and sign up.
That's amazing.
Why did I decide? Sorry, I'm a couple days before early voting. My brain is like, ugh. But I decided to run for city council because, well, reason number one, the LGBTQ caucus is going to be term limited in the New York City Council. There's never been trans, non-binary, or genderqueer representation. As a non-binary person, I felt it was really important. But also as a gig worker, a drag artist, I know what it's like to work in our small businesses, our locally owned bars and restaurants that have been struggling way before the pandemic because of increasing rents and landlords and real estate developers taking advantage. So small businesses are having a hard time. So we need an advocate who knows what it's like to work in those businesses to fight for them. And as a gig worker, I haven't had access to healthcare and I can't tell you how long. And that living paycheck to paycheck life. And so we need somebody in office who's going to be able to take on those issues. And I worked with organizations like the Ellie Fournier Center for Homeless Queer Youth, the RDJ Refugee Shelter, and Trinity Place Shelter, all organizations helping our unhoused community for over a decade now. And so we need to make sure that we're putting resources back into community, funding mental health care, addiction services, and helping our unhoused and food insecure neighbors. And that's why I'm in this.
That's amazing. And I think that's really appropriate for the Power to Fly audience, because while we, gig workers, certainly entertainers like yourself, people working in the restaurant industry, but we have a lot of people, I think, in tech that can also be gig workers. You're designing a website, but it's a one-off. Maybe you're designing a logo for someone. It's not just even limited to that.
Absolutely. And our campaign was actually endorsed by the Freelancers Union, which works with people like that, who are gig workers, freelancers who do one-off things, but those workers need protections as well and need to make sure that there's not wage theft happening, and making sure that if you say you have a freelance gig that's lasts for a month, but you get sick or a loved one gets sick, you should still have access to paid time off and sick leave so you can deal with that situation. And that's something that we're fighting for, and it is a bill that I would support in city council. Our gig workers are the largest what am I trying to say? The biggest workforce in the city, and gig workers encompass, like you said, tech workers, website developers, home care attendants, bodega workers, delivery workers, drag artists, musicians. So many different types of industries are encompassed under the umbrella of gig worker.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge group of people, and obviously we're really affected by this pandemic, and that's amazing that that's such a foundation of your campaign. And I'm curious, I've lived in New York for about 15 years. Of course, there's, like any place anyone lives, there's things I love about it, there's things I would want to change. So kind of asking to you, if you were to be elected to the New York City Council, what would be something that you would want to change? And what would be something that you would definitely fight to keep that's inherent to New York?
Well, I would keep our small businesses, like I said, making sure that we're protecting them. Something I would change though is our environmental justice infrastructure. We have the ability, like in my district, for example, 66% of buildings are capable of supporting solar roofing and green roofing, but only about 100 buildings are doing so. So the city needs to put in environmentally secure infrastructure where buildings can support solar power, giving people access to alternative energy forms, which will lower the efficiency rates in the building, would lower their bills, having more green spaces on our roofs, having more green spaces in our low income communities, and making sure that we're using infrastructure dollars that we're going to be getting from the federal government. About $100 billion is coming our way, putting that towards long-term sustainable, environmentally secure infrastructure in our public housing, in our public schools, in our bus and MTA system, making sure that we're putting money back into sanitation, which was severely cut, mainly in low-income communities. Composting was cut in all of northern Manhattan. That's bananas. So putting that infrastructure, and it will also create jobs within the community, because you're gonna have to hire folks to do this. So create jobs to help get people back to work, get people access to the middle class, as well, and give people access to healthcare and the services that they need for their families.
That's amazing, and I think the pandemic has only made those things even more apparent, that's something that we need to do, not in a few years, but really now, tomorrow. So that's great. I'd love to kind of, shift to Pride specifically. I'm curious, it's Pride Month, and what does Pride mean to you? And maybe you'd like to tell us about maybe your first Pride, or a memorable Pride in your performing career or your activist career.
My first Pride. I moved to New York when I was 17. On June 23rd, when I was 17, so right after graduating high school. So Pride was like the weekend after I moved to New York. So imagine, going from like a farm, and there wasn't a lot of other queer people, to, your second weekend in New York, you're 17 and it's Pride. I was like, oh, holy shit. It was very exciting. But it was great to it was like magical, I was like a kid, being 17 and in the city and surrounded by other queer people really for the first time in my life. It was really eye-opening and joyful. And I remember, I just remember I was smiling like the whole day. I was so excited. And I also got to see queer people from different parts, there's a lot of letters in the alphabet because we make up a lot of different communities, but being exposed to queer people, I don't know, it was just really magical. But then moving forward to last year's Pride, where everything was shut down, but the Queer Liberation March, which I'm a huge supporter of, still went on. And there was, about 30,000 people taken to the streets, fighting against police brutality, standing up for our trans community, our Black trans community. And then the police came in and pepper sprayed and beat and arrested people on the anniversary of Stonewall, which is why we have Pride to begin with, is because Black and brown trans women stood up and said, enough is enough, and stood up against police brutality. And now, 51 years later, the police were doing it again. So it was very different. My first Pride in New York all those years ago to last year, we've come a long way, but the fight is nowhere near won. We have 116 anti-trans bills in state legislative bodies across this country, which will cause kids to die. These bills will cause kids to die. And that may sound extreme, but it is extreme because these young people are seeing legislators voting against their existence, which will cause them to harm themselves or cause other kids to cause harm to them. So it's really important that while we celebrate all the things that we've achieved as a queer community, it's really, really important that we recognize the fight is not over, and we have to keep pushing forward, especially for the marginalized communities that are within our community.
Yeah, I was just telling a coworker today, that's one of the reasons why we do call it the Pride March and not the Pride Parade, is that idea of the ongoing struggle and the ongoing fight that we have to have as a queer community.
Absolutely.
And not just a parade, it is in part a celebration, and it's in part a reminder to everyone that the struggle does continue.
Absolutely.
And kind of speaking of marches and people kind of getting back together, now that the city's starting to open up and live performance is starting to come back, I'm curious kind of what safeguards, either, from a policy perspective or maybe a literal safeguard in terms of people's health, would you, as both a performer, an activist, and someone running for New York City Council, what would you like to see for the safety of performers and also the safety of audiences as the city opens up again?
In like what in like terms of like COVID or public safety? What are you?
I think in terms of COVID, but also maybe in terms of protecting those artists financially as we go forward. You talked about gig workers before, but maybe specifically thinking about entertainers, who are some of the most, that their jobs, as we saw, could go away in an instant.
I mean, yeah, nightlife, the industry I'm in the entertainment industry, is like really fragile as it is. There's no union. So it's already like a kind of shaky industry. And then, but the entertainment industry in our city, Broadway, off-Broadway, concert venues, comedy clubs, all that, it not only supports the entertainers, but there's a whole network of people, hotel workers, taxi drivers, restaurant workers, there's a whole ripple of industries that are impacted by the entertainment industry being shut down. So we need to make sure that, first of all, this next city council is getting a marketing plan in place that's going to bring tourists back and say, hey, New York is not dead. We are pushing forward. Don't just go to a Broadway show, go to a museum, go to a local restaurant and see a local band perform, go to the comedy club, go to the drag shows, see local artists, and really make sure that recovery dollars are being put into that. And also making sure that we're set up with funds. So, if this or when this happens again, we are prepared to financially help gig workers and artists. And we need to make sure that we're advocating for our state legislative body. There's a bill that has the support in Albany, but the governor hasn't signed it or won't sign it, to cancel rent and mortgages for the pandemic. So just because we're coming into the tail end of it, people are still playing catch up and are still falling behind. The eviction moratorium is about to be opened up. So we need to make sure that we have no evictions and that people are given the rent support retroactively from this pandemic. And that's something that we need to, as a city council, use the bully pulpit of council to advocate to our state legislators to make sure that happens. And then on a larger scale, have other states do that in their states as well.
No, that's great. Yeah. And yeah, I saw so many of my friends. I used to work in Broadway and theater, and I saw so many of my own friends that, you know, lost their jobs during this pandemic and are still not back to work because, you know what, and there's still so many unknowns, of course, as we move forward and inch closer to the post-pandemic.
On like a large scale, like Broadway is coming back in September. It's June, so there's, you know, some months in between there. So yeah, we're still very much in this and need the support.
Yes, totally. And before we wrap up with a song, I'd love to just make sure everyone knows one more time, you know, how can they support the campaign? How can they learn about the race? Maybe where they can learn about their local polling place or what their vote options are, because you know, there's so many new voting options.
I'm just pulling up the volunteer link for our campaign. So just give me 1 second to get that for you all. And I'm going to put it in the chat here. Can people who are tuning in see the chat, or will you be able to share that?
Yeah, we'll have Meg and Dane share that in the.
Okay, so that's our volunteer link. And then to find out your early polling site, if you live in the city, you can just go to vote.nyc. And that will tell you your polling location and your early voting site. Sorry for the noise. My husband just came in to play piano. And then our campaign website is martyformanhattan.com. But the link I put in the chat is our volunteer link.
Awesome. Well, thank you again, Marty. You know, we wish you all the best of luck in the upcoming campaign. And if or when you win, are you still going to also be performing? Will we still see you on the stage after that too?
So I will, it's bittersweet, but I will be taking a leave of absence from drag to focus on the job that I was elected to. I might show up to, they do Drag Queen Story Hour at the libraries and at City Hall. So I'll show up to that in drag, of course, but in terms of performing, yeah, I'll still show up to things in drag from time to time, but I will focus on the job I was elected for. It's bittersweet.
That's amazing. No, well, again, we send you all the best of luck. Everyone, check out that link. Marty for Manhattan is the website too.
Yeah, Marty for Manhattan, MartyForManhattan.com. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Rob. This has been great. I'm so grateful we got to do this multiple times over the last year. Thank you for inviting me back. And thank you everybody for tuning in. And sorry again, I was campaigning, so I don't have my face on. I have a little eyeshadow. But yeah, so we'll do a little number now. My husband Blake is going to play piano, and we'll do a little classic, can you turn up a little bit? A little classic Pride song. I've been cheated by you since I think you know it. So I made up my mind it must come to an end. Look at me now, will I ever learn? I don't know how, but I suddenly lose control. There's a fire within my soul. Just one look and I can hear the bell ring. One more look and I forget everything. Whoa, whoa, Mamma Mia, here I go again. My mind, that's how much I miss you. Mamma Mia, does it show again? My mind, just how much I miss you. Yes, I've been broken hearted, blue the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go, Mamma Mia? Now I really know I should not have let you go. I've been angry and sad since I think you know it. So I made up my mind it must come to an end. Look at me now, will I ever learn? I don't know how, but I suddenly lose control. There's a fire within my soul. Just one look and I can hear the bell ring. One more look and I forget everything. Whoa, Mamma Mia. Here I go again, my, that's how much I miss you, Mamma Mia. Does it show again, my, how can I resist you? Yes, I've been broken hearted, blue since the day we parted. Why did I ever let you go, Mamma Mia? Now I really know why I should not have let you go. Happy Pride, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. Be safe. And I have to go phone bank with my campaign volunteers now, but thank you so much. Be safe and make sure you are calling the legislators in the states that are putting through these anti-trans bills. It is very, very important. Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Marty. Have a great night.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone who tuned in today. The good news is we have lots more programming for you coming up tomorrow and Thursday after that, and then our virtual job fair on Friday. So there's lots more conversations to tune into. We'll be kicking things off tomorrow at 11 a.m. with another wonderful networking session. So you've got 1 hour to meet fellow skilled professionals. So tune in for that. And then we'll be kicking our panels off at noon Eastern time with Peter Arvai. He is the founder or co-founder, executive chairman, and former CEO of Prezi. He's also the first out gay CEO from Central and Eastern Europe. So we're very excited to hear Peter's story, and he'll be in conversation with Power to Fly's senior manager of DEI, Sienna J. Brown. We've got lots of other amazing conversations throughout the day, including Kyan Durashow, who is the founder and executive director of Glitz, TJ Chernick, who is the executive director of the New York City LGBT Chamber of Commerce, and lots of other wonderful conversations as well. So tune in here tomorrow for more conversation. Happy Pride, everyone, and have a great night.